Hey guys, welcome to this session on Microsoft Excel. In this video, we'll be learning all the major concepts in Microsoft Excel. Before moving on with the session, let us look at what we are going to learn. At first, we'll be learning the basic concepts of Microsoft Excel like entering data and referencing in formulas. And then we'll be learning the concept of conditional formatting. After that, we'll learn more important formulas in Excel. After learning those formulas, now we'll be learning the data sorting and data filtering techniques. After that, we'll be learning data and file security. After that, we'll be learning pivot tables in Excel with examples. After learning pivot tables, now we are going to move on with VBA macros. Now we'll be learning about principles of charting and different techniques in charting. And finally, we'll be creating dashboards and interactive components for the purpose of data analysis using Microsoft Excel. Okay, now let's move on with the session.
Let's get started. To start off with, what is Microsoft Excel all about? To explain this, let me just take an example. Imagine you are working for a company. You're working as a HR for that particular company, and your primary job is to ensure that you keep a record of all the employees in the company and against their particular department. So if you're working for a company, you have to note down all the employees, their departments, and also more details such as when they joined, which team, what shift they are doing, or any other information which could be helpful. So say your boss or your manager comes a day and asks you to give an employee detail of a particular department. If you have it in a particular notepad, you probably have to search it between many sheets to go to that particular department and get the employee details. Further to that, if he asks you for multiple details, and not just for an employee but for many employees, imagine how difficult it can get. So the simple concept is you use something like a row to column, or in lines you mark it 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you put all the employee details and the departments and certain other information. Now this, it makes it comfortable on a piece of paper, but if you really have to use some information for a particular department, imagine how difficult it can get. So that is why Excel can be used for a lot of features for a lot of useful information analysis. So one of the most important feature of Excel is for analysis to utilize mathematical operations, inbuilt functionalities to get you the desired result. So what is Microsoft Excel all about? Well, in simple terms, it's a software applications. You can use it to perform a lot of logical mathematical statistic calculation on data. It has a basic feature of spreadsheet. Remember, I was talking about those lines, right, where you can put in the data. So similarly, in Excel, you have something called spreadsheets, and it is arranged in a grid of cells, which is in turn arranged in rows and columns. We will see more about this as we progress, but then simply put, Microsoft Excel is a spreadsheet where you can use data, use inbuilt operations to analyze, sort, and do what you want with it. Not just that, with the data available, you could create charts. You could use those charts in a PowerPoint presentation and then represent that data graphically. So if the question for you in your mind is, what is Excel commonly used for? I would say, simply put, it is to utilize data, store data in an easier way, analyze it, calculate data according to your requirements, your process, your team important, and then you also use the data to create graphs, charts, etc. These are some of the most common features or usage of Excel, but then the Excel is an ocean by itself. You can create multiple things depend on what your requirement is, and we will see some of them in the coming chapters. Hope this got you excited, because I'm surely. And let's see what is Excel all about in the next topic. Okay, so now you've got an overview about an Excel. You understood what Excel is all about. We spoke about a spreadsheet concept where you have rows, columns, I'm sure you're excited to see, just in case you've not seen it till now. So in this particular chapter, or in the next couple of minutes, I'll be showing you how do you launch in Microsoft Excel, how you could customize it according to your usage, and of course once you launch you might have to close it, right? Or you will have to close it. So how will we close and save it appropriately? So let me quickly go to the demo so that you could see and learn. Great. So now this is your first look of Excel, just in case you haven't seen it yet now. So the first thing which strikes you is, you see there are three sheets. There is sheet 1, sheet 2 and sheet 3. Now what is this? Of course, an Excel has some inbuilt features. You can see tabs, home, insert, page layout and so on. But then the first thing which you might have noticed is the sheet. So to explain this, let me just take a notebook. So imagine a notebook. You have multiple sheets, right? Where you can write different topics, different subject, different information. Similarly in Excel, you have multiple sheets for your usages. Now it's not just that. It's just not limited to 3 sheets. You can add multiple sheets, and how to do that we will see in the later chapters. So all these sheets put together is called as a workbook. So you understood, right? Simple. These are sheets. All this put together, this whole content is called a workbook. Okay, so now I'm going to use this particular sheet. I'm just going to type in sheet 1. Let's go back to our example which we spoke about. I have joined a HR firm and I am the HR. So I am going to note down the employee details. So I'm just going to put a header over here called employee details. And just simple date of joining. Okay, so I have one new employee who's joined me today. So I'm just putting in the employee name and date of joining. It would be around, say, 1st of Jan 2015. Okay, so this is how I've entered data into Excel. Once you do that, you want to save it. But just before you save this, I just want to show you something else. If you noticed over here, every time you open Excel, the Excel opens up as book 1. If I open another Excel now, it will show that has book 2 and this has book 1. So as the default, Excel will have 3 sheets and it will always name it as book 1. So this is something which I have worked, right? So let me save this. So how do I save this? So I go click on the Windows button over here. As soon as I click that, I have a set of tabs which I can use. For now, I'm just going to use Save As, and there is another button called Save. So the difference between these two is very simple. Save As is used when you're using it for the first time, and thereafter, if you're using an Excel, modifying it, adding, removing data, then you just use Save. We will talk about shortcut as we proceed, but for now, just let me save my first Excel. So I click on Save As. There you go. And let me put this on my desktop. Okay, so what should I name it? I will name it as my first Excel chat. So that's my new Excel name. And as you can see, the extension or the way the Excel is saved as .xlsx. Okay, so I click it. As soon as I do that, notice the changes. So my book 1 is no longer book 1, it is my first Excel Jan. Okay, so that's simple. So we just saw how you launched an Excel and then you save it. Now let's take, there's another employee who's joined. I will put it as Saran 2, and he joined on 2nd of Jan 2015. Okay, so I have just modified the Excel. Now if I close this and I do not save it, this particular data will not be there. So please remember, always when you do some changes in your Excel, you need to save it. Again, how do you do it? Simple, either go to Windows, click on Save, or you noticed there was a shortcut which showed you. If I just hover over it, you could see that there was a Control S, and that's exactly the shortcut for saving in Excel. So you just click on Control and S, so it saves your Excel. So simple, we learned to save an Excel. So I was talking about some customization, right? How do I ensure that Excel becomes easier for me? There are so many tabs out here and I'm not sure which tab does what. I probably need some shortcuts or some customization, right? How do I do that? So again, for that, what you do is you go to your Windows button, click on the Office button. You have here your Excel options. So click on the Excel options. You get the Excel customization options. So we will review these in detail, but for now I'm just going to something called customize. Once you click on customize, you have a lot of menu prompt. So these are the different set of buttons which are available, but we'll not review any of these for now. I just want to show you one easiest quick access toolbar. So if you come down, you can see this show quick access toolbar, right? So just click on this. As soon as you click on this, there will be a that's an error, show quick access toolbar, and you will see that. I'll click OK, and as soon as I do that, notice this particular toolbar. There you go. So right now I have different buttons, but then I promptly want to have a save button over here, which is going to be useful. I'm just going to do that again to show how you add it. So I go again to Windows, I go to Excel options, and I go to customization or customize. I have my show quick access toolbar. And what are the tabs I want to show? So here is showing customize your quick access toolbar. For now, I'm going to go and use the save button and move it towards my right. So I have a save button. I also probably want to use, let's take a redo and add that. That's how simple. Oh, probably that's already there. That's why it's not. Oh, I don't want a redo, so I'm going to remove it. So that's how I just create and modify the buttons I want and remove the ones I don't. And I click OK again. So simple. There you go. You have your save button. So this is a simple way for you to navigate Excel when you're learning and to use your Excel as you begin. So going back to our slide, we have understood how to launch on Microsoft Excel. How do I customize this? We saw how we could create a quick access toolbar, and we saw how to save and close an Excel. Let me just go to my next slide. So here I want to take you all through some very important areas of working. I call it 5 important areas. It's spreadsheet, grid, ribbon, formula bar, status bar, which you will see. Now going back to my spreadsheet, we spoke about sheets, right? Sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. So what are the 5 important areas? And let me show this again. Here you have your formula bar. Here you have your status bar. Here is your ribbons and some additional features for you to view it in a different mode. You have a page layout and you have your normal break view. So most importantly, I want to quickly take you all through the view of Excel. To start off with, what are these? You have A, B, C, D, E, F, and so on. So basically these are columns in Excel. So you have columns which is numbered as A, column B, column C, and D, and so on. So anything which is represented by letters are called columns, and anything which is horizontally represented are called as rows. So they are numbered accordingly. If you see, rows are numbered as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your columns are numbered as A, B, C, D, E, or so on. Now important thing over here is A cell is nothing but a reference or an interface of column and a row. So simply put, this is nothing but it's in D column and 6 row. The same thing can be seen in the name box. So we're talking about 5 things, right? So this is also the 5th thing, which is very important, a name box. So once again, if I move here, can you tell me what is the reference of this particular cell? Well, if you haven't, notice it is H7, H7, H7. Good. So we learned about cells now. Seeing some other important things. So here is your formula bar. Now what is this formula bar? Formula bar basically showcases the content of your cell, or if you want to insert a particular formula, you use the formula bar. I will explain this in detail, but just as a reference, if you click on fx insert function, you get your insert function, which is represented in the formula bar. You could see an equal sign. That's what is going to happen. Now again, this has quite a bit of amount of significance. We will see as we progress. So we saw name box, we saw formula bar. Now what is the status? Here we can see there is a status called ready. So basically this status bar shows the status of the spreadsheet. It tells us what is actually happening in the spreadsheet. So right now it's telling I'm ready. What do you want me to do? So for now, I'll just go to the data and see if it changes anything. We created the employee details, right? So let me just click on the employee details. Okay, it shows ready. I go to number and I just click on F2 and it shows edit. So basically what Excel is telling me is that you are inside a cell and you're editing a data. That is the significance of the status bar. So it now shows you're in an edit mode. Now let me just go and type in some other thing. So see, as soon as I type in anything in a new cell, it status shows enter. So basically what it is telling me is that you're entering a data. So every time I do something on the cell, it shows the status of that particular activity. You might be wondering that why is this important? It is important because there are times where you will be using multiple data and you will be using multiple functions. So when you're doing that, Excel might be showing whether it is ready, entering the data, editing, or in fact calculating the data. The last thing about status which I want to tell you is I just want to enter a formula over here. So how do I enter formula? I just click on equal to, or just let me do one simple math problem. I'm just going to put 2 numbers in these 2 cells and I'm going to add those 2 numbers in this particular cell E8. So as soon as I put equal to, I put a formula which means add this cell to this cell. Notice the status, it shows as point. So basically what Excel is telling that you are adding a formula, you are dealing with a mathematical function. That is where it is displayed as point. So understood with the usage of status bar, right? Great. So moving on to a few other things, but important ones. What is this 100% out here? So it is nothing but you're looking at 100% of the view. You could either decrease or increase the view basis how much data you're working with. So simple, right? Now this is scroll, which I don't want to tell you. I'm sure you're very aware of that. And moving on to the most important things, ribbons. Now till now you'll notice that there are different tabs, right? We saw home, then we have insert, page layout, formulas, data, review, view, and then some other additional tabs which I have added. So what are these? Now these are nothing but these are called ribbons. Now what do these ribbons do? These ribbons just have all your common tabs, usage tabs put together. Let me explain that with an example. Now under your home tab you have font. So what is basically font? You have anything to do with your characters or text functions, or you want to increase or change the font, it's available under this font ribbon. There is a small arrow. Once you click, it expands. So you can see that you have the font type, you have bold, italics, or you want to underline, including coloring, filling the text with color, or just the text color. So basically ribbon is nothing but it combines the common used fonts under a particular ribbon. Under the home, you have your clipboard, your fonts, your alignment ribbon, your numbering ribbon, your styles, the way you want to format and style it. We will see more about this, and some other insert and some arithmetic functions, and auto sum, fill and clear, which we will see. Similarly, if I go to insert, like the way it tells in terms of the word insert, you're basically inserting new things in Excel. So under the insert tab, you can basically insert a pivot into Excel. You could insert shapes, charts, hyperlinks. Hyperlinks is if you want to move between two Excels, you insert a hyperlink, or any word art commonly used. Similarly, layout, as it says, it's basically page layout, more for printing, or you want to navigate it in terms of certain data only to be printed. That's when you come to page layout. Formulas. In the beginning of Excel, I did mention to you that we have so many different types of formulas, right? And Excel basically covers all of them. You have arithmetical, logical, date and time, trigonometry, anything which you want to know from a logical, you can get under this. And all that which we learned in school or college, you will find all those formulas. You just need to know how to use it. Then moving on to data. The word data is basically talking on whatever data you want to do some operations on data. That's when you come to this particular tab. You have sorting, largest to smallest or smallest to largest. You want to filter data, you want to remove duplicate, you want to consolidate, you want to validate. That's when you come to data tab. Review is basically it's about protecting the workbook. You want to review certain content, you want to check for some spelling, you want to search in the dictionary. That's when you come. And the last one, the view, is basically similar to what you observe over here. Zoom, or you want to freeze a particular row and move the rest, or freeze a particular column and move the rest, and you want to put a page break or change the layout. That's when you come to view. Just to remind you, all these tabs or all these ribbons which you can see out here can be added to your customized tab. So basis your usage, you could take any of this and put it out here. And do you remember how to go there, right? Perfect. So that's some basic overview of Excel and some important areas which you need to work with. Just giving you some time to ponder over it. And what I would suggest to you is, now that you know how to open an Excel, open a new Excel, put in some data, whatever you want, your movie names, your family name, your friend's name, make a small list like how I created, save it, and just play around to get familiarized with it. Good. We saw some 5 important areas in spreadsheet, and that should give you quite a good understanding of an introduction to Excel. Formatting Excel and shortcut keys. So I'll directly go to a demo so that I could show you how you could use tips and tricks on navigations and few shortcuts. Here we go. We have a new Microsoft Excel spreadsheet opened. So as it's inbuilt, we have 3 spreadsheets. Okay, so how do I navigate this complex looking spreadsheet? Or is it really complex? It is till you work on it actually, and once you start working, it is very, very simple. So the main keys which I'm going to use in my navigation would be Control, Shift and arrow keys. So I'm just going to demonstrate demonstrate how I navigate this particular columns and cells with the use of arrow keys. So right now I'm going to use the down arrow and you can see what happens. Yep, the cell reference, the highlighted box moves down. And when I click on the top or the up arrow key, I see that the box move on top. Very simple. And towards my right, right, and towards my left, left. Great. So what if there is a lot of data and I really have to go to, say, a particular column which is like DO? Should I keep clicking on the arrow key to navigate there, or is there a shortcut available? Yes, of course, that's where the tricks are available and which we can use. To showcase that, let me just come up with a particular table with some data. I'm going to randomly add some numbers out here. Okay, let me just put the numbers and I will pull this autofill handler. I'll talk about more of that shortly. And I will also pull the autofill handler towards my column so that the data is available. So here, do not go by what the logic is. Just look at this particular table, which has a lot of numbers. So imagine you have a database, something similar to this, and there is a lot of numbers available. How do you navigate? So for example, if I have to really go to P3, which is this particular cell, should I from here keep holding my arrow key to navigate, or is there any shortcut available? Yes, there is. So I'm going back to my home key, so that's where I came. And now observe what happens. I'm going to click on Control and my arrow key. So I directly move to the table where the data is available. Okay, I'll do that again. Home, Control, arrow key. So now if I have to move to the last one, the one which I've marked in the color yellow, I still click on Control and the arrow key. There you go. So Excel basically understands that I'm looking at the data and I want to go to the last cell where the data is available. And when I use the Control and the right arrow, it understands that, oh yeah, there's this data and let me move there. Similarly, if I click Control again and the left arrow, again Excel understands that I have to go to the first cell where the data is available and actually moves out there. So your question would be, what if I have to go to K3? Now in this case, of course, Excel will not understand that it has to move here and you have marked it in yellow. So you have to use your arrow keys to go to that particular cell. Okay, that's great. So we understood control and usage of control with the arrow keys. Now what is shift all about? So let me just go to my first cell and click on Control Shift and arrow. Please note that I have to hold all the keys together. Control Shift and my down arrow key. So as soon as I do that, you can see that Excel understands that the data has available in that particular column has to be highlighted, and it does so. If I use Control Shift again and my right arrow, it will subsequently highlight the complete data. Quite easy. So quickly, I'll just show it once again. Control Shift down arrow highlights the data completely in that particular column. Again, I'm going back. Control Shift right arrow, it highlights that particular data in the row. So if you use Control Shift and the arrow keys, they are good enough tips and tricks for you to navigate Excel accordingly. You need to practice this because the various combinations of Control Shift works differently. So the more you practice and understand the functionalities, the easier it will become for you to navigate Excel. Hope you learned something in terms of navigation. Alright, moving on. So we spoke about navigation. What are these shortcuts all about? Everyone likes a shortcut, right? You always find ways and means to do work in a shorter way or find out shortcuts. So thankfully, Excel, there are plenty of shortcuts. I'll just show you the simplest shortcuts available. So if I click on Alt, you could see that suddenly there is some highlighted letters in the spreadsheet. So I'll do that again. I'm just clicking on Escape now, Escape key. And now I clicked on Alt key. As soon as I do that, there is a set of letters highlighted. Now I could use the combination of letters and Alt key to get to where I want. Which means, let's take I want to go to Home tab. So it shows H. So if I click on H, just observe what happens. I have the Home tab. And beautifully under the Home tab, all the respective shortcuts are highlighted. So you can see that I can use numbers, I could use letters, and I could actually use the combination of these two to not even use mouse, but I could do my stuff. Okay, just for an example, I will go ahead and use H again to see what happens. So it goes to color, and there again it shows the shortcuts. So if you keep using these shortcuts, right, what happens is just like how we learned riding a bicycle. Initially we had to remember so many things, but later it became automated, or it just your mind gets used to it. So similarly, consciously, if you want to use shortcuts, if you keep using this Alt and remember those letters which needs to be highlighted, your brain memorizes it, and then thereon it's very easy for you to use shortcuts. I'll just show you a small example of that. There you go. Did you see me moving my mouse or the cursor? No, right? I'll just do that again. There you go, because I have memorized the shortcut to close this particular workbook. So how did I do that? I again used Alt, I used F, which is your Windows. You could see that Windows can highlight it. And then under Windows, I used C, which is highlighted to close. And that's why it asked me whether I need to save or not. So that's how I use shortcuts. I could do my work very simply. For now, I'm not going to do anything. Let me close this particular workbook and go back to my presentation. So in formatting Excel, we saw how to use tips and tricks, more in terms of navigation. How do you enable shortcuts and how you need to keep using it again and again for you to learn shortcuts. All right, what's next? Basic formulas. So a lot of things in basic formulas. How do I add, subtract, division, multiplication, and something called autofill. Yeah. So let me open up the spreadsheet again. So I have my spreadsheet open. So I have a small exercise already prepared. So let me open that for you. So for this, how did I do that? I actually went to Alt F, and these are my recent documents, and under that I have my intermediate exercise. So I opened up the intermediate exercise. So without too many things, let me go ahead to this particular basic formula exercise. Okay, so I was talking about school, right? So I have students out here, and for some reason I want to calculate the weight of my class, and that's where I've listed down how much each one of my students weigh. So I have Richard, Gavin, Clifford, Jason, Denver, Gary, and Greg. So to start off with, I want you to help me in doing these particular, solve these particular problems. So the first one I have is, I want to find the sum of Galvin and Jason's weight. So mathematically, this is very simple. I need to pick up Galvin, 64, and Jason, 76, and add that up. Great, I can take a piece of paper and write it and do that. But how do I do it in spreadsheet or Microsoft Excel? Very simple, similar to that. But Excel You need to keep telling Excel what you need to do. Look at Excel as a program where you need to give inputs, where you need to tell Excel, oh, do this to me, or do this for me, and do this differently. And that's how Excel will keep understanding. Without you giving instruction to Excel, it doesn't understand anything. So here my requirement is to add these two particular weights of student. So simply put, I will go equal to, remember, any formulas in Excel starts with an equal to sign. So here I am starting off with an equal to sign. So I have to go ahead and put Galvin and Jason weight. So if I was doing in a piece of paper, I would pick up Galvin's weight and add it with Jason's weight. So similarly in spreadsheet, I will go ahead and pick up Galvin's weight. So immediately you can see that B4 is reflected. B4 is nothing but the cell with the value or the weight of Galvin's is showing. Now how do I add it? Simple. I told you we will go back to school days. We are going to use the plus symbol. And the next simple step, I'm sure which you have realized, is nothing but add Jason's weight. Okay, a couple of things for you to note down. One, you need to always start a formula with an equal to sign. And please note, your cells which are referenced or the cells which you are using for your calculation are highlighted. So you can see here it's highlighted in blue. Here there's another color and it basically shows that you are in a formula. And also remember your status bar is showing as point, which means you're working on a formula. Here we go. B4 plus B6, and if I click on enter, there I go. I have magic. I got the weight. Simple, right? So just use equal to, give the cell reference, use the right operator, and then get the result. Okay, what if I don't know all this? What if I really am new to Excel and I want to explore and learn by my own self? How do I do that? Well, Excel also gives you that provision. So I'm going to do the same thing using Excel itself and without me or without the teacher. I'm just going to navigate to the next cell. Okay, here it is. And I'm going to add the same two weights. But this time I'm going to do it differently. I don't know what to do, right? I don't know how to add this. So I seek out help. I ask Excel to help. One, I could click on help in or F1 and get the help menu out, or there is something called insert functions over here. I mentioned to you earlier, right, that Excel is full of operators, arithmetic functions and all that. I just need to keep giving instructions to Excel and it will help me to get there. So at this point of time, I will use insert function. Okay, there I go. As soon as I click, I have the insert function menu and I have some already inbuilt features here. So here it's asking me search for a function. What do you want? Search. Let me know. I am ready to help you. And then also it is showing me that there are some functions you already kept using. So right now, since I'm new to this, I'm just going to type in I want to add two numbers and I click go. Okay, it's not understanding. Probably let me rephrase it in a better way. Add two numbers. Okay, there you go. So it's recommended me three functions. So it returns the sum of complex number, IM_sum, then it has got something called workday, and then it's got something called day. If I really go and click on this, it shows me the descriptions of those. It returns the sum of complex numbers. Okay, probably I can try this. Let me see what happens. So how do I do this? I click on OK. And then it tells me, oh, what is this number? Give me the IM number 1 or IM number 2. So here, there is a small red box. I click on that and I showcase what is my first number. I click on the box again and it takes back to my formula. It's already showing me how it's going to look. Equals to 64. And then number 2, Galvin's weight. So I go back to Galvin. So probably I will just take, so it was Jason, right? Yeah, so I go to Jason and it's showing me the result equal to 140, and I click OK. There you go. So there is an inbuilt function which I can apply, and there is also some tips and tricks and a shortcut. Great, very easy. Okay, so now it's your turn. Can you find the difference between Clifford and Gary's weight? Okay, so I hope you have got the answer. If not, let's see how I could do this. So here, similar to addition, the difference is very simple. So I have to do the difference between Clifford and Gary's weight. Remember all that you learned in school, your arithmetic functions, you need to apply the same rules. Remember BODMAS? Yeah? If you know BODMAS, you need to use that. So here when I'm actually subtracting Clifford and Gary's weight, I need to use the bigger number and subtract the smaller. I can't do the smaller to bigger. Well, I can actually do that, but what will happen is it will show you a negative value, same as in BODMAS rule. So right now I'm just going to take Clifford and Gary's weight. So equal to, starting off with an equal sign, that means letting Excel know that this is a formula. I go to select the Clifford weight, and this time I'm going to use minus symbol or operator, the minus operator, and going to select Gary's weight, click on enter. There I go. 31 is my answer. If I have to do it using insert function, again for this time I will type in and search it because I know how do I subtract, but then just for your reference I'll type and search it. Difference of two numbers. Click go. So there I go. Recommended IM7 returns the difference of two complex numbers. Click OK. In this case, again click on the red box. I click on Clifford's weight. Come back. I click on I number 2 and Gary's weight and click OK. There I go. So now we learned addition, subtractions. Okay, some more things. Sum total of all the students' weight. Simple, right? You need to keep doing equal to 57 plus 64 plus 83 plus 76 plus 69 plus 52 plus 74. There I go, 475. Alternately, I can also click here, and if I notice on my home ribbon, there is something called editing option. Under editing, you have something called auto sum. So let me just click on auto sum. Yeah, so it's basically telling, do you want me to add these two numbers? No, that's not what I want. So I can actually hover over this and move this to where I want it to add. So I'm quickly moving over here and expanding this to show the auto sum. Okay, so there you go. The formula also is displayed a little differently. It's equal to sum of B3 to B9. So basically it is taking B3, cell reference B3 to B9. That's how it is calculating an auto sum. Let me click on enter and see if it matches my other operations. There we go. So 475, 475. So we saw adding it individually, and we saw adding it using auto sum. And if I have to again manually use another functionality, it would be equal to sum open brackets. Please note, syntax will always be displayed when you are using an internal operations or functions. So it's important or imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely the way it is displayed. So it's telling me equal to sum open brackets, select your number 1 and then put a comma and number 2, or you could just drag the numbers once I select and close the brackets. There you go. So we learned 3 ways of doing a particular simple sum total. Interesting? Okay, I hope this gets even more interesting. The last thing in basic formulas. I want to take average of three weights, Greg's, Richard and Denver. Greg, Richard and Denver. How do I do that? Again, simple, equal to, I would want to select Richard plus Greg plus Denver divided by 3. That's what we learned in school, right? Add the weights, add the number of people and divide it by the quantity. So my average is 154. Let me just do this using a insert function. So now I want to find average. So I'm just going to click on average, go. Oh, here we go, average. Click OK. So what's my number 1? I have Richard. And what's my number 2? I have Greg. And what's my number 3? You notice that the numbers kept increasing, right? I can just keep increasing the numbers if I want. Okay. So I've just put 3 and I click OK. Whoa, it is showing 65. So what happened? Why is this showing 154 and showing 65 over here? Some mistake I might have done. Of course, the insert function can't be wrong, so probably there's a mistake in the way I've written a formula. Let me do that. Let me do that using something which I learned in school called BODMAS. Open the brackets, because remember, every time I need to use average, I need to do it within the brackets. So this time I've selected Richard plus Greg plus Denver divided by 3. So there you go, it's showing 66. Here it's showing 65, probably because I wouldn't have selected the right numbers. So let me just do that again. Richard, Denver and Greg. Absolutely right. Okay, so just to recollect, we used plus for addition, we saw subtraction, we also saw how we could use average, and we saw how we could add up all that sum total, average and some division as well. Yeah, and just the last thing, now that I have so many decimal points, I can go to number, and under number, when I use this decrease decimal, I can either decrease the decimal or increase the decimal. Easy. Okay, so just before we conclude on basic formulas, one last thing, autofill. So in my previous exercise, when I was showcasing how do I add numbers, you saw that I could actually type in some numbers and pull an autofill handler or the plus symbol. So Excel actually is inbuilt and recognizes certain formats. So in this case, in this case, Excel recognizes that these are 3 numbers. And there's a small box, or when I go close to it, a plus symbol comes. When I use and drag this, it actually puts the sequence. So basically Excel is understanding that this is a number sequence, and when I use the autofill handler, it adds the numbers. This autofill handler can come in handy a lot of times. For example, I am entering months, so Jan, Feb and March. So I know that these are nothing but months. Similarly, Excel also knows that these are months. So this sequential data, if I use the autofill handler, it fills it up. So just saves some time of mine. And lastly, if I have to use any sequential data such as say odd or even numbers, Excel also understands that. So here I'm just showcasing how Excel will understand whether it's an odd or even number. There you go. Yeah. So you saw that Excel autofills anything where there's a sequential data. So coming back to our PowerPoint, you saw how we used basic formulas, addition, subtraction, division, multiplication, and autofill. The last thing in chapter 2 would be find and replace. How in a huge set of data you find something which you want and replace it with something newly placed or changes, and also something about advanced find. Okay, so let me open the spreadsheet again to take you through find and replace. Here we go. I have come up with a small exercise for you to learn find and replacing data. So I have a set of employees again and some random employee numbers, some team which they work on. They are from training, there's from facilities, some are from estimate, some random names of TRM, EKO on EMA and ATRM, just to make it a little bit more good number of names. And I have close to 128 people. Okay, so in this example, let's take the name of the department M&A is actually renamed to, we'll just make it something. The new department is called Math. So how do I do that? So the easiest way to do that is I have to keep searching where M&A is and change it to Math. And I keep doing that for all the number of M&As which are available in this data. This is alright because the data is just 120 rows. But imagine I have to do it for 15,000 rows. Do you think we will have so much of time? Absolutely not. So that's where find and replace comes into picture. I'm just replacing this to the original format. Okay, so how do I get the find coming out? So simple, I hit a Control F, commonly used, which is find and replace. So as soon as I click on Control F, I have this wizard which shows like, find what? What do you want me to do? Let me know. So in this way, I just want to tell Excel that find me where M and A is. So there are two things out here. So I have find all and find next. So when I click on find next, it basically takes me to the cell with the new next M and A is available. This is very useful if you want to see who's there, or when you actually want to scroll down by a particular constraint. So I'll just do that again, find next, so there are only two. So find all is nothing but it picks up all the data where M&A is available and also gives you the cell reference. Beautiful, right? So you have find next and find all. So we are not done here, right? So we want to replace. Let's go to the replace. So it's now I've found the data. What is that you want to do? But before that, let me just close this because I want to show you individually. So I have find what and then replace, and I replace it with math. So here if I do find all, it will find all and replace it with all, or I can replace it singular. So for now I'll just go with replace all. There you go. It has replaced all M&A with math. Simple, right? And see how useful it is when you have a lot of data. So this is a simple find and replace. Okay, so if this is simple find and replace, what is an advanced find and replace? Actually, that is also pretty simple. Okay, let me explain that with an example. I will just color this data in green, probably two of them, and I'm going to use find and replace. So again, I clicked on Control F, which brought me find and replace. Now I don't want to put any data out here. I'm removing any data content. Okay, there we go. Because if you do not do what Excel already has inbuilt, it will throw up error. So that's why I want to ensure that whatever I'm doing, I'm getting it at its normal form. So Just before I do anything, I just want to click on this options. So as soon as I click on options, there is a lot of advanced find which comes. It is the same, but it tells, do you want to do it within sheets? You want to do it within rows? You want to look a particular formula? You want to match a particular case, match entire cell content, etc. I guess these are pretty self-explanatory. So you know match cases, it will only search if it is in a capital or lower letter or lowercase. Match entire cell content is basically it will search whether it is completely trainings or it is client trainings. So in this case, if I actually give a replace for trainings, it will also replace something called client trainings over here, which you can see because I have not matched the complete case or sorry, the complete content. So it's important you know when to use advanced find and when not. But the most important thing which I wanted to showcase, which generally you might not know or people tend to forget, is apart from match case and match entire cell content is format. So now I want to showcase that there is find and replace by format also. So I click on format. As soon as I click on format, a new window opens up, and then either I can choose a format by giving the format, or I can choose format from cell. So I do this, I select this particular format, so it will find that it's telling, oh, this is the format you want me to find. All right, then what you want me to do it. Then I can tell replace that with a new format. So I want to just go to fill and probably do it red color. Okay, there you go. So it will select this in green and select the cells in which is in a particular format and replace those cells into a red format. Please also note I'm not giving anything in the find and replace content cells out here because then it'll get confused. Okay, so I'll leave it at that and I will hit a replace all. Let's see what happens. Fingers crossed. Will it work? Of course, it works. Okay, so it replaced facilities because I've selected that particular cell only. Yeah, but because this particular content was different and that's why it did not select. Now, this particular color or this particular format or find and replace is very useful when actually you have marked a cell and you forgot where it is or you want to locate that and change it to another color. A simple example I would give is, let's say this particular guy has left the organization and hence has marked as red, or he's basically joined us and he has left now and I want to mark it as red. So I can just select the green, change the format to the way I want, and then I actually replace it with the format I want. So simple. So int find and replace, we learned a simple find and replace, which is a control F, just select it and do it. Then I did not demo that, but then that's for you to work and ask me questions if it is there. In advance, we saw how we could find and replace by match case, matching entire cell content, and also by format. Okay. Before we recollect the session, I have some exercise for you. I have created a small basic formula exercise for you, which I want you to copy and probably put this in a particular spreadsheet which you're looking at and work with it. So let me explain this particular basic formula exercise for you. So here I have a table, I have the serial numbers, I have purchase, I have name of the items which I have purchased, I have a camera which is Canon PowerShot, a Nokia, a PS3, a compact Presario, another printer, an Apple iPod. I've also made the note of the cost and also shipping price. Okay, that means I'm basically owning this shop and this is the list of customers I need to ship it to. So what I want you to do is, from the basic formulas which you've learned, I want you to find out the price. Now, how do you find the price? You basically add cost and shipping, which is these two. Then I want you to find the total price, which is nothing but price into the total quantity, which you give the total price. Then I want you to find the subtotal. Okay, subtotal is nothing but add the total, the complete totals, and you get the subtotal. Of course, tax is everywhere, right? We can't let go of tax. So I want you to find 4.5% of the tax. So subtotal, you need to find 4.5% of that, which is your taxable amount. Then that's your grand total. And I have given you 1,60,000 rupees. So what I want you to do is, I want you to find how much money is left over. So this is a small exercise I want to do as a homework. Again, since I can't send the spreadsheet to you, I want you to replicate the same spreadsheet with the particular format for you when you're free, and then please practice this exercise. All right, great then. So here I have a list of items which I have purchased or I need to send it to a customers, and I have the cost of each items. I also have the cost for shipping. So what I need to find out is the total price they need to pay, the quantity they have ordered. So what is the total price quantity or the total quantity based on the price which they need to pay, the subtotal of that particular price. Then we have to find the tax at 4.5% of the subtotal, then the grand total, and what is the money left over when I've actually given 1,60,000 rupees. Okay, so how do I do this? Very simple. I first go find the price, which I mentioned over here. It is nothing but cost plus shipping. So I go down here, I start a formula with, that's right, equal to sign. So equal to cost plus, which is an additional symbol, shipping. That gives you my price, which is cost plus shipping. So once again, equal to, select the cost, use the addition symbol and the shipping, and hit enter. Well, you recollect we had done the autofill handler, right? So now again there is a pattern out here. So I could just use the autofill handler and Excel will do the needful for me. So if you notice over here, the formula, if I look at your formula bar, it shows C8 plus D8. Again, C9 plus D9 and C10 plus D10. So your autofill handler has done the job for you, or you might have to type in the formula again and again. How do I get the total? Total is nothing but price into quantity. So for that, I put total is equal to price into, which is the star symbol, into the quantity. So it is E6 into F6, and you see the highlighted cells. There you go. This time I'm not going to type in the formulas again. So I'll simply use the autofill handler to get my desired results. There you go. So I've found the price. I've also found the total. Now how do I get the subtotal? Subtotal is nothing but just add all this. Either I could use equal to sum, open brackets, select all the numbers and close the brackets. So that is one way of looking at it. Or I could also use the auto sum, which is available here. Click on auto sum and it will show the same formula. The last thing which we learned is you can also add it individually. Equal to addition to the next cell, to the other cell, and the last remaining cell. So all displays the same result. So whichever is convenient for you, you could start using that. For now, I will just use the auto sum, which is the most convenient for me. How do I find tax? So I've got the total, but I have to find 4.5% of this as tax. The simple way of doing that, or if you have to really go back to your school days to understand that, it is 4.5% of 153036, which is nothing but 4.5 into the number divided by 100. So that is one way of doing it. But you have some easy inbuilt functions in Excel. So in this case, I will just put equal 4.5% into the subtotal. So when I put this particular formula, Excel understands that it is nothing but 4.5% of this, because I put this 4.5%, and calculates the amount. The other way of doing this would be 4.5 into 153036 brackets divided by 100. But Excel, just by putting 4.5%, understands the requirement. There we go, we have the tax. So grand total is nothing but add the subtotal plus your tax. Great, so I have my result. So what's the money left over? Very simple, just take equal to, select the cell where you have the total amount available, subtract the one which you got from grand total. So your money left over is 77.38. If you got this result, then you have successfully completed the exercise. Absolutely right. If not, it's time for you to practice again. Okay, so here we saw the basic formula exercise. Let's move on to understand text functions for now. Okay, so we spoke about formatting data. So let me quickly go back to my spreadsheet and show you how to format data. Okay, I opened a new spreadsheet. So let me just type in something out here. So these are the two main commonly used type of data in Excel. One is a text, one is a number. Now, there are times when you actually paste a data from a particular source into a spreadsheet, it might show a small yellow mark out here, or might show up some error. So the reason is it is not actually taking the data as its type. So for example, this is as number, this is as text. As a default, Excel will take all the data as numbers. Now let me just click and showcase how and what different types of formatting is available. So for that, I need to select that particular cell, or even I can select a blank cell to just look at what is the default format. Right click, I have format cells. So here I have number. So here you can see it is showing general. So that's how Excel shows a normal data. And you have different categories of format of cells: number, currency, accounting, date, time, percentage, fraction, so on and so forth. But the most widely used is number of text. So let me just go and see if I convert this to text, what happens. So if I go and format cell and convert this to text, so text format cell are treated as text even when a number in the cell is displayed exactly as entered. So I click on OK. So there's no much change. So if I click on this and make this as number, it doesn't make, just that the format of these cells will show differently. So here you could see it is showing as number, and here it is showcasing as text. Now this is going to be effective and useful only when you're actually entering formulas, because if you're working with formulas and your data type or your format is as text, it might throw up an error. So it's important that when you're working on formulas, irrespective to what particular format you're working, whether it's a text or number, you retain the cell format as is. A couple of more things on formatting. We saw when we right click there were multiple formats, right? So let us just review what those are. So here I'm just going to format a particular cell and use something called custom formatting. So in custom formatting, what you have is a set of predefined values, or you could probably use those values for your references. Now let me explain this with an example. Let me type in a date. So first 1/1/2015, the one which I've been using, and I am going to format this cell. How do I do that? Right click, format cells, and it is already showing and it's recognized that it's a date, but I don't want it to be displayed in this particular. I'm going to custom. So in custom, I have various options. I have month, day, Y. That's the current format. But if I just convert to day and month, look at the way it shows. It shows the sample as 1st Jan. So let me click OK. And there you go, the format changes. So formatting also helps us to customize the data the way we want it, or the way the data needs to look into. If I want to change it to another format, I can just go to Format, Custom Cells, and this time I'm going to go day MMYY. So it's going to 1st Jan 2015. Or even better, again, right click Format Cells. I can go select month, day, year, hour, and minutes. Yeah. So this is how formatting can be useful. Now, most likely you will use this format when you're building a spreadsheet, when you're restricting data access, or when you're working with a lot of formulas. But as a beginner, don't worry much about it. Just understand that the right format has to be used, and you do have options to go and customize the format or change the format of the cell according to your preferences. Understood? Cool. Let's move on to the most important topic for today, which is text functions. All right. So I have an exercise planned out for you, but let me not go to this exercise. Let me just pick up this data and tell you how generally data behaves when you move data from different applications from Microsoft or Notepad or from PDF and you paste the data into Excel. So I just have a copy of some information out here. And I'm just going to open Notepad quickly and paste this. Okay, so let me close this spreadsheet. At this point of time, we don't need this. Okay, and open a blank spreadsheet. There we go. Okay, so imagine this is where this data you picked up from your Microsoft Outlook, or you've just copied and pasted it from some social site or anything. I'll just try to make this simple and explain it from a point of a HR, or you're working for Facebook and these are, or you're actually on Facebook and you want to invite all these friends for you to join, or probably you need to send them an invitation. Okay, so generally when I copy this data, I've copied it, so I just select the data using Control A and copy the data using Control C. And when I paste a data in spreadsheet, this is how the data appears. Well, it can be deceiving. The way it looks over here looks like the data is actually in row 1, right? So just let's actually see if it is in row 1 or the data is actually spread across. Okay, so I go to cell D1. Wow, it looks that the data is there. Okay, so does it look for other cells? But please be very mindful that this is deceiving. That's where your formula bar plays a very important role. It shows the content of the cell. Here it shows that it is actually on all different rows and cells, but it is actually not. Let me just move it to A1. It will show the difference. Can you see? As soon as I move to A1, you see the content of the cell which is all available. But when I move to B1, you see it is actually blank. But then without the formula bar, if I look at the spreadsheet, it looks like the data is spread across in different rows and columns. Okay, so that's the first thing. Always review your formula bar to see whether the data is working, is available and not available in particular sheet. Great. So now we saw that, but when I pasted the data from the notepad to here, the data is spread across in all this particular cell, but is pretty huge and vast. Look at this. I have to keep navigating it across till the last. So that's how the data is. Now imagine the goal of our exercise is to actually send all these guys an email. So first of all, they are just names. What information I have about these guys is all of these guys are on rediffemail.com. So I need to get this into a particular format such as abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com, and that is how I need to get all these guys and then send these guys the email or the invitation which I want to. So how do I go about this? To start that, we have to use multiple text functions, and Hopefully all this will help you and navigate text functions extremely comfortably, and these should be a good enough database of functions you know to manage any kind of text issues. So to start with, first what I'm going to do is I'm going to look at the data and copy this and do something called data text to column. Okay, so there is a problem. So first of all, the data is available just in one particular cell. So let me just copy that. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm just going to the cell where the data is available, because if the last time I was trying to do is across the particular cells where the data was not available. So I'm going to the data cell where the data is available, and I'm going to data tab. Under that I have something called text to columns. Okay, so as soon as I click on text to column, I have a convert text to column wizard appearing. So there are 3 steps. So this basically will help me in sorting this data to more readable format. So what do I do next? So I have 2 options over here. I have delimit, I have fixed width. We will read about this in detail. So let me just click on delimit for now. And I click next. So what Excel is telling me is that I will delimit the data. You tell me how do you want me to delimit. So it's giving me delimiters or options to delimit the data. So I have tab, semicolon, a comma, a space, or other. So remember what I was talking about Excel, that you need to add or keep giving information to Excel, and it will take that information and do the needful. So in this case, I am going to tell that delimit the data not by using tab, but by using semicolon. And how did I agree on using semicolon? If you notice the data closely or you review it, you see there are common aspects. Either you have a space or you have a semicolon. So you could use a space or semicolon to delimit the data. In this case, since my end result is I want it as first name dot last name at rediffmail.com, so use semicolon to delimit the data. Let's see how I do that. So just select semicolon out here, and as soon as you do that, it gives you a data preview. You can see that it's basically breaking the data into first name, last name, and a column being placed in between those. So if I click on next, and I have some other data format which for now I'm not going to use, and it's asking me destination is going to be in the subsequent columns. Is that okay with you? That's fine, and I click finish. Wow, so there we go. It's basically broken the data in first name and last name and actually spread this across to various columns. Easy, right? Okay, so here we have our data broken down into multiple columns. Even though the data is spread into multiple columns, it doesn't still help me, right? Because I still have to use this data, and for me to read this, I have to move across to all these columns and then individually probably type in out here and then put @rediffmail.com. Is there an option to make this a little easier for me? Yes, of course, there is. So now I would like to use this data not in a row, but in a column format, which makes it more easier for me to review and then do some modifications. So for that, what I need to do is first select the data. So this time I'm going to use Control Shift right key. So there you go. It selects the complete data available on that particular row. I copy the data, which you can see by the dotted lines. I come to a new cell where I want to paste it. Right click, I go to paste special, and when I do paste special, I have a lot of options. I have formulas, value, formats, transpose, and so on and so forth. So the thing which I'm going to use is transpose, which basically transpose the rows into column format. Wow, here we go. So it's pretty simple. So we started in a different way, and now we have got this particular data in a more readable format. So the end result, what I wanted to achieve was to get as abhijit.narendra at rediffmail.com, right? So here I am going to use some text functions before I do that. So if you notice this particular data, you have some space. So here Abhijit Narendra does not have a space in front of him. But then if you see Achyuta or Adarsh or even Amnit, there is a small space of showcasing. So this, how do I remove it? Any thoughts? Probably go here, click on the cell and delete it. What's your thought? Good idea. But then just imagine the number of times I have to do that. Is there more like an easily available formula which I can use in Excel? Yes, there is. So for that, I'll use a formula called trim, which is very simple. You could just go here, equal to trim, trim, open brackets. So you can see the syntax, right? So it tells trim, what is the text you want to trim. So select the text you want to trim, close brackets, enter. So you have done that. Again, if you're not aware, there's something which we learned in formulas, that you could actually research or find about that in the insert function. Try to locate if there is a formula available, or if not, Google it, so it's very easy for you to find out. For now, I know the formula, I know that there's a formula available, and hence I used trim. So the way to learn Excel is, again, you need to play around with it, search as much as you can, and then play around with all these formulas. Then you'll come to know what is there, what is not available. So for now, I'll just do it again, equal to trim, open brackets, text, close brackets. Perfect. Okay, so I'm not going to sit and write that for all the cells. So I'm just going to use the autofill handler because I have a sequence over here which the Excel will understand. I click on the small plus symbol, double click on it, so it basically replicates the data across. So here you can see clearly that this particular cell still has a space in front of it. However, here, because I've used the trim functions, I do not have any particular cell. Alright, so what we have learned from till now, we copied the data from a notepad, pasted in Excel. We found it was pretty difficult to read. So we use data, we use text to column to split the data into columns. Then we copied the data, transposed it in a column, and then we used one simple trim function to remove the space. Another thing about the trim function is it doesn't remove the space in between the cell. It removes the space in front or at the end of that particular cell. So if you're wondering why there's a space still left, that's how the trim function is designed. It just removes space in front or at the end of the cell. Interesting, right? Okay, so what more? Now I'm going to use some more text function which I want you to make a note while you're looking into it and practice once you're free. What if I want to change all the characters of this particular cell into uppercase? Okay, how do I do that? So I'm not going to tell the formula. I'm just going to use the insert function to see how we could search that. So insert function, change to uppercase, click go. There is 3, upper, lower and proper. So what is this? Converts a text string to all uppercase letters. Okay. What is lower does? Converts all the letters in a text string to lowercase, and proper converts the text string to proper case. Great. So we have seen that there is 3 options available. So let's try all the 3. So now I'm going to use equal to upper. Either you could use the insert function or this formula method, whichever you feel comfortable with. So I click on text, copy, There you go. Everything is, all the letters are converted to uppercase. Now I could use the autofill handler to duplicate that for the rest of the cells. Similarly, I'm going to use lower, close brackets. There you go. It converts it all to lowercase. And the next one, the proper, which we saw. So I have proper cell created out here. So we saw trim, we saw upper, lower, and proper. Easy, right? Great. So let's learn few other text functions. So now, say for example, I just want to extract the first letter of this particular name. How do I do that? Again, simple ways. I could just write down the first letters. Or probably, is there an easier way? Yes, there is. So you could use insert function for you to search and find that out. I actually know it, so I'm just going to use it. Equal to left, open brackets, select the text and give the number of characters which you want to retrieve. So in this case, I'll give 1. So let's see what happens. So again, the syntax is left, select the text, give the number of characters and close the brackets. There I got 1. So if I give left, text and number of characters 3, what is going to be the result? Anyone? It is going to be ACH. Understood? So I'm not just going to use this, I'm going to use the first one and going to extract the data. There you go. All the left, first letter in the left I have extracted. You might be thinking, when do I use this? A simple reason I would give you is you want to create some login IDs for the users, and generally if you're creating some login IDs for the users, you probably want to give the first initial and the last name. So it would be A Narendra or A.Narendra or A Gaur or Amnit D. So there are multiple reasons why you might use. This exercise is just to showcase how you extract it, and the usage may be depending on your process, when you want to use, etc. Alright, so you saw how to extract the data from the left, but what if I just have to extract the data from the right? Well, I gave you the answer. It is by using write functions. So equal to RIGHT, open brackets, select the text, close bracket and 1. So this time I have taken the data out from the right of the cell. So simple. So we saw left, we saw right. Now I'm going to use the autofill handler to do the needful. Well, if I want to use or extract the data from the middle, what do I use? Is there a particular formula? I guess there is, and I would leave that for you for as a homework. I want you to search using the FX or Google and probably get back to me. I will anyway show that in my next chapter before I start the next chapter. So what have we done till now? We copied the data, we transposed it, and we saw some text functionality such as right, left, and upper, lower, and also trim. But then we haven't achieved our end result, right? That's not what we wanted to do. We wanted to actually break this data down in a format of abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com. So how do I go about that? So for now, I'll just remove all this upper, lower and proper functions and just leave it at abhijit.narendra, which we did using trim, and try to get it into the format of abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com. Okay, so how do I do this? So one, I could use the control F, replace the space with a dot, and then add @rediffmail.com. That is one way of it. Or split this data again to Abhijit and Narendra, and then add all the data together, or add all the multiple strings together by using something called concatenate to get the desired result. So for now, I'm going to use the second option, which is splitting the data and then adding it back or concatenating it together. To do that, first I'll have to select the complete list of data. I go back to my data tab, text to columns. I've selected my text to columns, and this time the delimiter. What would be the delimiter? Not a semicolon, because the delimiter is going to be space, right? So I'm going to use space, and then I click next and finish. Whoa, it's not working. Any idea why? No. The reason for that is if you go back and look at your insert function or your formula bar, can you see it is actually showing you the formula and not just the text? And that is the reason why the text to column did not apply. This again reminds you that it's very important to know what you're working with, whether it is a text or it's a formula. So if you're working on a formula, another formula will not work. Okay, so how do I convert this or remove the formula? Simple. I've already selected the data, copy it, come to a new cell, or in fact I can come back to the same cell, right click, paste special, and values. So it removes the formulas and places only the values. Immediately check how the data is represented in the formula bar. It is basically showcasing the first name and last name. So before it was showing trim. So I have the data as this, and now I'm going to reapply the text to column function. So applying the text to column functions now, I use the delimit. Under delimit I use next. Instead of semicolon, this time it's space. I have the data broken into first name and last name. Click next and finish. So please note it transported or pasted the data in the next column. So do remember that your next column is always free and doesn't have a cell content. If you have, then Excel will throw up an error telling that there is some content. Do you want me to replace it? And you can actually go ahead and click finish, where it will replace that particular data. So we have come a long way. We got the data from here and we have got it and separated in the first name and last name format. So from here on, how do I add abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com? So this is my end result. What I want is abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com. That's how I want to get the end result. Okay. So for this, there is a simple function which I need to use. For this, I'll use something called an inbuilt function, which is concatenate. Now, I'm not sure how to use concatenate, right? So for now, for the first time, I'm going to use insert function and search concatenate. Oh, this is already there because it's my frequently used function. If not, I could have just told join text together and click on go. It would have brought in the similar function. So I have concatenate out here. So how do I concatenate? I use this. So click OK. Text 1 would be my first name. Click my red button again. So text 2, note I have to add a dot. That's what I wanted, right? So if I just click a dot, that should be fine. And text 3, I select my last name. So you could see of the sample as how the data would say, or the result, format result would be in similar way. In the text 4, I could simply add @rediffmail.com and leave the text empty. So that's where I get my result. First name dot last name @rediffmail.com. So this I used using the functional argument or the wizard to get it. I can also type in, but just that I need to be very careful when I'm using a formula, and I need to be used to typing the formula with the right syntax. So if I have to do that, I will be using equal to concatenate, open brackets, select the first text, then comma, then since dot is not available, I have to put it in quotes, comma, select the second text, then again comma, I have to put at the rate within quotes, comma, again rediffmail.com within quotes. So it's a little complicated, but as you get used to it, you will remember it. Yeah, so simple. So just I'm going to use the autofill handler to do that. There's some shortcuts available for concatenate as well, which you could use once you are pretty experienced or either you have worked on it a lot of times and it makes your life a little easier. The simple way of using that would be equal to, you select your first text, and instead of you using concatenate, you could just use the and or ampersand. Here we go. And then you could use the second text. This also concatenates. But then if you want to use a space, it would be comma. This works. Probably the way the space has to come is something I need to research. Yeah, so this is something you could use as a shortcut, but I would recommend to you the usage of the inbuilt concatenate for you to start with, and then also you could type in the formula to get used to it. So clear? So we started from here and then we finally derived at abhijit.narendra@rediffmail.com. The last thing I want to show you is how do you use another function available in text to column. So we saw delimiter, right? So what is fixed width? So imagine I'm using this data and now I use text to column, and instead of using okay, there we go, I still have formulas. Can you see preview of selected data? It's still showing formulas. So first let me remove the formula. So I do that by copying the data, coming to a new column, paste special, values only, and I paste the data. Okay, so excuse me, I've selected the data and I go to text to columns. Instead of using delimit, I used fixed width, and I click next. So the usage of fixed width is basically you are telling Excel what is the fixed width you want to split the data into. For example, here I can just click over here and add a column. So basically what Excel does is it will split the data according to the columns I've added. So here all the A's will be in one column and the rest will fall into another column. I can add multiple columns. I just have to click and I get a column. I double click, the column is removed. So here I get one data. I just want to separate probably the last bit of length, or I just want to remove this particular list of data. So fixed width is you define where the data needs to be separated. Delimit is basically you use internal built operators or give some criteria and then you split the data. So let me just show you the result here. Next, finish. See how the data is split according to the way I wanted. Okay, a lot of things, right? Just let me quickly see if I've covered everything in text functions. We saw extracting data, we saw left, right, center, and then formatting. We removed unwanted space. We joined several text strings together. We also transposed data into columns, and the same you could do to rows. We saw text to columns, delimit, and the last thing, which is count function. Quickly, I'll show you that. Okay, I'm just removing the data I split using delimiter. So another thing which you can use is something called length function, which is equal to len, open brackets, and select the text. So this basically tells the length of this text. So you have 31 characters or letters in this particular length or this particular text. Similarly, if I click down and put this, it might show you a different length because the name or the length of that particular whole text is a little bit more. So that's another formula you could use in text. We're talking about count, right? So for that, let me open my spreadsheet. So the last thing is how you use count functions. So here in this table which I've created, I have some numbers, and I also actually want to check how many numbers are available in this particular column. So I'll just highlight this column for your reference. Okay, I could do this using another function called count. So it is very simple, equal to count, open brackets, I select the particular column and close bracket. So here it shows that I have 10 particular values in this column. Similarly, I could apply it on a row as well. So count, open brackets, select the data which you wanted to count, and there you go, 6. So basically the reason it's throwing up an error, or it is omitting an adjacent cell because I just took these list of cells, right? That's why Excel is telling me that yeah, you have missed a couple of cells out here. So that's how intuitive Excel. So count is nothing but use the formula to count the number of text or numbers available in a particular cell. Relative reference, the first thing in the references topic. Now this is a most widely used type of cell reference in formulas, or even when you're doing simple text functions anywhere in Excel. And this basically is nothing but it takes the relative cells reference as basic cell reference, and then according to how the formula moves down, it adjusts the relative reference and changes as you move it towards the left, right, or down in a spreadsheet. So this basically is more like an autofill, which we saw earlier. When you drag down the autofill handler, it basically pulls out that autofill reference across the particular cell. Similar to that, relative reference is basically it moves relatively to your cursor positions. Okay, to explain this more, let me go to the demo and then take you through how referencing works and what is exactly relative reference. So just let me come out of my presentation. I'll open up my intermediate exercise, and here I have relative reference. Now even before I go ahead and explain to you about relative reference and we work on this particular exercise, let me simply take you through one very easy exercise which gives you an understanding. So while we were talking, I opened up a new spreadsheet. Now let me just do a simple arithmetic problems. This you can really recollect from your chapter 3. So I have two numbers over here, which is say 2 and 3. Now I want to add up or sum this particular two numbers in this cell, which is G11, which I marked in the color yellow. So how do I do that? The way we learned from chapter 3, it is using equal to 2 plus 3. That's how we do the summation. So basically what Excel is telling me over here is, here you're giving instructions to Excel that add G9 to that of G10, or irrespective of the cell position, which is G9 and G10, Excel is basically telling that add this content of the cell which is above the cell out here to the one above that. So that's what Excel is understanding, because if you recollect again what I was talking from the beginning chapters is Excel is something where we keep giving information, and according to the information which we give, Excel basically does what is required. So in this case, I have added a summation of two particular cells. Let me click on enter. Yeah, so this is what was expected. It showed out the result as 5. Now observe one thing out here. If I copy this particular formula and paste it to another cell, say this cell, which now I am marking in the color red, notice it's giving you 0. And to make it a little bit more complicated, or if actually easy, let me click on F2, which shows me the formula. So basically here the formula is showing is I9 plus I10. But what was the first formula which I gave to Excel? It was G9 plus G10. So how did Excel actually do this? Excel basically used the same reference, which means Excel understood that I have to add the cell which is above me, the summation, to the one on that. and continued the same logic when I moved the cell reference. So I moved the cell reference from G11, which is marked in yellow, to I11, which is marked in red. And Excel still remembered that it has to add to here and display the result in this particular cell, which is G11. And Excel will continue to do that wherever I copy and paste this particular formula. I'm showing this again and pasting it in a new cell, which is O11, and let me mark this as green. There you go. If I click on F2, again you see that there's a difference. It is showing blue and green, which is my formula, and showing the summation out here. So this is continuing with the relative reference, not just in this particular spreadsheet. If I copy this formula, I'm opening up a completely new spreadsheet. There you go. I did that with a shortcut of Control N. Now I go to a new spreadsheet and I just paste the formula. It is no longer G, I or O11, right? So I'm at J7. So it still remembers that the formula I gave was to add the cells above the particular summation cell, and it is still showcasing the same result. Now this is nothing but the cell reference or relative reference. Relative to the position of the cell or the cursor for that matter, it will keep adding what instructions I have given. So according to the cell reference, it will repeat the steps again and again. Okay, so let's go back to our workbook and let me close these particular two new spreadsheets which I opened. I don't require this and I do not require this either. Okay, so here is my relative reference small exercise for you guys to work with. Now, let me explain my first relative reference exercise number 1. So I have basically purchased 3 items, right? So one is a mobile, another one is a TV, and the last one is a fridge. So this is the cost of all the 3 items and the tax associated with all the 3 items. So mobile has 1000 rupees tax, TV 2500, and fridge 1500. So as an exercise, what I need to do is I just need to find the total price. My total price is nothing but cost plus the tax, which is my total price. So how do I do that? I simply use my summation again, is equal to add the cost plus I add the tax, which is B5 plus C5, and click enter. Now that's my result, right? So I have my cost plus tax down here. Now notice one thing, either if I copy this formula and paste it down and I just clicked F2, it still understands that I have to do that, and even if I pull down the auto sum value, it still understands what exactly it needs to be done. So this is nothing but relative reference. So according to my relative position, when I move down, it will keep continuing referencing the cell formula relatively. So once again, F2, it basically the formula I gave, which is to add B5 plus C5, and then when I come down, it continues to move the cell reference down, which is B6 to C6, and continues to do so. Simple. Let's move on to some more relative reference exercise to get a better understanding of it. So here, the second exercise I will explain to you, and again pause for 30 seconds for you to work on that, and then you can come back and see how I solve it. So I have relative reference exercise 1 here. So again, a little different exercise. So I've bought 3 items, which is one, a mobile, second TV, third fridge, the associated cost, but the quantity. So now what I want to do is, one, I want you to find the total. So it's basically your cost into your quantity, which is equal to total, and so do you find it for the rest of the items. Okay, so simple exercise similar to the one we did for the first one. Let me do that for you. So what I asked you to do is to find the total cost. I had the cost, I had the quantity, so I had to find the total cost. So basically, if I had bought 2 mobiles, the cost would be 20,000, which I calculated manually, but in spreadsheet, I would simply do that by equal to cost into quantity. Simple. Cost into quantity. That's how I found it out. There you go. Now I'm just using my relative reference. I'm using the autofill handler and copying the formula down. So 25,000 into 4 is 1 lakh, which is absolutely right. 15,000 into 3 is 45,000. So again, I used relative reference. I can see that when I go to the formula cell and click F2, and I can see my highlighted formula rows coming down. Again, highlighted formula rows. Simple. Okay, great. So you've already solved two exercise on relative reference. Let me go to the last one, which is a little bit more complicated, but not so very much as well. Okay, so here I have actually a problem which I need you to find a solution to. And just let me mark this in a different color so that it doesn't confuse you. Okay, here you go. Okay, so I have basically imagine me as a distributor who distributes movies for a lot of agencies. So I have 3 movies listed down out here, and I have the sale of those 3 movies out here, which is ticket sale Monday, Tuesday and Wednesday. So what I want to do is I want to find out how much is the total sale of tickets, and I also have to pay tax to the government. So the tax to the government is 2,000 rupees for movies ticket, the movie 1, and 10,000 rupees for movie 2, and 6,000 rupees for movie 3. Again, this is just assuming figures, nothing related to actual movies. So 2,000, 10,000, 6,000, and what I actually want to find out is my profit when I've invested the amount 8,000, 45,000 and 25,000 respectively. So what I want to find out is my profit given the sales of the movies tickets for 3 days and the tax deduction which I have listed down over here. Okay, so first what I need to do is I need to find the total. So how do I find the total here? So I click on equal to sign. I add the sale of tickets for 3 days, which is B23 plus Tuesday, which is C23 plus Wednesday, which is D23, and click on enter. There you go. I have 10,500 as a total sale of tickets which I've got for movie 1. I again use the relative reference. Either I can copy and paste the formula. I'm using the shortcut as Ctrl C and Ctrl V. If not, you could also right click, copy, come down to another cell, paste. Yeah, so there you go. So I have solved the first half of the problem, which is found the total sales for the 3 days for all the 3 movies. So here I have the tax deduction. Okay, so for that what I'll do is I will insert a new column over here, and I will make a header, or I'll name this as total minus tax. Here, so this is how I've added. Notice the Excel immediately following a particular pattern or format which I've already done. It's just intuitive. It just follows if you have created a particular format. And why again it's not follow the LO? Because predominantly it's this particular format, and Excel choose to follow the dominant format out here. So here I'm finding out total minus tax, which is nothing but equal to total minus tax. All right. And I'm using the copy function and pasting the formulas across the cell. So there you go. I have found total minus tax. So basically it's showing my amount of total minus tax, which gives me actually how much amount I have used for the movies. So how do I find profit? So basic, I could use investment minus the total minus tax amount. So it will show a 500, and I could just copy that and again paste the formula down. Okay, so here it is showing me a negative value because my total minus tax is actually 50,000 rupees, 34,000 rupees and 8,500, whereas my investment is 8,000, 45,000 and 25,000. Okay, so just to make it a little bit more easier, now instead of minusing the tax, which I did apparently for no reason, I'm going to add it. So total plus tax. So let's see what happens. Now what I wanted to show you by this particular example is how your formula once given automatically changes once you have referenced the value. So here my formula is basically total plus tax, which adds the total as the tax deducted. So you can see it's E23 minus F23. Now instead of the negative, I'm going to make it positive by adding the plus sign. Okay, there you go. Can you see immediately the profit number changes? We'll come to that. So 10,500 plus tax deduction, which is 2,000, and I'm going to do that. The same thing for the rest by using relative reference. So there you go, my formula, the formula is correct here, and my profit, which I've already referenced to, which is 8,000 minus 12,500 is minus 4,500, and 45,000 minus 70,000, so 25,000, and 25,000 minus 46,000, which is 21,000. So here simple relative reference at work, and you saw how relative reference can help you make your Excel task a little easier and do not have to repeat the formulas again and again. So great, easy. All right, so with you understanding relative reference, now let's step back to a little bit more complex references. You might probably keep wondering about the profit as why it's minus, but just a note, just to make it a little funny, movie business is generally not profitable. Yeah. Okay, so moving on to my PowerPoint presentation. Now that you have understood relative reference and also seen the demo of relative reference, the next thing would be absolute reference. A little similar to relative reference, but then you need to understand this very well so that you could apply relative reference and absolute reference according to your needs. So what is absolute reference? There are situations where a particular cell reference must remain constant, or it has to be the same. You need not change the relative reference of that particular cell. This is especially when you move the formula down or up, that particular cell reference has to remain constant. You will see that in examples. So at that point of time, we use something called a dollar sign, which I will show you, and we use that to block the position of that particular cell or the reference. This way, that particular reference where the position of the cell is held constant, blocked, is nothing but called an absolute reference. So you're making that as an absolute value, which means it remains intact no matter any changes to your formula. So that is what is absolute reference. Understood? You will understand it better when I do the demo. So let's quickly move on to the demo. Okay, I have my absolute reference worksheet. Alright, so I have designed 3 exercises for you to help you understand what absolute reference is. Let's quickly review it, and hopefully this gives you a better understanding of what I was trying in terms of a theory. Okay, so here I have a problem. The problem is nothing but I need to get this, I need to multiply 2 into 6 and display the value in this particular cell. And when I move it down, I need to multiply 3 into 6 and 4 into 6 and display the value here, 5 into 6 and display the value here. Simple. Let's use what we learned in chapter 3 and apply it out here. So the way I do that is multiply the two numbers. which is equal to 2 into 6, right? That's how we do multiplication. So when I click on enter, I have the display which is 12. That's correct, right? 2 6 are 12 or 6 2s are 12. Now if I use what I learned in relative reference and copy the formula and paste it down, let's see what happens. Wow, 3 6 is not 36. Okay, did you observe that 12 3s is 36? No, not yet. Okay, let me do that again. I'm copying the formula. I'm copying the formula here and pasting it down. Okay, 144. 4 6 is not at all 144, right? That's different. So what is happening out here? So to make it a little easier for me, let me actually go to the formula and see how it's reflecting. So when I click on F2, F2 looks fine. It's multiplying 2 into 6, which is perfectly fine. When I come down and I click F2 again, it's multiplying 3 into 12. That's not my requirement. My requirement was to multiply 3 into 6. When I move down, again you notice that it's multiplying 4, which is fine, and into 36. So there is something wrong out here. So the requirement was to make 6 a constant and not actually move it down. But every time I'm using the formula, it is understanding relative reference and moving the cell reference accordingly. Now, in the first exercise, we saw how relative reference was good and it actually helped us. But in the second exercise, when I'm actually learning absolute reference, it's not of much help to me. So how do I solve this problem? The problem can be solved with using absolute reference. So the way I do this is, I need to go to B3, that's the cell which I want to mark or make it absolute or make it constant. I'm just going to change the color for your reference. Let me make it green. So this I have to block. So for that I'll go to the formula. My cell is B3. So I go to my insert function bar and I click on B3. I have selected the B3 and click F4 on your computer. So observe what happens when I click F4. Once, this is once, I've clicked F4 and I see a $B, $3. I click F4 again. It becomes no $B, that is plain B, and $3. And I click F4 again. So it becomes $B but plain 3. And when I click again, it comes back to its usual format. So what exactly is happening over there? Let me explain that and come back to the spreadsheet. Okay, let me open a quick notepad. Okay, so here we go. So here we were looking at B3, right? Okay, I'm just going to enlarge the fonts to make it a little bit more visible for you. Let's just keep it at 26. Okay, so this is what was our cell B3. The first time I clicked on F4, it did this, which is $B and $3. So next time when I click the F4, which you can try in your laptops or your computer, it basically did $B, $3. And the next time it was $B, nothing or plain 3. And the last time it got back to me to the same format as where I started. So let me just put that again. So this is what happened. This is for first format. So first format, once I click F4 2 times, 3 times, and it gets back to the normal put. So basically what this particular thing signifies is something which we learned in the first chapter. So a quick question for you, what is B represented by in our spreadsheet? If you have told columns, that's absolutely right. B is represented by columns. So in that case, 3 is obviously represented by rows. So when I actually put a $B, $3, or when I click F4 for the first time, what it is doing is it is completely blocking the Excel or blocking the row and column. That's what it is doing. So when I click on first time, it blocks the row and column, which is $B, $3. So when I click once again, so what is the dollar symbol in front of? It is in front of 3, right? So 3 is nothing but row. So in this situation, it is just blocking the row. And the last one, what would this be? If you have told it blocks the column, that is absolutely right. So in this situation, it is actually blocking the column. And this is back to normal. Okay. So this is our normal. In this case, it blocks both the rows and columns. In this case, it blocks just the row. In this case, it blocks the column. And then if I click F4 again, normal. Okay, this is very important. I want you to understand this properly. Now let me represent it in Excel. Once again, I select B3, I click on F4, notice $B, $3, and again F4, B, $3, F4, $B3, and B3. All right. So in this case, what would be an ideal solution? We want to block the complete cell, right? So we don't want any row or column to be blocked, but the complete cell, because that's what our exercise is, to multiply 2 into 6. So I'm just going to select B3, click on F4. So here you see it's $B, $3, enter. So when I copy this formula, let's see what happens now. Is this correct? 3 6 is 18, 4 6 is 24, 5 6 is 30. So let's just go to the formula and see what exactly it is showcasing. So when I click on formula, you can see the blue highlighted cell is multiplied by 6. When I come down, it is actually multiplying 3, but 6 remains constant. Here it is multiplying 4, but 6 remains constant. So what I'm using here is actually absolute referencing, so where the 6th cell or the cell B3 is an absolute reference, and I'm using absolute reference to complete my exercise. Simple? Good. So the exercise 1 for you to work on. I'll just explain this to you and give you some time to work, and then we can come back. So in the exercise 1, I have basically noted down the kilometers traveled, and I have the cost. But I have just want to let you know the cost per kilometer is 9 rupees or 9 per kilometer. So basically I want you to find the cost, which means you're going to multiply the kilometers traveled into the cost. So either you could put in formulas multiple times, or something how we have done here, you could use absolute reference and get it done. So quick 10 minutes pause for you to try and then replay the video. Okay, so hopefully you were able to solve the exercise 1 of absolute reference. If not, let me do it again. So here I'm going to use the same formula, equal to 240, and similar how we multiplied by 6. This time I know the cost per kilometer is 9. So into 9, that's my formula. But when I pull it down, I'm getting 0 as my answer, which is incorrect. Again, the reason for this is when I click F2, I notice my formula is multiplying 250 into 9, which is correct. When I come down, it is multiplying 123, but it is moving down because I have not given any instructions to Excel, right? Now notice another thing. When I move this down, it moves one step further because my initial instruction was multiply this cell with this particular reference, and every time the relative reference kicks in, it does the same on the other side. So how do I solve this? Simple. Absolute reference. Select G11, click F4. Okay, enter. And then I pull down the formulas. I've got some values. To just check if it is correct, click on F2, 240 into 9, 123 into 9, 432 into 9, and 123 into 9. Absolutely right. Easy. If you have not, no issues. You could of course pause the video and now try it by yourself. Alright, moving on to the last thing on absolute referencing, exercise number 2. Similar to the one which we did in the exercise 1, a little bit more difficult. So I have vehicles, I have the kilometers traveled, and the cost of transport. Just that here I have 4 modes of transport and the cost of these transport varies. So what I want you to find out is the cost of transport basis the particular vehicle. Okay, so car has 11 per kilometer, so you have traveled 987. So what's the cost of transport? Similarly, bus, jeep, and tempo traveler. So giving a 10-second pause for you to work on. Okay, so hopefully you were able to solve this particular exercise too. Simple, similar to this, just that you need to do it 4 times. So cost of transport equal to 987. What's the amount for the car? It's 11 rupees. So I do into 11, enter. And this time my G23 becomes absolute reference. I hit on F4, enter, and I do this just for the car. If you notice, yeah, it's reflecting 988 and 988 into this. Now bus equal to this into 29. There you go. Just checking if the formulas are correct. No, there you go, it's moved down. That's not what I wanted. I wanted to multiply by bus. So I go back. I've not put an absolute reference. So put an F4 and copy the formula down. Yep, for Jeep, it would be 968 into 15. And go back to G25. Click F4, enter. And to the last one, tempo traveler into 17, enter, F2, F4, enter, copy and paste. Okay, there you go, tempo, jeep, jeep, bus, bus, and car. Perfectly showing correct. Okay, so this exercise would have given you good amount of inputs in terms of how you use absolute reference. Hope you understood absolute reference now. Moving on to the last part of referencing, which is our mixed reference. So let me open up my presentation. Okay, so what is mixed reference? I'm sure you would have understood by now that mixed reference is nothing but a mixture of your relative and absolute reference. It is basically usage of those dollar symbols which we saw in multiple combinations. I gave an understanding about how dollar is used to block a column, block a row, etc. Right? So here it is all about doing that together using relative and absolute and using mixed reference to solve your problems. So in terms of definition, a mixed cell reference is either an absolute column or a relative row, or an absolute row or relative column. Understood the different dollar sign which I was showing in the notepad, right? So that is what it means. When you add the dollar before the column letter, you create an absolute column, or before the row, you create an absolute row. Mixed referencing is when you use both relative and absolute referencing. All right, excited to see mixed referencing exercise? So let's proceed. Okay, so how do you use mixed referencing exercise over here? So what's the problem? The problem is to multiply these two and find the values of those particular numbers in this particular cell, which is 5 multiplied by 2, which is here, 5 multiplied by 3 here, 5 multiplied by 4 here, and so on. But the trick, or what I want you to do, is use one single formula, just one single formula, which means I put a formula over here, 5 into 2, and I copy the formula down, and I copy the formula across. I should be able to get the answer. And as you can see, because I have not used the right referencing, my formula is exponential, or it basically is not correct. So again, a 10 seconds pause for you to play around and to try to solve this. And if you're not, I will help you out once you're back. Okay. So it will be a little difficult here because it will take some amount of practice to get the mixed referencing right. But then if you understand absolute and relative reference, it makes it very, very easy. Okay, so what is that I'll be doing different? Nothing. I'll just be playing with my reference to get the right combination to solve this particular problem. So first of all, let's understand the formula. It is equal to 5 into 2, which is correct. So this is my formula, which is actually correct because 5 2s is 10. Okay, let's see if I use the autofill handler and pull the formula down, if it will work. So I have tried this. There you go, 5 2s are 10, but 6 2s are not 60. So what is happening over here? Again, I go back to my F2 troubleshooting to see if it works. So when I click on F2, I see it's 5 into 2, which is okay. When I click here, it is 6 into 10. So then I notice that the reference is supposed to be 2, but it is moving down. So that is my first problem. So how do I solve that? So one, I could make the B3 an absolute reference, which would be fine. So I pull it down. So when I do that, it is working fine. So 5 2s are 10. And 6 2s are 12, 7 2s are 14, which is working fine. But then when I move it across, let's see if it works. So I'm done good here. When I move it towards my right, 5 3s is not 20, right? 5 3s is 15. So what's happening? So let me go here and click F2. So you see my 5 position is moving to 10. And when I move to here, its 2 is remain constant and 5 is moved to 20. So it was A4 into B3, which was okay. But when I came here, my A4 became B4, but my B3 remains constant. And when I move down to here, my A4 becomes C3, but my B3 remains the same. So it's not moving right. So how do I do this? So let me do something. I can try and block this also, which I could put F4. And if I do so, it is not giving me the right value because I've blocked 2 cells, right? Everywhere I'm going to multiply the 2 cells. So the complete absolute referencing is not working. So I need to use a combination of either rows or columns to get this done. So if you recollect, I showed you this blocks the row and column completely, this blocks the row only, and this blocks the column only. So probably we need to use that. So let's play around with that now. So first, my solution is to solve this problem, which means I need to block the column here. So what is my column reference? It's A4. So if I need to block the column, so I need to block just get $A and leave the row reference free, because row 4, 5, 6 are work in progress, which is what has to be done. So I'm going to click on this. So now I've clicked F4 once. This is blocking $4, which is the row, which is not what I need. And once again, here we go. So it's $A4. Okay, so let me see if this works. Great, it's working for me. It's 5 2s are 10, 6 2s are 12, 7 2s are 14. But when I move across, no, it doesn't work, because here it's fine. Here it's still fine, here it's still fine, but 2 is the problem because it's getting stuck on this. So for that, this is a row, right? So going by what we learned, we need to block the row in this aspect. So in here, I am going to click F4. I've blocked the row, which is my third, and then click Enter. So let's see if it works now. Fine and fine. 7 4s is 28. Can you see the reference changing according to the position of the cell? Okay. This problem I was able to solve by using absolute and relative reference, which is nothing but mixed referencing. So how is the formula working? Simple. Here I have used $A, which means I have blocked the column and let the row free. So if you notice, it's $A4 over here, but when I come down, it's $A5, which is A is constant, 4 is now changing to 5, and 5 is now changing to 6. Similarly, here I've blocked the third column, but B is free. So when I move down, B now becomes C. Notice the formula, C. And when I move down, it becomes D, but it's all in the third row. So by using mixed reference, I was able to solve this, and I basically just have to put one formula, which is the formula, and get the right amount of referencing done, pull the formula down, and it will solve the problem. Okay, easy? It might not be unless you practice, which means it's time for you to do the mixed referencing exercise number 2. Just that I want to give you a little bit more difficult one. So instead of we using multiplication out here, I want you to find power of function, which is 2 to the power of 1, which is nothing but 1. What is 2 to the power of 2, 2 to the power of 3, 2 to the power of 4, and so on. So remember your school days math, which you learned, power function 2 to the power of 1. Again, a 10-second pause for you to try this, and then I'll work it for you. All right. So difficult to figure how you use the power function? I thought so. So instead of multiplication symbol, what you will use out here is equal to 2. Instead of multiplication, which you can see, you will use shift 6, which is like a small arrow pointing on top, which is nothing but power function. Here you go. A14 into B13. That's nothing. So when I pull this down, it's already throwing an error because my referencing is wrong. But just to see if the power function is working fine, 2 to the power of 2 is 4, equal to 2 to the power of 3 is 8. It's 2 into 2 into 2. Yeah? Okay, so let's get back. Now we have the formula. Now how do we use the referencing? Similar to how we used in this particular mixed reference exercise, we use the same logic, excuse me. So it's A14, right? So in this case, I have to block the column A because my value 14, 15, 16 has to be moving freely. So I select that, I click F4, and I block only A, let the 14 free. In this, I want to block the 13th row, let the B free so that it can change to C, to D, and then to E. So in this case, F4 again, B is free, $13. Okay, so I pulled it down, 6-1, all remains the same, which is good. And when I pull the formula across, absolutely right, 6 to the power of 3 is 216, and 4 to the power of 3 is 64, which I know, and 4 to the power of 4 is 256. So here we go. So with using three referencing type, which is our relative, absolute, and mixed reference, we're able to see how we could use one formulas to solve problems and one formulas to do exercise. Okay, so what's the homework for you? I have a reference exercise for you which I want you to work. Let me just explain and then I will summarize chapter 4 for you. So in this particular exercise which I have created, I have the owners, I have an electric bill readings. So I have the previous month reading and the present month reading. So remember, electric bill, you actually minus the present reading minus previous reading to get the units used. Okay, so the owners, previous month reading, present month reading. I want you to find out the units used, and then I want you to find out the unit charge. Unit charge is nothing but units used into standing charge, and then I want you to find out amount payable, which is nothing but unit charge into unit cost. Then find this out for all and the total amount payable. Yeah, so I want you to find also the total amount payable. So simple. Present reading, previous reading. I want to find units charge, units used, sorry, and then the unit charge, then amount payable, and the total amount payable. Open up our spreadsheet where we had a small exercise on references which I asked you to work during your free time. So just to recollect, the exercise was to find the amount payable from the electricity bills. So I had a set of owners, I had their previous month readings and their present month readings. So what I asked you to find out is the units used, the units charge, and the amount payable, including the total amount. Okay, hope this easy exercise you were able to work. If not, we'll do it now. So units used is very simple. You just minus the present reading minus previous reading. Remember, this is electric bills, so the meter readings increase for the previous month, and hence we are removing it or subtracting it from the present reading. So simple, equal to present reading minus previous reading. There you go. So I have the units used. Now this I'm going to use relative reference to get the formula down. So either I could copy the formulas, paste it till all the cells, or I could simply use the autofill handler and complete the formula. So what is unit charge? Unit charge is nothing but units used into standing charges. So standing charges I mentioned as 13.6, and we have the units used already. So here I used relative referencing. Here I'm going to use absolute referencing. How do I do that? I click on equal to, select the unit used into 13.6. So that's my formula. Now it gives me the units charge Now again, without it getting into absolute reference, I just want to show you how the formula would reflect if I just click on the autofill handler. So here we are not getting the right answers. Now this is an error which occurs when you're not actually using absolute reference properly and your table content is not available. Example, you could see that 1013 is multiplying by 13.6, but when I move down and click on F2, you see that there is no table contents, hence I'm getting a 0. So going back to our absolute reference, recollecting I5, we use selecting I5, we use our F4 button to reference. We have $I, $5, which means it's completely blocking the content of the cell. Then this is only row with just free I, $5, and then $I, which means blocking the column. And then when I click again, it comes back to normal. So at this point of time, I want to block the complete cell, which is F4. There we go. I'm done with my formula out here. So using the autofill handler now, there is the unit charge. It is also copied it till the totals, which we can ignore for now. So there I have the unit charge. Similarly, now I need to find the amount payable. So the way I found amount payable is nothing but you take your unit charge, multiply it by your unit cost, which is 0.008. Okay, so there it is. Again, I'm not going to demo the difference. I'm just going to use the absolute reference, selected the cell, clicking F4, which blocks the content of this particular cell and allows the formula to keep multiplying it with that particular cell content. Enter. Autofill handlers use it. I have the complete amount payable. Imagine if I did not reference or I did not use autofill handler, I would have to individually go equal to take this, multiply by this unit cost, come back again unit charge into unit cost. So it's saving me a lot of time, right? And that's the advantage of knowing internal functions in Excel as well as using it effectively. Okay, so did you guys all get the same result? I hope so. Just the last thing would be to do total. So again, recollecting our math problem exercise, we can do that by using equal to sum, open brackets, select the complete set of numbers which you want to add, close bracket, enter 8124. If not, use the auto sum and it will add up to you. Yep. Great, so that was your homework which we just completed. Going back to today's topic, chapter 5, data validations. Alright, so in data validation, I'll be covering these two topics. First, I would like to introduce to data validation, talking about what exactly data validation is, and then I will teach you all different types of data validations. So what is data validation? If I go by the definition, it is basically a feature in Excel you could use to restrict certain values or allow users to pick up those values which you restrict. You could configure data validation to prevent users from entering data. Like for example, you want users to just enter numbers and you don't want them to enter numbers which are greater than say 100. Then you could actually restrict it according to your requirement using data validation. You could also put in input messages which alerts the user to tell what data they are supposed to enter in a cell, or if they enter a wrong data, it will throw up an error. So that's an advantage of data validation. Now, let me just explain this with an example. I have tasked you to create a small form, and I have asked you to create a form for one of our common friends' birthdays. Now, in this particular form, you want to capture information such as how many people are going to attend from your friends and what time they would attend and would they prefer vegetarian or a non-vegetarian food. So you could come up with a data validation which restricts values for just vegetarian and non-vegetarian food so that tomorrow if you want to see how many people are just going to select different types of food, you just want to keep it restricted to veg or non-veg so that it gives you the number. Similarly, we could put a cell where there is a time and people could just select the time where they want to come, like say 6 p.m. in the evening, 7 p.m. in the evening, 8 p.m. in the evening. So it gives you an idea of how many people are going to come at a particular time. So that's how data validation can use. This becomes even better when you actually have to pass this particular spreadsheet to your friends, or you want to put it in a local shared drive where people want to access and input the data. So data validation becomes extremely useful at those occasions. Okay, so I hope the theory gave you some understanding. So let's now go ahead into practical and see what data validation is all about and the different types of data validations. Okay, so before I go ahead and talk to you about the different type of data validation, I quickly want to give you a demo of a particular data validation spreadsheet which I was talking about. Now I'm just going to quickly create a spreadsheet keeping in mind our birthday form which we spoke about, and then I'll get into detail about how do we do data validation and how you could create. Now imagine this has your, within the square has your birthday form, and you just want these fields to be empty, which would be say address, name to start with, address, time or arrival time. Let me put that like that. Arrival time, number of people, and food preferences. Okay, so I have this, and using format I'm just going to make it a little beautiful so it looks nice to people who are going to use this form. Okay, so here we go, almost done. Just make it nice looking by using some inbuilt formats and some colors. Yep, let me just use some lighter color. Okay, there you go. So now I just want to explain this with something called data validation and without. So first one would be without data validation, and this one with data validation. So I'm using the shortcut to expand the column width, which would be Alt. Remember, we could use Alt key and then it opens up the complete menu command, and then I clicked OCA. That's how it expanded the column. Okay, so with data validation, without data validation and with data validation. So for example, now I am typing data without any data validation. So I write name, I write address, 14th Cross MG Road, just for the namesake. I don't actually live in MG Road. So arrival time, I would randomly put say 6 o'clock. Okay, so that's how I put. Number of people, I would say 40. Yeah, and food preference, I am going to write biryani, chapati, and sweets. Okay, so this is how without data validation an individual would keep entering on this particular forms. Okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use data validation to show to you how I could actually restrict certain data. So of course name and address I cannot, but arrival time, right? So here I'm just going to go to data validation. I am going to talk to you guys about in detail about this. So instead of any value, I'm just going to put list. So 6 p.m. comma 7 p.m. comma 8 p.m. Okay. So do not worry about what I'm doing. I am going to talk to you guys in detail about that. Yeah, but just I want to show you the benefit of this. Okay, so here I have my form. I have some data without data validation and here with data validation. So I'm going to arrival time now. As soon as I go to arrival time, I have a drop down. Okay, so I just want to type in something over here like how I did 6 o'clock. See, I cannot because it will not allow you and it's now just throwing up an error. So here I have my time which I am forced to select, and again number of people. So let me just put 50 for the fun sake of it. Again it will not allow because I've already given a restricted value. So I am forced again to put in the right amount of people. For preference, I no longer can type in all that I need. I could just put veg or non-veg. Okay, so I hope this gave you a good understanding of how data validation is used and the different type of data validation which we are going to learn about. Yeah, we will come back to this as we are learning, but I hope this gives you an idea how you could also start thinking about using data validation in your day-to-day lives. Shifting back to the presentation. So what kind of data validations are available? So there are different types of data validation. Namely, we could restrict data to predefined items in a list. So you saw how I used veg and non-veg, right? So similarly, if I know the menu, I could just restrict the complete items in that particular list and force users to select just those data values. So that's what data validation can do. Restrict numbers outside a specific range. So in the form again, we saw how I could enter numbers from 1 to 20 and I could just restrict the numbers to that particular specific range. And again, I can make it decimal places or I could use whole numbers according to what I want. Restrict data outside a certain time frame. Now, certain time frame, again, like how we saw within 1 to 10, I can also tell only enter numbers greater than 50. So it will restrict data outside that particular time frame. Restrict times outside a certain time frame. So how many times a particular data needs to be entered, that also I could restrict. Okay, I think I typed in 2 times restrict times outside a certain time frame. Please ignore this at the second time. Limit the number of text characters. Now, in the birthday form example, I wrote in biryani, chapati, and I could keep going on till as if the birthday party would provide me all the food which I want. But then you will get people who will try to do all that, but sometimes you need to use data validation to restrict it to a certain length of text, and that's how I could do that. Validate data based on a formula or values in other cells. We will see this in detail. So basically I could keep data somewhere in Excel and reference that into that particular cell so that only data reference in those cells can be picked up and nothing else. Yeah, so too much of theory. Let's get into practicals and see how all this can be actioned. Okay, moving on to our data validation spreadsheet. I'll just keep this as a reference and I'm going to my data validation spreadsheet. Okay, So here I have created a small exercise to you guys so that you understand different types of data validation and what all can you do. So first of all, I want to use this particular cell range which is marked. I'm just going to make it a little colorful. So in this particular cell range, in this green color, the light green color, what I want to do is I want to accept only whole numbers between 1 to 10, and I want proper input and error message to be displayed. Okay, I'll repeat that. So I just can enter numbers between 1 to 10. If I enter any numbers, let's say 36, it should not, or it should throw up an error. And another thing is, if I do a mistake, it should throw up an error. That is the requirement. So how do I do that? So first of all, to enter data validation, I need to select the cells where I need to enter data validation, and then go to the data tab, the ribbons which we have, which we spoke about. Under that, go to data validation, click on data validation. I have multiple options. I have data validation, circle invalid data, clear validation circles. This is more complicated. I'm not going to touch base on this point of time. So data validation, click on that. I have options out here. So there are three tabs: settings, input message, error alert. So under settings, the requirement over here was to just type in numbers between 1 to 10, right? So I'm going to go to whole numbers, not to any value, that's the default. The next one I'm going to select is whole numbers. Now I have this data between, so if I drop down, I also can use any of these, not equal to, greater than, less than, few of the options which we spoke about in the previous slide. But for now, I'm just going to use between. I'm going to put minimum value 1, maximum 10. Simple, very easy. Ignore blank. It's basically you just have to click it. It will ignore the blank as it claims. So just click whole numbers between 1 to 10, input message. So input message is the message which shows when you go close to this cell as what data validation is there. For example, here I will put as title data validation, input message, data validation cell, please input numbers only between 1 to 10. Yeah, that's my data validation input message. Error: if anyone enters a wrong data, what should be the error? So here I've told stop. I can make it warning, I can make it information. I'll just put it as stop. Here again I'll put stop data validation, data only, numbers data can be inserted. Okay, so here we go, simple. So first I went to settings. I have actually selected the drop down. Under the drop down I've selected whole numbers. Under the data I've selected between 1 to 10. I have inputted my input message alert. I've also inputted my error alert. Okay, click OK. There you go. So it already shows my data validation input. If I go back to another cell, I don't have the message. So I go back here. As soon as I want to enter, it will show that this is the data validation. This is what it is. So let's see if it's working. So 1 to 10. So I'm just trying to go to 4. Okay, so the reason it's taking 4th Jan is because there is a format, which for now, let me just change it. Format cells. So there you go, custom, it is a date So I'm just going to make it general, and there you go. Yeah, and I might have to change the complete formats of all the cells. Let me do that quickly. Format cells, and I'll make it general. Click OK. So I have 4. I'm going to hit 6. It's working. Now we just told 1 to 10, right? Let me click 0 and see if it works. There you go. Stop. That's what I put. Data validation. Only number data can be inserted, whatever message I give. Yeah. Even if I put anything more than 11. Okay. How about 9.5? Because it accepts only whole numbers. Very simple, right? So select the cells, go to data, data validations, use the options which are available. Okay, so moving on. Next is the range should have the gender male or female. So this is very easy. So we select the cells which we need to have just male or female. Under that, I again go to data, data validations, and I click data validations. Now what I'm going to do is I'm not going to select whole numbers because of course it's not whole numbers, right? Male or female. So I go click list. In the source, I type in male and comma female. Okay, there you go. Again, I'm going to use input message, data validation. Please select from the drop down. Error alert. I'm just going to make it something warning. This is the symbol which will be displayed. Validation. Select from the drop down. Click OK. There you go, already showing up. So I have, and when I click on the small drop down, I have male or female. Yep. So if I want to type in something, let me just type in something instead of selecting. Okay. Validation error. You saw the symbol I selected. Select the drop down, continue, yes. Well, it is allowing you to continue, but then it is also showing up the warning. So I recommend that you should continue. If you would encourage people not to continue, just you can put that in your validation message that please only select from the drop down and do not hit continue. That could be one of the messages. So if I have to remove it, just click on delete and then come back and select the female from the drop down. So simple. So we saw two things. We saw how we could use whole numbers. We could see how we could use the range and type in male or female. Okay, so the last one, which is pretty simple. In this particular cell preferences, what I want to select is, I want to select the values which are available in another column. For now, I have kept the values in the R column, which is showing as colors, but not necessarily that it has to be here. It can be anywhere in the spreadsheet and you could reference it because now you have learned reference. So how do I do this? Again, we select the cell content, go to data, data validations, click on data validations. In our settings, I click on list. Instead of me typing like the way I did for the male and female and veg and non-veg, I could simply go ahead and select source by clicking on this red small button. And when I do that, I can select the source data out here. My recommendation to you is when you're actually selecting a source data, keep a couple of cells empty, like say here, which I've done. I've kept 4 cells empty. So what it has done is it has referenced the data. Can you see this? $R, $26, $R to $34. That's an array, basically a combination of cells. And it is clearly referenced that. And what does dollar symbol tell? If you have told the answer as absolute reference, that's very good. Yeah, so we have got data validation done. I'm clicking on OK. I'm not going to put in any input message or error alert. You could do it when you're practicing. Click on OK. So here we go. If I had put an input message, you could have seen it like how I've done here, and a validation check, which for now I have not put any error message. So I have the drop down, the same list of red, green, orange, blue, and purple colors which are here in this particular drop down. The reason I asked you to keep some cells free empty is you can see that there is some free cells, right? So tomorrow, if you want to add another cell or another color into this particular thing, You could just come and type in rather than you redoing all the validations again. Hence, I asked you to keep some space. That's a little small trick for you. So I'm just going to put another color, red, green, orange, blue, purple, and yellow. Okay, there we go. As soon as I do that, because I have left some space, can you see? Purple, yellow. Similarly, any modification to your source, removing orange, would do the changes here as well. Okay, simple data validation. Outside the three exercise what we have done, you could also work on the other validations, but that's pretty self-explanatory. You could use list, you could use decimal, date, restricted only to a particular date, time, text length is how much length, like similar to how much numbers you could restrict the number of length of that particular text to minimum to maximum, just like how we did it to the whole number. And outside the text, like you have custom. So under custom, again, you can give a formula that it has to be or greater than equal to a particular number or lesser than equal to a particular number. So these are some inbuilt function which are used for data validation. Again, data validation can be used in a combination, which would be very helpful, because in macros, or when you actually use Excel as storing databases, you could create the form, ask people to enter the data using data validation, and then extract the data out of that and keep it in a database. So that's how data validation can be used. Okay, so this is data validation. Now I will move on to the validation exercise, which I've listed down over here, a small questionnaire or another form which I have prepared. What I want you to do is, again, since I can't actually share the spreadsheet, we have quite a big amount of form. So I want you to practice this exercise. When I pause, this would be too difficult for you to view. So let me make this into two forms. So I have service. So let me select the service. Okay, and paste it here. Yeah. Okay, there you go. So you could ignore the service. I've just made it visible for you. So what I want you to do is, once I give you time and pause for a second, or sorry, 10 seconds, I want you to create data validation under all these green tabs. You could also come up with your own spreadsheet, not necessarily copy this, but at least I want to see these data validations available. So one, I want name of the venue, either it's Bangalore or Pune. Value for money, I want you to input these messages similar to quality, service, and what service did you enjoy the most. Create a drop down box with the option, and cell C27 to C23 is what I've told, which is actually okay. So let me search that C20. Yeah, so these are my cell reference. So I'm also going to keep the cell references here. So please do not use this cell reference. You could use J17 to J19. Yeah, so J17 to J19. So that's the cell reference. So this is your exercise for data validation. We are not going to start chapter 6 with data validation. So I'll pause for 10 seconds and give you time for you to do this, and then I'll come and complete this, and then we close the chapter 5. Okay, hope you paused the video and were able to replicate this questionnaire. If not, I would suggest you do it now while I actually do this exercise with you. So what's our first data validation? So I want this data validation to contain either Bangalore to Pune. So how do I do that? Name of the venue, I go here, I click on data validation, and what do I select? Anyone? List? Absolutely right. So list, source data, under source data I have Bangalore and comma Pune. I put my input message, data validation. I'll just put data validation again, and error alert, error, error, just in case there's an error. Okay, so here I have my input message already showing, and when I click on drop down I have Bangalore or Pune. Okay, similarly average, good and excellent. So data validation again. Okay, so in settings, list, average, good and excellent. Click OK. I've not included the error message and input alert, so that is just for your reference. Okay, average, good, excellent, and I could do the same thing. Just because there's a lot of average, good and excellent over here, instead of me referring and typing in average, good, excellent, so what I can do is I can also create a list. Can you see this? Average, good, excellent. And what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to select those cells which needs data validations instead of doing it multiple times. Okay, go to data validations, click on list, and in my source I'm going to reference it to this particular data. Click OK. There we go. So instead of me repeating it several times, I have found an easy way of doing. I'm sure you didn't do this. Okay, that's why I told utilizing reference, learning what we used, and using inbuilt function to make our work easier. Okay, which service did you enjoy the most? I have service, cuisine, and quality standards. So of course for this I can't do much. So I have to go data validation, list, in the list, in the source, service, cuisine, quality standards. Please do input message and error alert accordingly. Click OK. There we go. Yep, simple. Rate your overall experience on a scale of 1 to 5. So what should be this option? If you're told whole number, you're right. And between minimum 1, maximum 5. Click OK. Okay, you need to type in. Okay, either you type 4, it works. If I put 8, it doesn't. The other way of doing that would be creating a list which would be 1 to 5 and then referencing it out here. Alright then, so I'm sure you're ready to understand what conditional formatting is. So let's quickly go to the demo. Okay, so I have my conditional formatting spreadsheet open for you. But just before I go ahead and start explaining the conditional formatting, I just want to go back to some basics. If you recollect from your previous chapters of Excel, you would have understood that formatting is extremely important to make Excel look good, right? A simple example which I was asking you to do earlier in text function was, how do you highlight a particular cell, or how do you ensure that this particular cell is bold, and so on. So imagine if you have a set of data just like what I have. I'll just make some random numbers out here. I'm using a formula called RAND between. So this is a formula used for just randomly putting some numbers in this particular cell. It will ask you a bottom and a top range. So in the bottom range I will just put 20, and in the top range I will put around 150, and close brackets. So this is a simple formula, rand between this basically puts random numbers in the cell content. Here we go. So I'll just pull this for a bigger set of ranges. So here we have. Now the problem with rand between formula is every time I hit enter or come out and I hit enter, the cell value or the formula puts a new set of numbers into it. So just let me copy this and paste it to just retain it to values. Okay, so here is our set of numbers. Now say I have given you a task and your task is to highlight numbers which are more than 100. So how will you go about doing it? So first you will review the data. When reviewing the data, you have found that there are 5 or 6 cells where there is where numbers are more than 100. So you would literally go select them and highlight it in a particular color. For now, just let's put it as green. Yeah. So, or you could also select multiple cells and highlight the cells into green color. So this is the way you would have done highlighting a cell into green color, right? And the reason for this would be that you want to check sales for more than 100, or you want to cautious people that the products are becoming end, or the stock of more than 100, you basically had a stock of 150 products and they are closely getting more than 100, and that's what you wanted to highlight in green. So that's the way we use our normal thinking to highlight this. But then what if I really want Excel to do this for me? So here the condition for which I had given to Excel was anytime the number goes more than 100, I want Excel's those particular cells to be highlighted in green. So that was my criteria, that was my condition. So similarly, is there a way in Excel where I can define a condition and based on that particular condition, Excel keeps giving me the data? That is where conditional formatting comes into picture. Okay, now with this understanding, let me step back to my exercise and show you how you could use conditional formatting. So I'm just closing this particular spreadsheet. Again, the shortcut which I used is Alt, which highlights all my shortcut keys, F, which opens up my menu items, and C, which basically means close the Excel. It will ask me save, do not save is my answer, and here I have my conditional formatting spreadsheet. Okay, so I have a simple set of exercise which I've defined for you, and I want us to do this together. So let's start off with the first one. So similar to the one which I showed you in that new spreadsheet, I have a set of cells with particular numbers, and for me the criteria out here is I want to highlight values greater than 7, highlight cell values which are greater than 7. So how do I do that? So first thing before you apply conditional formatting is you need to select the data. So I have selected the data, which you could see by the highlighted cells, and to apply conditional formatting I go to Home tab. Under the Home tab I have in the styles I have something called conditional formatting. Again, if you recollect your initial chapters, I said these ribbons, similar formats of tabs are grouped together. So in this styles, you can see that in this particular ribbon, you have conditional formatting, format as table, and cell styles. For now, we are going to use conditional formatting. So I click on conditional formatting, selecting the cells. And as soon as I click, I have multiple options which come into place. So I have highlight cell rules, which has a set of rules inbuilt. Then I have the top 10%, bottom 10, bottom 10%. Then I have something called data bars, we will see a little later. Then I have color scales and some icon and some customizations which I can do. Yeah. So for now, what is our requirement? Our requirement is to highlight all values greater than 7 in this particular set of numbers. So in this, what do you think is the easiest or the closest option? Highlight cell rules. Yeah. So under that, I go highlight cell rules and I click on greater than, And as soon as I click on greater than, a wizard comes up and it asks me format cells that are greater than what. So I enter the number. For now, the number which I'm looking out over here is 7. So let me enter 7. So there you go. It automatically picks up the numbers which are greater than 7 and highlights in a particular format. So here an inbuilt format is what is used. The inbuilt format is light red fill with dark red text. But of course I have an option to change this. I have some inbuilt formats. So here I have a yellow fill, then I also have a green fill. Then if I want to customize it, then I can go to custom format and let me make this bold, probably change the color to say hello. Sorry, this would be the text color which you can see in the. Okay, so that's some normal problem. And then I go to border, or not border, I'll go to fill, and in the fill color let me just give it as black. Okay, so I have font hello fill black, and let's see if it works out. There you go. So once again, very simple. This is conditional formatting. I just click OK to get this done. Yeah, so I selected the cells ranges. Under the home tab, under the styles ribbon, I clicked on conditional formatting, and in the conditional formatting I used a predefined function as greater than and used that to format this particular cell range. In that I did not use a predefined color scheme. I created my own color scheme. Yeah, easy, right? Okay, so let's move on to some more exercise. Okay, so here I have another exercise for you. So here I want to highlight the cell values given this particular condition. So I have a start value 0, an end value 1. But unlike the one where we actually entered, what I want you to do is reference that to here, which means my start value would be referenced in this particular cell B21 and my end value would be referenced in the cell C21. So how do I go about doing this? So I'll give you a minute to pause and probably try it out by yourself, and then we can come back and do this exercise. So just give it a try. Okay, so hope that pause gave you time to review this in a spreadsheet by yourself and try this. If not, this is the solution. So what I do here is, I again, similar to my first exercise, I select the range of cells. I am selecting this by holding shift and down arrow. And then I go back, click on conditional formatting. So here, I again use highlight cell rules, but instead of using greater than, less than, I use between. Okay, so in between I have two numbers which I can enter. So I did mention to you that I don't want you to enter a number, but based on the criteria which is there in B21 and C21, I want the set of ranges to be conditional formatted. So instead of me entering a number over here, what you learned in reference is what you will utilize. Click on the small red box, go back, select B21. So here you can see it is making it an absolute reference, $B, $21. Come back, again the end value, again go select C21, which is making it an absolute reference. So this way I format cells within this particular ranges, and for now I will just change the custom format to some other color. Let's try a green, and let's try a green with a font of italics, and color would be black. Okay, strike. I just want to put an effect so it's like a strike through. Yeah. So click OK. There you go. I've used a custom format. Now observe one thing out here. So the reason I asked you to select a particular range out of over here, or I'm giving a cell an absolute function over here, is because I can now go ahead and modify the start value and end value, and accordingly my conditional formatting will display the conditions effectively. So just for example, I'll change the start value to 3 and end value to 7. There you go. Without me doing anything else, the cell recognizes that it has a conditional formatting and it actually does that. Once again, I'll use some more ranges, 2 to 8 or 5. There you go. So this is an advantage of using referencing and conditional formatting according to this. So you would be thinking that when is that I can use this particular function? Now, the simplest example I can give you is, let's take you are working as a storekeeper or you're managing a particular team. You need to manage certain numbers, right? Let's take in terms of a storekeeper, you keep a tag of the number of books or items which has come to your store. And you just want to highlight that as soon as a particular store items becomes more than 50. So when you enter the data into a particular Excel or a table which you would have created, you could just make that. Okay, I'll just make this as current scheme. Yeah, so you could just enter that particular show highlight cell values greater than 50, and this condition formatting can come into place. Another example which I was telling is as a team, right? Now every team has some amount of works to be done, right? So some team have to do a particular task, they make a note of that particular task, and some team make reports and they make a note of some particular reports, and at the end of the day submit those tasks or report to their managers. Now I can create another small table which I will show you a little later, where I can make a table, and when anyone enters data less than the day's productivity, or suppose they were supposed to do 10 reports or they were supposed to do 10 tasks and someone has entered only 6 tasks, I want that particular cell to be highlighted. Again, that's where I can create a conditional formatting and use conditional formatting to highlight that cell. So simple, right? Easy conditional formatting. You use it either through a reference or directly. Okay, before I move on to next exercise, I want you to show how do I modify this conditional formatting. I've done a mistake. I really don't like this format. I don't want this the black and yellow combination, right? How do I change that? For that, I go back to home under that particular sheet. So I have named this sheet as conditional formatting. So I click on conditional formatting again. So as soon as I click on conditional formatting, I have the set of conditional formattings, new rules, clear rules, or manage rules. So if I go to clear rules, it basically gives me an option that clear rules from selected cells. So I can come here, select this set of cells and clear rules, or I can clear rules from the entire sheet, which means I completely clear the rules irrespective of whatever rules has been applied. So for now, I'll just select it and show how I can modify. So for this, I will select the cells, go to conditional formatting, come to clear rules from selected cells. There you go. That's one way for you to remove it and then reapply the conditional formatting. The other way is, again, I don't like the strike through, right? So I want to change that. And for that, I select it, I go to conditional formatting, I go to manage rules. And once I click on manage rules, it will show me all the rules which are applied in this particular sheet. Again, out here, I have the current selections. I have this worksheet, or I have the complete sheets in this workbook, which I can select out of. I'm not getting into that. I'm just going to keep it as current selections. If you had a lot of conditional formatting in this particular sheet, you could go select this worksheet and it will remove or modify all that. But for now, I'm just going to keep it as current selection. So here is my rule which is currently applied. I click on that and double click. It opens up the particular cells. Now I can change the format. I don't want strike through. Okay. And I also have some other same rules, just that there are some other steps which I want. Format only or top or bottom rank values, cell based on the values, unique or duplicate values, and etc. etc. So I can select that, but now it's selected top 10. I just want to go by format cells value, the rule which I applied. And let me just go back to my selection, click OK, and again OK, apply. There you go. So that's how you modify unconditional formatting, just in case you want to modify or you want to remove a particular conditional formatting. Okay, with me till now? Moving on, let's move to our exercise 3. So in this particular exercise, I have a set of dates and I have given a prescribed format which you need to put. So let me just change this colors. So instead of this orange, let me just make it blue so it's easier. So anything which is greater than 1st September 07, I want you to get it in this particular format. Then when the dates are between 1st May 07 to 1st September 07, I want it to be in blue format. And if it is less than 1st May, I want it to be in red format. So that's the condition which you have to define and highlight the cells based on these particular conditions. Okay, so again a 10 seconds pause for you to copy this particular exercise in a spreadsheet, and you can try it on yourself by yourself, and then I will teach you how to do it. So please go ahead and give it a try. Okay, so hopefully you got it. If not, the simple solution is first select the data range or the data where you need to apply the conditional formatting. So what's my first condition? Greater than 1st September 07 has to be in green color. So I go to conditional formatting and highlight cell rules greater than. I have the dates automatically selected. Now Excel recognizes that these are dates. That's why immediately you have the date format over here. However, the other exercise you saw, it was showing numbers. So according to the Excel data which is there, it will understand whether it's numbers or date ranges. So for now, it is showing that format cells greater than 23rd June and reflecting in this particular color, but that's not what I want. I want greater than 1st September 07 and green color. So I will go ahead and modify 1st September 07 and custom format, fill in green. Okay, there you go. That's my first condition which is met. One thing which I want you to caution while you're working on dates is please ensure the formats are similar. Now, for example, I just remove 07, I just keep as 1st September, it will not work. So even it's very important that I retain the format which is there in the table, and don't change it anything like even this particular format. It will misrepresent the data and show the values differently. Okay, so that's my first condition which is met. Now next one is between 1st May to 1st September. Again, select the cell range, click on conditional formatting. Now I don't go select less than, between 1st, conditional formatting. So what it did is it selected the formulas, which should have not been the case, between 1st May to 1st September 07. And what should be the format? Custom format, blue. Click OK, and there you go. I have my second conditional formatting. So the next one would be is to apply the less than format, which would be the same exercise. Conditional formatting, highlight cell rules, less than 1st May, and custom format, make it red. Click OK and click OK. So here you go. I have all the three conditional formatting applied to this particular cell ranges. And the beauty of conditional formatting is according to the dates, the conditional formatting would apply. So for example, I will go ahead and select this as change the date to 1st May. So what should be the format? Red, right? There you go. So conditional formatting checks the data available in that particular cells to see if it matches the criteria and accordingly applies the formula every time the data ranges change. Yeah. Okay, I'll just do that again. See, now I'm going to make it as for September. And for September is anyway green. Yeah. Okay, so just for fun's sake, I just want to use the ran between, which we learned a little earlier, and we'll apply a formatting and play with numbers. So let me keep it as 20 to 100, or let me keep it as 1 to 100. Enter and select this particular cell ranges. Okay, and here I will create three conditions similar to that. Greater than 70, we'll keep it green. Okay, the format is wrong, so let me just select this particular format. Yeah, so greater than 70, I'll keep it to green. If it is between 20 to 69, it's blue, and less than 20, it's red. So this is a conditional formatting I want to create. The reason I'm doing this is because, like the way I told, every time I come out and click enter, right? So I have come out, or I move out of this particular cell range. I copy this and move out. It changes. So I just want to see if the color changes accordingly. So I've selected my ranges. I go to conditional formatting, highlight cell values greater than 70 in green. Okay. The next condition formatting is between, so 20 to 69, it should be, sorry, blue, not green. Okay, there you go. And the last, okay, and the last one was less than 20 in red. Okay, good. So now observe this. There you go. So every time I do something with the data, the format changes. You see this? That's the beauty of ran between, and the reason ran between is doing that is that's how the function is built. But according to the condition formatting, the color of this particular cell keeps changing. So it's a small game to impress your friends. Just that you could keep doing this and it will keep changing the numbers. Okay, so simple, understood some simple conditional formatting, how you could use condition formatting to highlight cells with criterias. Alright, so let's move into a little bit more complex conditional formatting, which is going to help you in your day-to-day work. Now, I have this particular spreadsheet created for you just to show you how conditional formatting is beneficial in analysis. So here I have the conditional formatting, and if you look at this particular data, I'm sure you would have understood that it's different items and the price of any items. Probably this is, I'm just want to make some logical understanding of this particular items, given that let's take these are 4 days of sales. So this is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesdays and Thursdays. So just by numbers, probably you're able to inference something out of it. But then I just want to showcase how I could use conditional formatting to break this data down into something more visibly enhancing, and also that will help you to make some inferences. How do I do that? So first rule is to select the data. Okay, and now instead of using my highlight cell rules, I will use data bars. So I have different types of data bars based on colors. It doesn't actually signify anything, just that I can change the colors, and I'll just keep it blue. Okay, so here you go. I have data bars basically showcasing this particular numbers in data bars. So 704660 is represented by data bar. Now still maybe it doesn't make any sense, but I just want to go ahead and modify this formula by going to conditional formatting, manage rules. So in this data bar, I double click and I open up the edit formatting rule, and I let the color etc. be the same, and format style to show bar only, and click OK and apply. So what it has done is it has taken off all the numbers and representing the data by just data bars. So by this, I am sure you can make some more logical sense, like the way if I am looking at this data, and like I was trying to tell you that this is a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday sale, and with the representation of data bars, you can make out that Thursdays are maximum sale of products or these items, and you also had some sale of these particular items on Monday, and probably consistently item 20, 21 and 22 are good, happen to have good sales on both Mondays and Thursdays. So if I would have left it the way the data was, probably it wouldn't have given you such inferences, but just that I'm using conditional formatting even a little bit more complexly to get these conclusions. Now this probably is less data, but imagine if you had this spread across in terms of climate, right? For a whole month you want to see how the climate has changed. So again, if you use conditional formatting, represent that climate, like say 30 degrees, 40 degrees through bars, then also you could see the fluctuation. So the easier way of analyzing huge amount of data using conditional formatting. Okay, so I'll just go back and change this to something else. I'm just going to make it color scales to see how color scale is going to represent. Okay, sorry. Any guesses on why it didn't work? If you mentioned that I had not selected the data, you're absolutely right. So I'm selecting the data again, going to conditional formatting, clicking on color scales. I have different types of color scales. Here I have color scales overlapped into those data bars, different set of color scales. So using this, I'm using two conditional formatting out here. So again, this is more like a graphical representation. So the best one was here, where you can see that the lesser the sale, it shows red, the more sale, it shows green, and some sales it shows in yellow. So that's using this in using two conditional formatting together to get some inference out of data. Just to get a little bit more clarity on this, I'll go to manage rules. I will just remove data bars and just leave it at color scales. Let me apply the color scales. Okay, sorry, it's not taken this color scale, so let me just remove this as well and reapply the color scales. Conditional formatting, color scales, and again you can see days when there is no sales, it is showing in red, medium is showing in yellow, and there are good sales, it is showing in green. Not that this is all inbuilt. Of course, you can go ahead and modify this according to your convenience. So you can go manage rules and select that. So conditional formatting, manage rules, click on the rule which I've applied. So here I'm having lowest value, midpoint, maximum. So I have a percentile. So I can change this to number and number and number and put some numbers accordingly. So minimum, if it's like 200, maximum I'll keep it to 15,000, and sorry, midpoint is 15,000, and highest would be 60,000, and the color ranges. So click on OK and apply, and there you go. According to the criteria which I defined, it is showcasing the data. Yeah, so that's the beauty of conditional formatting, which could be helpful in analyzing. So hope this analysis bit was helpful. Moving on to another way by which I used conditional formatting, and one of the most effective ways is what I would say is this particular exercise. To explain this, let me actually do a particular table so that it helps you. Now, here I have randomly picked up 10 team members of my team who work, and then I have the data of their productivity, that means the task which they were supposed to do every day for a week. Okay, Tuesday, Wednesday, let me use autofill, something which we learned. Okay, so here's my week data. So I will random fill numbers. They're supposed to do between 1 to 10. That's what team members were supposed to do. Productivity, they were supposed to do at least a minimum of 10 tasks per day, and this is the numbers they have done. Or rather, let me just give it a little bit higher, 14. Yeah, so there you go. So that's mine, and this is my weekly report, which I'm not going to use right in between, because every time I enter a formula, it is going to change the numbers. So I'm going to make values. So here, weekly report is nothing but summation of these into, okay, so here we go. So this is a table which I just created to showcase another feature of conditional formatting. Just make this look a little good by putting some borders. Some reason borders are not working. Okay. All right. So I have my weekly report as well. Now, as I mentioned, they were supposed to do 10 requests per day or 10 reports per day, and anyone who's short of 50 has a particular problem. That means they're not doing their work effectively. So one thing is, I can create a particular spreadsheet where everyone can enter the data in this particular cells, these cells. So these cells I give access to them, and I can keep it in a shared folder where everyone can come and enter the data, and I only get to see the weekly report. I really don't have to see what data they are entering out here. So what I can do over here is I will use conditional formatting to see when have they met the targets and when they have not met the targets. So how do I do that is I again select the cell ranges, go to conditional formattings. Instead of using data bar and color scales, this time I'm using icon sets. So I'm going to use these icon sets, 3 arrows, and click on that. So there is already icon showing up, and it is basically showcasing certain inbuilt formatting. So I want to modify this to make it according to my format. So I'll go ahead and select this icon set and tell that when value is greater than or equal to 50, when it is, so it automatically decides when people have done. Less than 25 is what I'm going to put. Greater than 25, or let me pick 20, that's okay. And when it's less than 33, show icons only. Yeah, so click OK and apply the rules. Okay, so I actually use just this particular column. I don't even look into these, like the way I told, all these fields are entered by my team members, and this is only for me. So according to this, I understand that I'm fine with this particular team member because the arrows are showing green, green, and green. And I would like to have a discussion with this team member where the arrows is pointing down less, and here too, and here too. So here I could ask the team members to keep entering the data week on week, and this gives me a final reason for me to see how this can be helpful for me to understand whether this person is meeting the targets and not meeting the targets. So real time also there will be changes. So for example, this is showing yellow, right? And this guy next week actually starts achieving the target. See there. As soon as he starts achieving the targets, it moves into green. So this is another usage of conditional formatting for doing reports. So here what I did is I used multiple things which I learned previously. I created a table. I used simple arithmetic functions to get this particular formula, and then I used conditional formatting to showcase the way I want the result to be displayed so that I can inference out of it and hold people accountable basis how they are doing work. Okay, so this is how conditional formatting can be used. So recollecting simple conditions where the cells are highlighted basis a criteria, a little bit more complex use of conditional formatting for analysis, and then usage of conditional formatting in reports itself. So let's talk about sorting first. So what is sorting? Even before I go ahead and read out the slide, so let me just give you a simple example, and probably that should give you quite a bit of details in understanding sortings. So let's take you have a data in spreadsheet. spreadsheet. Data is basically the list of all the people's name you are in your class. So imagine you're a student and you have the list of students' name in that particular class, their roll number, and what is their subjects of preferences. Like say we have languages Hindi, Kannada, Tamil, and so on and so forth, right? So they have the languages in column 3. Now you want to basically sort the names of the students in ascending and descending order. So that's when sorting comes into picture. So it's basically take the Excel spreadsheet, sort the data in such a way that alphabetically the names are displayed, or you can sort it on subject so that alphabetically the subjects are displayed, and so on. So that's where sorting comes. Filtering is a little different. Out of the complete list of students' names you had, you wanted to pick up the names of the student who have chosen Hindi as the language. So you would apply a filter and go pick the students where the Hindi subject has been selected. So that is filtering, that's not sorting. Sorting is basically arranging data into a meaningful order so that you can analyze it more effectively. Here the example I gave is in terms of the sales, you want to order sales data by calendar month. So you have a set of data completely showing in terms of months and the respective sales. So you just want to break it down by Jan, Feb, March, rather than Feb, July, August, all spread across. So that's when you use sorting. And it's pretty easy, right? I mean, imagine if your data was spread across for all different months, and you really want to see how you've been doing month on month starting from Jan. It is very difficult for you to go ahead and pick up the cells just where January is there, and you could easily sort it out in respect to Jan in terms of the monthly sort, and then you could get that done. So that's how sorting can be really, really effective. Filtering is a little different. We will talk about filter as we progress in the particular slides. All right, now that you've heard enough about sorting, let's actually get to see what sorting is all about. Okay, so let me quickly open up my spreadsheet for the demo. Okay, so here I have actually made a data in this. I mean, I've just made up this table, and not necessarily these are the actual sales. So these are data for all electronic items which has been sold on a particular month and a year. So the first column, which is column A, is date, and basically represent the date and the month when the items were sold. And these basically are electronic items, which is showed in the column B. And column C is where I'm showcasing quantity of the items which are sold, and I have shop names which are sold out here, and also the total sales in terms of amount. Okay, right now I have already applied a sort, and hence you can see that it is basically showcasing it in a particular format. Now let's play around with sorting to understand what exactly it does. So this is the data I have given you, and imagine this is the data I've given you, and I want you to find out which are the items which has maximum sales, or the quantity of the items which are extremely high. So one way is you go to quantity, you go down and pick up wherever there is showing 6 and so on, or let's apply a sort, or sort the data by quantity. So simple way of sorting the data, just click on the column C, like how I did. Under your data tab, you have this sort and filter ribbon. So here itself, you can see it has sort ascending to descending, descending to ascending, or largest to smallest. So it has already inbuilt function. Just reminding you that Excel is all about inbuilt functions which we need to know to use. So here we have an inbuilt function already in terms of sorting it either by largest to smallest or ascending to descending, which I want to use. So for now, I'm just going to put a sort on quantity. I will use both, and let's see what happens. So I'm going to use Z to A, which is largest to smallest. I click on it, and immediately I get a warning. So let's read this warning to understand what exactly it does. Microsoft Office Excel found data next to your selection. Since you have not selected this data, it will not be sorted. What do you want to do? Expand the selection, continue with this current selection. Now, this is extremely important. What this basically tells is that you have selected a column and there is data next to the column. So if I apply sort on this particular column, it will only sort quantity and the rest of the data will remain the way it is. So washing machine, which is at 6 now, probably will change because that's not exactly what we want. So it's very important that we read this warning and act accordingly. At this point of time, I want all the data to be sorted according to the quantity. There will be chances where you want just a particular quantity or a row or a column to be sorted out. So at that point of time, you could just hit continue with the current selection. But here, like the way I mentioned, I want the complete data to be sorted out and the relevant fields across. So I will go ahead and select expand the selection, which is the default option, and click on sort. Observe what happens. There you go. As soon as I click on sort, so what has happened is it basically sort the data largest to the smallest. So you can see that 6 has been my largest and I have smallest up to, I guess, 1. Yep, there you go. So I have up till 1. And the other thing is, since I clicked on expand the data, it has sorted all the relevant columns accordingly. I'll just showcase. If I don't select, probably it will remember that I have selected expand. If I don't select expand, what happens? Let's try that out. Okay, again, expand the selection. Okay, let me not use that. I will go ahead and sort smallest to largest. Okay, and now I'm not going to select expand the selection. I will do continue with the current selection. Okay, observe Jan 15, washing machine 6, online sales, total sales 815447, and sort. Jan 15, washing machine, quantity 1, online sales 815447. 6 is what was reflecting, so it's basically just sorted out quantity, not the relevant other columns. Yeah, let's get that back. So I did that by just using an undo function, which is a Control Z. Okay, so let's play around to understand sorting a little bit more. So now I want you to sort out by date. I have different years out here, but the months are same, it's all Jan and different years. So what I want is to sort out the data with different dates. So let's see how that works out. Yeah, so here I'm sorting it out by dates and clicking on oldest to newest. So expand the selection, that would be my default, and sort. Okay, there you go, oldest in terms of dates, and the relevant sort is done. And my last here is this particular year, Jan 15, basis that. Again, let's look at items. So under items, I click on sort, expand the selection once again, and this should put it in alphabetical order. There you go, fridge, and washing machine at the end. Okay, you would be wondering how did I come directly to 239, right? So something which you learned in the earlier chapters, it's control and arrow keys. Control, up arrow, control, down arrow gets me to the last text in the data. Okay. Few more sortings by shop name. Again, I'll use alphabetical. Expand the selection. Sort. There you go. I get it by Big Bazaar. Okay. So here what it's done is it is sorted by shop name. Plus it also, since I had earlier sorted it by items, it is keeping in the same format. Now, the last thing is I'll try to do it with total sales. I'll make it largest to smallest to know which is the ones which I've sold the most. Okay, expand the selection, sort. Okay, so by international as where I've sold it for 8,48,055 rupees. So that's basic sorting for your reference. Now, I want you to pause this particular video and take a couple of minutes to probably create a table just like how I've done. Just put in some random data. You don't have to create as big as table as I have done with 239 rows. Create at least around 20 to 25 rows. Put some random items such as laptop, TV, washing machines, and some quantity, shop name, just whatever you want, and total sales, and try to replicate all that which I've done till now. Yeah, and then once we come back, I will take you through some advanced sorting and teach you how to do that. Okay, so just a small pause for you to review those particular steps. All right, hopefully the pause was good enough for you to pause the video and do the table and try out the sorting. So in case you had any difficulties, it would be probably because you wouldn't have used or selected the data. It is very simple. You need to select the data, give instructions to Excel. Excel will do the rest. Okay. Okay. Now coming back to sorting. Now let's take, I have a different criteria out here. So I want to sort two things at a time. So I want to sort, let's take date and quantity put together. So basically what I want to understand is by date, what's the maximum quantity which is sold? Okay, that's my criteria. So I can do that. So let's try that in a normal sort. So I've selected my normal. I'm going to put sort oldest to newest, expand the selection. Okay, there you go. And I also want quantity to be sorted out by largest to smallest. Observe Jan 11th, 1st, Big Bazaar 833924, Jan 11, quantity 6, but it's 797868. So it is changed. So is Excel telling me that I cannot sort data in two different rows together, or sorry, columns together? Well, no, there is a solution, and that's what is an advanced sort. Okay, we'll go back to the same condition, date and quantity. That's what I want to sort. So how do I do that? So for that, I click on this sort. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, there you go. I click on this particular sort option. So I have a wizard with me, which has basically selected the data for me. And then it's asking me and giving me multiple options of sorting it. So it's saying add level, delete a level, copy a level, and some options. Yeah, so top to bottom, left to right, and so on and so forth. For now, I will just go ahead and do the solution for what I was talking about. So I'm going to sort it by first by date. Okay, there I go. Notice as soon as I drop down, it understands my headers. So that's why it's important that you design your table in a nice way so Excel understand that headers, and also use a little bit of formatting which makes it pretty neat and visible. It's easy now because the data is less, but then when you're dealing with multiple rows and columns, it's good to know what you're looking at by having a neat header and doing some color formats. Okay, coming back to sort by date, sort on what values. It has cell color, font color, cell icons. I don't want to do that. I just want to go by values. Newest to oldest. No, we will do oldest to newest. I also have custom list, which says I can add some entries, which I will show a little later. So let's not get there. For now, oldest to newest. Okay, so that's my one criteria of sorting. Now I want to add another level. So I mentioned that I also want to see the total sales, right? So one is by sort by date, and I also want to see by total sales. So total sales, I'll leave it to values. Here I will make it largest to smallest. Note how Excel understands what data I'm dealing with. So as soon as I selected dates, it understood it has to be oldest to newest. Whereas here, when I selected total sales, it understood largest to smallest. That's how Excel understands what you're doing. Okay, so I have designed my criteria: sort by date, oldest to newest, sort by total sales, values, largest to smallest. So let me click on OK and see what happens. Here we go. Notice in this case, we will not have expand to sort or continue because Excel will understand that you're sorting the complete data. Okay, so the beauty of using this advanced sort is it has sorted out the dates. If you notice, it's Jan 11, 12, and so on. And then also, if you see, it is sorted out with respect to this, what is the total sales. So Jan 11th, the maximum sales. Yeah, so that's advanced sort for you. Shall we try another one? Or shall I pause for you to probably try another one criteria similar to this, and then I can do a couple of more examples. Okay, here's the pause. All right, so I hope you were able to do that. If not, let me do it again. So now what I want to do is, let me remove the sorts first. Sorry, there you go. Okay, so the mistake which I was doing is basically not selecting the complete data cell. So when I selected just the one cell and tried to click on sort, it was giving me normal options. But then that's not what I want, right? I want advanced sort. So for that, what I did is I had to select the complete list of data, click on sort. Yeah, so it is already showing me with the last sort which I did. Now let me delete these. Yeah, add new. So what I want to do now is I want to sort by quantity, values. Let's make largest to smallest, and add the level, go by shop name. Again values, and I want go by ascending A to Z only for now. And what I'm trying to find out by this particular sort is which shop is basically selling high quantity of goods. This is what I'm trying to analyze out of this particular sort. So let me click on OK and understand my results. Here you go. All right. So I have the quantity, I have the shop names, excuse me, and I have a total sales. Probably let me add another criteria to it to look at the items as well. Okay, so how do I do this? I have to select the data, click on sort, add another level, then I select by item A to Z and shop name A to Z. So click on OK. There you go. So fridge are the highest items which are sold by, probably it's a mixed because we say Big Bazaar as well as E-Zone and others also there. Okay, so that's how I broke down this data by sorting. Understood, right? Simple. Select the data, click on sort for advanced sort, which is using multiple criterias, if not sort by a particular column. So the last thing in sorting which I want to showcase to you is, let me first delete all these levels. Okay. Select all the columns again. Click on sort. So in sort, I just want to see how many sales of laptop is done, and the total quantity of laptops sold. So items in sort, let the values be, and instead of me doing it A to Z or Z to A, I'm going to custom list, and in the custom list I'm going to add laptops. Okay, so please note this, it has to be identical to what is selected in this particular cell, or you have typed into that particular cell. If of course it's different, then Excel will not understand that it is sorting on that particular thing. Yeah, so I click on laptop, I have added that, I've selected laptop, I click OK. So my criteria shows item, values, and laptops. And then I also add another level, then by, let's take quantity, value, largest to smallest. Okay, click OK. There you go. All the laptops sorted by highest and the respective sales. Easy. Yep, so all that which I've been trailing is pretty easy, provided you practice time and again. Excel is something which you need to keep practicing for you to remember. If not today, it looks very easy, but then when you come back and try to revisit this, because you haven't practiced, you'll completely forget that. All right, so that completes our sorting exercise. So let me quickly go back to my sorting data demo, which is now completed. I am moving on to filter. Okay, so to explain filtering data to you, I want to touch base upon something we learned in the initial chapter about Control F. Filtering data is nothing but something similar to Control F, right? Where you can basically hit a Control F and something which you want to find, you could type in and get the details. So that's what filtering is. But then this filtering data is a little advanced. When I'm going through the exercise, I will talk about it, but let me just give you a simple terminology explanation about how filtering data works. Okay, let's imagine that you are in a census department, basically taking care of all data for our country, and you want to understand how much population is there in a particular locality. Okay, so whatever locality you're staying, we can take that as an example. All right, so I will just keep in mind a particular place. Let's take Pune an example and explain this to you. So for me, I need to find out the number of people who are staying in Pune in this locality called MG Road. Okay, that's what I need to find out. Now let's get to understanding of how the data is all populated. So first of all, the data would be at the India level. So you'll have the complete list of people at India, which means you'll have the complete list of 29 states. And under that, you need to come and find out where your state is. And under the state, you need to find out which city you're staying in. And under that city, you have different localities. You have to come and basically find that particular locality. So you imagine how many breaking of data you're doing, which I'll show you in a spreadsheet, by just giving you that. So is this possible for you to do in a Control F? Probably not, or of course you cannot. So filtering data is nothing but you can sort out information quickly and narrow down to the data you actually require. And that is why filtering data becomes very, very efficient. So it is as good as you filtering something which you just want to find. Yeah. So if, for example, you've been given a set of placards, you just want a placard which you want to see or score or something about it. So you need to remove all that and just go and pick that particular clicker. That's what filtering is. Okay, so let's go to our demo to understand filtering better. Okay, so I am going to my spreadsheet, but before that, let me explain this particular example which I was talking about. So I was telling that what we need to find out is, just to make it a little bit more detailed, need to find out the number of street lamps in my street. Okay, so that's what I want to find out. Yeah, and I basically work out of New Delhi and I have the complete list of data for India. So first of all, what is that I need to do? So I have the data at my India level, then I break it down to state. Yeah, then I break it down to city. So understand, right? So you have the complete list of data, a lot of data on India. Then I sort out and select my state as Maharashtra or Karnataka if you're in Bangalore, and city in this case would be my city, and then locality, and then probably you have an area, and then your street. Then you get the number of street. So this is a simple example as how many filters I can apply into. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And actually, if there is more data, I can break it down into even further levels. So that's the beauty of filtering. I can get into that particular level of data. Now, this is probably an example which we will not get to see because, of course, I don't have the complete details of India. But then I've created a simple spreadsheet for us to look into the data similarly. Let me close this. Okay, and let me go to my filtering spreadsheet. For now, don't concentrate on this. Let me just remove this because I'm sure you'll be looking into that. And put this down just in case I want to see it later. Okay, so here I have sorting and filtering, one small exercise. So I again have a lot of dates. I have some customers. I have some products. And just to make it a little bit more interesting, I've included dollar, which is the price in dollars. Yeah, because Mega Mart and Mini Mart is not a part of India, right? Okay, so just to use filtering, I want to find out how many cookies we sold in a particular date. So how do I do that? So first I need to put a filter. So for inserting a filter, what I need to do is select the header, go to data, under my data, I have this filter, click on this. So as soon as I do that, I have a drop down which comes. Yeah, so can you see the drop down? So that's what the drop down brings into. Now I'll break the data as we wanted. I'll go and pick the drop down. In the drop down, I have 2002, I have Jan and Feb month. So see how beautifully the data is displayed. And under that, if I expand, it shows the dates. I can click on plus or minus to expand or reduce it. And it also has some inbuilt functions such as next week's, before, between, tomorrow, something like conditional formatting, which we saw, last quarter, and sort by, custom sort, the sorting which we saw, that same thing is included out here. So it's like combination of filtering and sorting is what we could use. I'll not get into custom sort because we saw that. I'll just go and pick up something which we wanted to see. So I want to see the data. I just deselect everything, which means nothing is selected. I'll click on Feb. Feb 17th is my date which I want to see. Okay, I click on OK. So as soon as I do that, all the rest of the data vanishes. So it basically shows the data only for the 17th of February 2002. Now, It then showcases what data is available for 17th. I have Megamart, Minimart, product, bread and milk, and the total amount. So again, I can apply a filter out here. I could break it down, deselect everything, and just select Minimart. And then, okay, only Minimart I had a milk. And if I had more data, I could do that. So let me actually do that. Now I want to remove all the filters, so click again. It goes back to its normal normal the way the data was displayed. Click on filter again. It shows. So I probably let me select for Feb instead of just selecting a couple of dates. Just Feb. Here I go. In the Feb I have selected. Now let me select a customer. I'll select two of them, Megamart, Minimart, and then I can select product. I'll just select cookies, and there you go. So I've broken it down to Feb, to two customers, two product, and then of course I want to see number filter greater than, lesser than, something which I can apply, and I'll show you a little later. So that's how I could use filtering. So the example of India to street lights, similarly filter can be broken down into many layers. Let me get it back to my normal mode. So outside the filter, I can also add combine filter with sorting. So for example, in the filter, we saw sorting, right? So I could use sorting, sort largest to smallest. There you go, simple. I've already done that. This time it didn't ask me expand not because it understands. I don't think you can apply that advanced sorting which we saw. Let me get it back to normal. Small sort smallest to largest. I can also see some more data. For example, in the month of Jan, I could select sort A to Z. There you go. And in the products, I could probably sort by custom sort, or there you go. I want to sort by product, custom list to just cookies. There you go. So multiple sorting option within filtering. So here you can see that some columns where I don't have the data which is sorted, which is hidden. Now I don't want to do that. Okay. To make it a little bit more fun, I had predefined exercise for all of us. So let's do that. So let me just copy this in a notepad first. There you go. So this is the exercise which I want you guys to do it with me. So let's see how to do that. So first, what I want to know is, I want to find out the sales of Megamart. Okay, so that should be simple. So I have Megamart, I put a filter, and I select Megamart. All right, great. So that's simple. That's done. Next, I want to find out the sales of Megamart for cookies. Okay, good. That would be selecting Megamart and for cookies. All right, then show the sales between 1000 to 1500. So they have to put a filtering in total, which I want you to try, and then I will do. Then sale of milk for more than 1000, and then Megamart sales for cookies and Minimart sales for milk. Minimart sales for cookies more than 2000, and also milk sales less than 1000. So this is the exercise which I have prepared for you, which I want you to try. I'll again pause for 10 seconds so that you can try this particular exercise. Probably you could do similar kind of data table, and if not, you could quickly take some time to copy this into a spreadsheet and try to have as much data as possible, because we are into filtering, right? So you could replicate it to the complete table. This is my complete table, and then we can do this exercise here. Okay, so here's the pause for you to try it. All right, so did you get it? I'm sure you would have got most of it. If not, no problem. We will solve it together. So how do I do this? So first let me ensure that there is no filter. Yeah, so I'm just ensuring that I'm applying the filter for the first time. So the first criteria, what is my first criteria? Show sales of Megamart. Very simple. This should not be of much of an issue. So show sales of Megamart. So Megamart is my customer. So I go drop down to customer. Under that customer, I only select Megamart. Okay, and click OK. So you can see that I have the complete sale of Megamart for all the products, the total amount, and the respective dates. Okay. Now, next thing, show sales of Megamart for cookies. I can actually go ahead and just select the cookies, but I'll just do it again from the beginning. So yeah, I'm just using shortcuts. So the shortcut was Alt D F S, which removes the filter. Alt data filter, remove it. Yeah, S is to remove. So it was to show sales of Megamart for cookies. Show sales of Megamart. So here I have selected Megamart, and the product would be only select cookies. Okay, there we go. Our first two problems are solved. Show sales of Megamart, show sales of Megamart for cookies, done. Third one, show sales between 1000 to 1500. So it is not asking for any customer, any product. I just want to see what are my products which are more than 1000 and less than $1,500. So how do I do that? So I'm removing all the filters. So here in total, I can come and I have some number filter formatting. Yeah, recollect our custom formats, conditional formats. So similar to conditional format, I have a lot of options which I can use. So I have an equal to, which of course is nothing but it equals some particular number. Let's take, I give 122.15. Okay, that's not taking it because it is dollar and my cell format is different. Equal to, let's take dollar 122.15. Click. Yeah, there you go. So I could use that. And there is does not equal to, which means it will basically show everything else apart from the one which is equal to. Greater than is greater than $500. Or you have an and or, so you could use multiple. Click OK. So I have all that which is greater than 500. Then I have less than, greater than, between, which we will see shortly, top 10 by items. It is what it's asking. I'm just going to be by, yeah, I'll just leave it by items. Click OK. So these are my top 10 sales. So, and above average, below average, and some custom filter where I want to again select some rows and columns. Yeah, so these are the things which you could apply within the filter. I'll leave you to play with it, but then it's pretty self-explanatory, and the number filters basically tell what it exactly does. And more than often we end up using the first 7 of them. Yeah, so going back to our criteria, which is show sales between 1000 to 1500. So what do you think you need to use? Number filter between, right? Perfect. So is greater than or equal to, what was that? What was our condition? Between 1000 to 1500. is greater than, let's make it greater than or equal to $1,000 and less than or equal to $1,500. Yeah, that is what we wanted, right? So sales between 1,000 to 1,500. Click on OK. There you go. So it shows the sales between $1,000 to $1,500. Simple. Okay, so we are done with the third one. And moving on to the fourth one. Show sales of milk more than 1,000. This should be simple, right? We saw how to apply that. So under the filter, I'll just go to number filters. It's greater than $1,000. Click OK, and there we go. Yeah. So this is easy. Now it gets really interesting. So let's understand what is the condition. Show Megamart sales for cookies and Minimart sales for milk. Okay, should be easy. So I apply filter. I have Megamart and Minimart. So that's what I need to select first. So I have Megamart, Minimart selected. So what is it? Megamart sales for cookies and Minimart sales for milk. Okay, so is it cookies and milk? Okay, is it correct? Megamart sales for cookies, Minimart sales for milk. But if you observe, I have Megamart cookies. I also have Megamart milk. I also have Minimart cookies and Minimart milk. So that's not what I wanted, right? I wanted exclusively Megamart sales for cookies and Minimart sales for milk. So how do I do this? Yeah, any thoughts? So should be something, right? Yes, there is of course an advanced sort. So that is what we are going to learn. So how do I do advanced sort? So to get this, I first have to build my criteria or my condition. So what's my conditions? The first thing is Megamart, Minimart. What are they? According to the header, they are customers. So first I select customers and then cookies and milk. So what are they? They are products. So I select products. So these are my headers, similar to the headers over here. So in my customers, it is Megamart and Minimart. So I make Megamart and Minimart. Please note, similar to some other things which you have been seeing in Excel, these conditions has to exactly match to the ones which is out here, which means my header has to be exactly matching, my Megamart and Minimart has to be exactly matching. If I have any spelling mistakes, if there is a space, etc., it will not work. Okay, so products. So coming to products, for Megamart it is cookies and Minimart it is milk. So Megamart cookies, I copy it, put it here, and for Minimart it is milk. So I copy milk and put it over here. That's my condition, right? Just to see that. Show Megamart sales for cookies, Megamart sales for cookies, Minimart sales for milk, Minimart sales for milk. Okay, so I have my condition built. Okay, so how do I apply advanced filter? Here you go. Here we have an advanced filter. So I click on advanced filter. I ensure my data is copied. So you could see this dotted line, which shows it has automatically selected the data. If not, I could of course go ahead and select my data. There you go. And it has your criteria ranges. So in my criteria range, it is automatically selected something, I don't know what. So it is selected F3, which is basically somewhere here. That's not my criteria. So I go back, I tell Excel that here's the criteria. Okay, it might throw up an error because it's copied multiple criteria. So let me just remove all this and redo my criteria. There you go. That's my criteria. And I click OK. Is this correct? Okay, so let's see. Megamart sales for cookies. So I just have Megamart cookies, and Minimart sales for milk. Minimart sales for milk only. Simple. Yeah, I'm sure this is something which you probably would have struggled, and you now have a solution. Okay, just to make it a little bit more interesting, the last one I will again pause for 10 seconds for you to work. The solution to this particular sixth problem is using the criteria, the table you need to create. Just that you need to also use a mathematical function which you have learned. So the condition is you need to select Minimart sales for cookies which are more than 2000 and also milk sales less than 1000. So here the customer remains the same, which is Minimart. Your products are cookies and milk, and you have a criteria which you need to apply for total, which is greater than 2000 and less than 1000. I have almost solved the problem by telling you the criteria, just that you need to come up with the criteria in the table which I showed and get that done. So here's your pause for you to try it. All right. Were you able to solve the problem? No? No problem. So we will do it again. So I will just remove my old criteria and create the new one. So breaking the problem down. What's my customers? So it's Minimart. It just show Minimart sales. So first one, select the customers and Minimart. So it's Minimart and sales for cookies more than 2000. All right, so I have two criteria. I have cookies and milk. That means I need to put customers two times, which is Minimart. So one is cookies, another one is milk. So one I select cookies and the other one I select milk. Okay. And criteria is cookies more than 2000. So for this I'll make it as greater than 2000 and milk less than 1000. So less than 1000. Okay. So here is my product header. And what will be the header out here? If you're total, it is absolutely right. It is total. So I have my criteria done. So customer, product, and total. Okay. Customer, product, and total. Done with my criteria. Let's apply the advanced filter. So my filter disappeared. I go back to data, click on filter, advanced filter. So it has already selected the range. My criteria is selected by something else. So I want to first remove this and redo it. Click on OK. And OK. There we go. Minimart milk, Minimart cookies between more than 2000 cookies, and also milk sales less than 1000. Yep. Great. So that is good. So I'll just show you how, if I don't make it right, how it doesn't work. So I'm just going to remove customer and again going to put advanced filter. So it does remember my, no, it doesn't remember. So I'm going to select advanced filter select my criteria. There you go. You have a wrong error. It doesn't show display anything because it's not understanding. So even if I make this customer, and here if I just change it once again, yeah, criteria remains the same, and click on OK. Yeah, so it shows Minimart, but because my Minimart 1 is showing, but cookies is not showing. Yeah, so that's very, very important that you have the criteria absolutely correct for you to apply advanced filtering. Okay, just checking if there is. Okay, so unique records only are copied to another location is the filtered data will be copied to another location. So for example, the filtered data of this particular criteria would be copied out here. Yeah, just check this. So it's basically exporting the data of all that you filtered and moving that to this particular place, wherever you want to move. It will only happen within this particular sheet. Yeah, so I'll just show that once again to you. So that advanced filter option, the other option is you define a criteria. So we'll not take this, we will probably use this particular Minimart cookies, and I'll also put another criteria called Supermart produce greater than 500. This is my new criteria, and selecting the data, applying advanced filter. I have my advanced filter, just checking if the criteria is selected completely. So here I have completes, and then I copy to it this particular filter. Whatever gets filtered by this particular criteria gets copied and gets moved to this particular location. That's what it does. So the way you do it is you select copy to another location and give the reference to where it needs to be copying, and it shows filtering and it displays the cell where the data will be displayed. And if I click on unique records only, which means it will, if there is multiple duplicates, it will remove those duplicates and only display unique records. I don't want that now. I just want the data the way it is. So click OK. There you go. It has filtered the complete data and pasted the data where I wanted to. So that's advanced filtering for you. So start with the first thing which I want to take you through today in chapter 8 is column charts. Now, what is a column chart? Again, let me explain this with an example. Let's say you have sales of two particular products month on month. So you have one sales of cars, and you also have sales of bikes, and you have this data for say 12 months. So you basically want to see in a chart how a car sale is and a bike sale is every month for the 12 months. So that's when you use a column chart. It effectively shows a comparison of one or more series. So here I was talking about one or more series, that's car or bike, and at a data point, and is useful in comparing multiple data series. So I can just not have cars, bikes, I probably can also have some buses, or even add some different types of cars to look at the comparison. So one or more series of data points through a particular time frame is what column charts can provide to you. In column charts, the vertical axis is basically, which is called as y-axis, always displays the numerical values, and the horizontal axis, which is nothing but the x-axis, displays times or other categories. So you could imagine the horizontal axis, which is x-axis, showcasing Jan, Feb, March, April, and so on, and the y-axis showcasing the numerical values such as the number of cars or bikes sold. Okay, now enough of theory. Let me showcase this in a particular diagram, or actually in a chart, and then you could associate more to it. So let me quickly open up the spreadsheet. and get out of this particular presentation. Here we go, spreadsheet. I'll randomly add some data for us to talk about that bike and car sales. Okay, so Jan till December, I have cars, I have bike, I will use rand between. I'm sure this has become a favorite formula now, right? So let's keep it between 50 to 150. I'll copy that formula till December. Okay, here you go. And bike sale, again I'll use rand between, but keep it within 100, so probably 40 to 100. Okay, there you go. And before the formula keeps changing again, let me make it value. So this is a random data I've picked up just to create a chart for you and show how it is. We will talk in details about that, but just for your reference, how do I create a chart? I first need to select the data series, which I have done. And under my ribbons, I go to the insert menu. And in the insert menu, if you observed, there are charts, right? And it shows the different types of charts which are available. You have column, you have line, you have pie, bar, area, scattered, and other charts. So for now, I'm just going for column. Okay, as soon as I click on column, I have different types of column charts available. So I have a 2D column, I have a 3D column, different shapes of that column such as cylindrical, cone, pyramids, and so on. This all chart type is nothing but if I select on this, it basically shows all the different types of chart available in that particular menu. Not getting into that, just this is a simple chart which we are creating. So select the data, I go to insert, under the chart tab, click on column. And for now, I'm just going to take 2D volume, sorry, 2D columns. There you go. Simple. As soon as I do that, Excel will use my reference data and put it into chart. So what we learned from our presentation on column chart is nothing but the column chart, the vertical axis always display numerical values. You can see this vertical axis, which is our y-axis, displaying a numerical value, and horizontal axis, which is x-axis, displays time or other category. So there we go, time. And the data of car and bike is represented by column. So you have the blue, which is represented by car, and red by bike, or that orangish or whatever that color is. So here you could see the comparison. Jan, the car sales is up to 100, but the bike sales is up to 60 plus, which is actually 66. And that's how I create a simple chart. Easy? Of course, right? Out of all the topics which we did so far in the chapters, I'm sure this would be the most interesting, if not the most colorful for sure. Easy? Alright, so let's get started. Let me just close this, or let me just retain this for now. Probably we could use this reference time and again. And open my intermediate exercise worksheet. Okay, so where is my charts and graphs? Okay, here we go. This is the chart which I designed for today's exercise, and we will go ahead and create all the different type of exercise I want to do with this particular chart, and I'll teach you how to do it. Okay, so what's my data all about? So here I have a list of team members who report into me. These basically imagine me as a manager of a particular company, and they are the people who report into me, and this is the productivity they do. That means, like if I was referring to task, right, or reports which they need to do. So this is the number of reports they are particular doing in a particular week or a month, and the quality of that particular report or task in percentages. So I have quality percentage and the respective percentage which they have achieved. So this is my data. Now I want to represent this particular data in using the chart wizard. I want to create a column chart and display the following: productivity and quality of team members. So let's get started. So the first thing in Excel is select the data and give instructions to Excel to create a chart. So how do I do that? I go to my Insert tab, and on that I click on column. And for now, let's just use a 2D. There we go, something similar to the car and bike exercise. So default Excel puts this in this particular spreadsheet and creates this particular window. You could move around the window. There are various aspects of this particular window. So here you could see the chart plot area, and this is nothing but the complete chart. So this is the plot area which is got highlighted. This is completely the chart. These are called series, and this is your x-axis and y-axis. Now all these are independent, and you of course can move by itself. So for example, the plot area, I can make it small or I can make it large. Including the chart, I can either make it large or small. All this I'm doing using my shift button and my mouse. So you could of course try and play around it when you're doing it. Yeah. Okay, so let's get to our exercise and see how we could create this. Now, the one thing which I want to quote before I actually start processing this is charts. In charts, you have so many options, and it's up to your creativity how beautifully you can make it. You could use multiple combinations of colors, which I will show you, and make it as good looking as possible. And it's up to you to use all that is available in the chart menu and try and make it as good looking as possible, because this is what you're going to represent in the PowerPoint, which probably is something similar to what I'm doing, and that data goes to your managers, your business, and so on and so forth. So it's important that you try to be as creative as possible, and I will give you some short tips as we go ahead. Okay, so coming back, I selected the data range, I created a chart, and as soon as I create a chart, you must have noticed, if not, you can see that there is the small chart toolbar which comes up. This chart toolbar basically has 3 tabs. It has design, layout, and format. So if I remove this, just to do it again, there you go. There is nothing called chart toolbar. So as soon as I select the data and insert a chart, I have my chart toolbar which appears. So before I go ahead and start the exercise, let's quickly review what is this chart toolbar all about. So here in the chart toolbar, similar to our ribbon concept, we have different ribbons. So in this I have the type. So basically I can change the chart type, so which if I click gets me to the different charts available. For now I will not change the chart type, I'll leave it the way it is. Save as template, I want to switch rows and columns, or I want to reselect the data and make it a little different. We are not dealing with reselecting the data, etc. at this point of time, because I just want you to get a hang of the basics first, and then we will go into more complex versions. So switch rows and columns, select data is to play around with the data. The chart layout is an important ribbon which basically tells how you want to place it. So here it gives you a preview of your chart. So currently I am in this particular preview. That's how it is. And if I want, I can change that to say this, or I could make it smaller or bigger. I'll just retain to the first one which I like. Yeah. In the chart styles, Excel gives you some default set of styles which Excel has inbuilt. This again is there for a particular reason. You have some default good looking styles which you can use. You have some 3D with different color settings. So for example, I can use this. It changes the way the color is reflecting, or you could go with some plain colors of orange, or you could design it all by yourself. So I'm going back to my original, which is the first one which I've selected. Yeah, so that is under the design. So basically anything to do with the design is reflecting in the first particular tab. Now if I go to the layout, it's basically to do with all the layouting of that particular chart, which means I can insert shapes, format my selection, I can change the selection. If I want to insert a text box and make it something unique, chart a name and all that, and anything to do with labels, we will see more about this as we progress. And axis, grid lines, will again come back to it. These are called grid lines. We will talk about it a little later. Plot area, show plot area, do not show plot area. Yeah, so all that which we could play around with this, and then more additional options. If you want to add a trend line, you want to do some more error bars, more statistically in nature, that's what happens in layout. Yeah, and then format, similar to our all the other formatting options available in Excel. Shape outline, text outline, you want to make it bold, small, change the length of a particular text, make it bold, or change the font of a particular text. All that is available in the format. So remember this very importantly. As soon as you enter create a chart or insert a chart, you have the chart toolbar which comes up, and that chart toolbar is good enough option for you to play around and find out what exactly those tabs do. And if you use them rightly, your chart can be extremely attractive. Okay, with me till now? Alright, so let's move on and do this particular exercise which I have designed. So the first thing is I used this particular data and I created this chart. So using the chart wizard, create a column graph and display the following, which I've created a column graph. I've displayed the productivity and quality, and this data, the way productivity or quality percentage is taken from the headers, and all the team members' names are taken from this particular column and displayed in the horizontal axis. Okay, so using a chart wizard, create a column graph, display the following. First one, productivity and quality of team managers, team members. So I have productivity, I have quality. Create a title for the chart, June team performance. Okay, just a random name is what I gave. So I have a chart title. Just in case I did not have this chart title, where should I go? Layouts, and I go to chart titles, and in the chart title I have different options. I have center overlay title, which basically overlays the title over that. If not, I could make about the chart, or I could also go to more title options. I can make border color, styles, shadow, and so on. Yeah, for now I'll leave it about the chart, and I'll not exactly name it as June team performance. I'll make it as team performance. Okay, there we go, team performance. The next one, remove all grid lines. So I have these lines which are passing by, right? I want to remove them because I just want the bars to be highlighted and not exactly the grid. So for that, I go to axis, I click on grid lines, primary horizontal grid lines, major grid lines. For now, I just want to show you what it will do. Vertical grid lines, none, and primary, none. Yeah, so when I click on primary major, it appears. You can also, as per your likings, can make it minor, which means there'll be more grid lines. And then I can also make it major and minor grid lines, which you can see. Not necessarily I use grid lines, so I'll just make it as none for now. So I've removed the grid lines. So it gives it a particular shape. Yeah. Place the legend at the bottom of the chart. So here I have the legends towards my right, which is this. Now I want to place it out here to make it look even more attractive. Can I actually drag and drop this? No, see, it doesn't work. So what do I do for this is I go back to my layout. I have the legend. So under the legend I have multiple options. So show legend at the right, that's what I've selected, or to the top, or I can make it to the left, or the one which I wanted at the bottom. Yep. Okay. So I'm done with chart title. I gave the legend which is down, but I also want to give some data labels. So I want to label this because it's difficult for me to actually understand what the sales is. So how do I get the data labels? So one, I could go ahead, select the complete chart and go to data labels and make it center. So can you see I have the data label? So I could either give it outside end or inside the base. So there are multiple options which I can play around. I'll just keep it outside end. Let me check if what else options are available. In this particular option, I can do outside in, center, inside, or I could also format this into different number formats. For example, percentage, which actually shows weird numbers because I don't want them in percentage for now. So general, and for now I'll just make it in the center. Okay, one at the center, one on the top. And the way I've done this is basically, once again to showcase to you, I've selected that particular data label, so it selects the complete productivity data label, and I can actually once again click on this and it will select just one, or I come out and once again click on it, it will select all that. I could either go to data labels and go to more data labels, or I could go right click and format data labels. Both goes to the same option. So I can make it inside base or center the way it is at this particular point. Okay, so now I have data label to make it look nice. I've had one inside at the center, one at the outside. So we are done with display the value labels also, or the data label. Change the plot area color, change the series color is the next two things, right? That's what I made. Now, I'll not just stop at that. I want to see all that I can do. So I'll just keep this in the middle, expand it a little bit more so that you could see all that which I can do. So like the way I told, you need to be creative to make it look good, right? So I mentioned team performance. This also is good for now. For now, I'm going to the plot area. Right click on the plot area, and be very careful about when you're clicking, because be mindful about what is being selected. For example, see, now the data label is selected, not the plot area. So you need to move a little bit more higher and select that particular plot area. Now I could go right click, format plot area, and I have multiple options. Fill options, no fill, a solid fill is more like a color. A gradient fill is more like I have two colors which I can mix. I can fill it with a picture or a text, or I could just leave it as automatic. So I will go to solid fill and mix up two colors, gradient fill and mix up two colors. So preset colors, I have some. I will use this. So it is light and moves up, and I have directions. So I will just make it linear down, and I have angle which I can change. You can see I can make it more 70-degree angle. I could leave it at 90. Gradient stops at 1, 2. So basically does different change in color patterns which you can play. Looks like my system is stuck. Please bear with me for a second. There you go, it's back. Yep, so I was just playing around with my plot area. So once again, let me click that, format plot area, and I have used gradient fill, change the colors. I've used two colors, and then I could of course do different transparency or change the position of it. You could see the transparency changing the way the blue looks. Yeah, so I could play around to make it as attractive as possible. So I'll leave it at this particular color, and then I go to the chart area and I can also add a color at the chart area. So for that, format chart area. Again, I could use solid fill. So in this case, I will just use a darker color, probably a gray. Looking good. So just let me use black. No, it's probably, yeah, I'll leave it at black for now. Okay, so there you go. Of course, all my legends are not being seen, so I need to change my legend color. So for that, I could just go to my format and I could change the shape fill to, let's take white. No, let's not do a shape fill. I could probably use this. Let me just right click on that and format fonts. The color would be, yeah, there you go. So your options in Excel to make it look good is either you work out of the chart tool, design, layout, or format, or select the area what you want to do and right click and you have options out there. So for example, the team performance, I want to change something. The font color, I right click, font, and I make the color orange. Okay, so there you go. Looks better. And not just that, I have options to change single line items as well, not that I have to change everything together. For example, I'm just going to select the productivity. If you notice, I just click on that particular line and it selects the complete productivity. If I again click on that, it will select just that one particular productivity. So if I want to modify just one of the columns, I can do so, or I could modify the complete set of columns. For now, I want to change this color of this particular column. So I'm going to select all the columns, again right click, format data series. I will go to the 3D format and change, let me just actually fill this with a different color first. Solid fill and make it green. Okay, now I'm going to go to 3D format, change this through a special effect to make it look something like a 3D, and lightning as well to this, and close. Okay, there you go. I have changed that. Now I'll make this also get into a 3D format to make it look better. So format data series, 3D format, oh sorry, first fill, solid fill, let me make it red. Two got it right, probably a little, how about a blue? Similar to that, let me give it something like, I'll give it a red, or let me go to more colors and select a different version of red. Yeah, there you go. So I have a red, but a little lighter red. Okay, I for that what I did is basically I went in solid fill, I dropped down on the colors, I clicked on more colors. In more colors, I pointed my cursor to a particular version of red, and this is the darkness of it. So I kept it a little on the lighter side, clicked on OK. And then right click again on the same data range, format data series, go to 3D format and change the material to make some effects so that it looks good. Yeah, better. Now, like the way I told, I can also highlight a particular column, right? So let's take this particular sale of Hari on, or the productivity of Hari has been very low. So I want to highlight this. So I can just click on that particular column once, right click, format data point, which means just that particular column. And this time I'll fill it with a red color to show that there is a problem. Yeah. Fill, solid fill, and red. Okay, so this one is to highlight that this particular month this Hari was not doing good. Yeah, so Now you notice how I have used this particular chart and how at least I've tried to make it attractive. Probably it is not as attractive as it can be. Again, like the way I told, it's up to your creativity as how attractive you can get it to. I've just tried to put some colors and play around with it to get it in this particular format. Not just that, I can also format the way the chart look and feel is. So I could right click on this format chart area. I can make this a 3D format. Yeah, so this also becomes 3D format. And when I actually copy this and I'll open a new PowerPoint presentation, I can paste this, and that's how my chart looks. Yeah, little attractive, right? Yeah, and you can see, probably you could notice that it looks like it is actually a 3D format. Yeah? So that's how I could create charts and make it as attractive as possible. Okay, going back to my spreadsheet. Okay, so we changed the plot area color, we changed the series color as well. Yeah, so to reiterate the column chart, which we are now done with, so basically I used the table and I used the insert ribbon to insert the column chart, and then I used the different chart tools available in terms of design, layout, format to format the look and feel of the chart. I could also go ahead and select individual data series or data points, right click and format those to different options, which is available either using colors or different methodologies. Yeah, so here we go. I'm just doing it again, solid fill. Probably let me just keep it as black. Yeah, so I am using right click out here. So that's how I use charts in Excel, and I could create charts and column charts. Before I move on to other charts, a couple of other options. Now within this, there are options to change the chart type, which we saw earlier, right? So I could go ahead and change the format, change chart type. So for this, the current option I've selected is this, but I want to make it cylindrical. I could select this, and you could see immediately and click on OK, it will start reflecting cylindrical. So this is a different version of it. I'll let you play with it, and probably you could find out what is the one which you like according to your taste. Again, the simplest way of doing or changing the chart type is going right click, change chart type, and I can make it cone. Yeah, there you go. So whichever you like, or probably your manager likes, or based on your occasions, you can make it fun and not that. And also to make it even more nice, the chart area I could insert some image. So for example, picture or text file. So there you go. So this is like I can use something from file or clipboard or clip art. Let me see if I have some clipboards. If I have from file, I don't think I have any images, but just trying from sample pictures. So I have some sample pictures over here. So probably I'll use this jellyfish, insert, and click close. There you go. So on the image, this particular chart is inserted, and then I can move this to make it a little bit more interesting. Just be careful how you select. So here I've selected the plot area. I'm moving it a little down, and then now I can paste this into a presentation. Okay, so just click on F5 to make it look. So this is the original one. Now this with some inserted picture. So you have different formats which you can use. So all according to how you want it to be displayed. You just need to use the options available in the chart toolbar, and also few options like, say, when you click on format chat area, there are multiple options. So based on your creativity, when you keep playing with this, you'll come to know which is the one which is right and which makes it looks very beautiful. All right, so hope this gave you a good enough understanding of how to do a column chart. I will pause this particular video for 10 seconds like usual, and give you a time to work on the same spreadsheet, which you can download from our website, or you could also create this particular table and work on all that which we learned in the column chart, and then you could come back and we will move on to line and pie chart. Okay, so here's the pause for you to do your bit. All right, so hope you did get time to do all that which we tried. Now, going back to my presentation, we were talking about column chart. So you got a fair enough understanding of how column chart works. When to use column chart? It's basically used when you need to compare different series of data over a time, and the effectiveness of column chart is when you have different data. So if column chart is so useful, then when does the other types of chart come into place? So let's review those type of charts. The next one which I want to teach you is the line chart. Now, what is a line chart? Similar to column chart, a line chart is basically a line moving in, displaying a trend on a time axis, on a time scale. So basically the vertical axis out here will always display numerical value, and the horizontal axis will display time or other category. Okay, so similarly in column chart you had X and Y axis. Here also you have X and Y axis, but here the Y axis will always display numerical value and the X axis will display the time category. Okay, the line chart is effective in displaying trends for multiple series. As you will notice when I actually do it, each line can be made into different colors, and it is also effective to show a particular trend in a line series. Okay, so similar to how we actually did a column chart, let's actually do a line chart and understand this in particular detail. And when you see this, you will know when to use a line chart versus a column chart. Opening up my spreadsheet, and I want to go to a line chart exercise. Okay, so I have an exercise for you, and probably you could work with me while doing this. And just to make it a little bit more colorful, I'm adding columns and formatting the data to make it look good. Okay, so let me explain the data first to you. So I have the month-on-month sales for car, bicycle and scooters, and I want to create a line chart to review this. Of course, there is no harm in creating a column chart out here. We could do that as well, but again, the column chart might not give you a trend analysis, which a line chart can give you. I will do both, and then you could see the difference. Okay, so here is my line chart. The first thing what I need to do, I need to select the data. Once I have selected the data, what is that I do? I go to insert, and then what will I select for my line chart? I will click on the line chart. So this creates it. Again, there are options. There are 2D and 3D. So I will just select the simple 2D line, and there I have my line chart. Now, of course, it looks quite haphazard and irrelevant, right? But then let's do it better, and I'm sure you will understand the meaning of it. So I'm just expanding it. Okay. So what are the things we need to do? Show the sales of the vehicle for Jan to December. So I have the line for car, I have the bicycle, I have the scooter. Create a title for the chart, sale of vehicle. So how do I do that? Go to layout, chart title, about chart. What shall I name it? Vehicle sales, sale of vehicle 2015. Okay, the sale of vehicle 2015 is what I've named it. I want to remove the grid lines. How do I remove the grid lines? I go to the grid lines. Under the layout, I click on horizontal grid lines, none, and I have the grid lines gone. So in this chart, do you think grid lines make more effective, right? Makes the chart look more effective. So let's actually place a grid line, and let's place minor grid lines. Okay, and also the major grid lines. So major grid lines and minor grid lines. Okay, so it's just allowing me to place one. So I'll leave it at minor grid lines. Place the legend at the bottom. That is something which we did in the last chart as well. Simple. Go to legend, show legend at bottom. Okay. And I don't want to change any plot area out here. Change the series color, plot area color, display the value label for scooter, and change the color of the line. So if you notice, I can actually display the values out here. But if we display values, so if I actually go to data labels and make it center, so it becomes too cluttered, right? So for now, I'm not going to display the values. I am just going to make it no value displayed, but for something which is consistent, or when there is a sales, for example, if you see the sales of this, if I select, you can make out that it is scooter sales. It is predominantly better than the other two. I want to make it and change it to a different color, and probably change this data label itself. So I want to change this chart type to format data series. I want to change this marker line. I want to increase the width of this, so I'm just making it bigger. So I have different options. I'll do this in this way. Compound, I'll make it this way. And line color, solid line, let me make it a dark green. Okay, and marker is those small boxes which you're seeing. Solid fill, I'll make it black. Marker options is I have built-in. I will select these triangles, or let me try this and make it a little bit bigger in size. Yeah, and close. Okay. So can you see how it is showing? Let me do that for the rest of it also, and maybe not as big as this, but make it more effective. So how do I do that? I select the data series, right click, format data series, marker fill, solid fill, and this time I will give it probably a little different color, and marker option, let it be square. Line color, it's blue now, so I will retain it as probably darker blue. Okay, and marker options, built-in, and make it triangle a little bigger inside. Okay, yeah, probably it is looking too cluttered, so let me just remove the marker option. And make it smaller. Here, there you go. So you can notice that basically what this graph is telling, you could go ahead and modify more such options out here, and and again change the plot color and so on, which I will do in a minute. But then the important thing which I wanted to showcase to you out here is you can see a trend, right? We could also put this in a column, and let's notice the difference. So here I'm going to insert and just make it in terms of a column. Okay, so here you go. So here you could notice that probably it is not showing you the trend of the sales. So but when you come here, you could see the sale of vehicle trend. So for example, if I actually look at the scooter sales, so for Jan it is showing 1000, for Feb it is showing around 800, and then for March around 800, and which is very difficult for you to find out in this particular column. And it clearly shows that compared to the other trend lines, your scooter sales, there is no much of a dip, it is constant. But when I look at bicycle, there's a huge fluctuation, and there is a time when it has come very low. And also if I look at car sales, there is a time in April when it has come very low, and then okay, it is stabilized. So this particular line chart basically helps me in getting that particular trend which column doesn't give. Yeah, so that's the beauty of the line chart. So I'll remove the column and probably make it look good, and then we will put it into a presentation. So this, I need to be careful with what colors I will use. So I will use some light colors, solid fill, and I will use some light colors such as this, or make it a little bit even more lighter, around bluish. Okay, and let the trend line be the way it is. And here the fonts, I will select the fonts, and I want to make it bold. Okay, and here as well I want to select the fonts and make it bold. And why just make the fonts bold? Let us make the legend as well bold. So I select the legend, font, make it bold, click OK. Yeah, so there we go. And just to make it more nice, for one data series, which is my scooter, I will add data labels. And let me place the data labels above. Yeah, so just to showcase that the scooter sales were the most. Okay, now copy this, going back to my presentation. Yeah, there you go. Does it look interesting? It looks good, right? So imagine I'm presenting this as at a sale conference to show that yes, the the scooter sales are stable, but there is a dip in car or bicycle sales. So how I used the data from my spreadsheet and came up with a good looking graph and present that in a wider meeting. So that's line chart all about. So understood how to do a line chart, we understood how to do a column chart, we understood the difference between column and line chart. Now let's move on to the third type of chart, which is a pie chart. Again, before I move on, I'll give a 10-second pause for you to work on this particular exercise. You have the data in front of you, and you also have the details in the spreadsheet. So a 10-second pause for you to work on this particular exercise. Okay, welcome back. So we saw, going back to my presentation, we saw line chart, we understood when line chart is used. Now I'm going to the third aspect, which is my favorite. It's a pie chart. Now what is a pie chart? I'm sure we all know what pie is, right? It basically is just taking one series of data and showcasing in that series the proportionality of how much a particular aspect of that series is. So if I have to go by definition, it uses the series identifier in the chart title and displays the value of the series as proportional slices of a pie. The easiest way of me to explain this is through by imagining a pizza. So pizza is the complete series, the proportionality is those different slices. So let's demo this and let's understand what pie chart is all about. Going back to my spreadsheet, and I'm going to my pie chart exercise. Okay, cricket is something which is favorite for a lot of us. So I have created an exercise with cricket out here. So let us, hopefully this is interesting than the other two charts and also more visually effective. Okay, because unlike the other two charts which we did 2D, here we are going for a three-dimensional visual chart. So what is that we need to do? So I have a list of cricketers and their ratings. So I have to create a pie chart of this particular list. I have to name a title, then move the legend to the bottom, not just let the data the way it is. I want to give it as a percentage of each of the segment and do some manual selection, change the color, fill some different gradient fill and separate one segment and make it look very different. Okay, so let's do all this using pie chart. So how do we go about it? First thing, select the chart and select the data, go to insert and select the pie chart. So while I'm doing this, I want to select the 3D pie chart. All the other two exercises, we select the 2D pie chart, but for now I selected the 3D pie chart. So there you go. I have the complete pie chart. You can see that it is a complete series and the ratings are displayed by different proportion of that particular series. So first thing, provide a chart title, cricketers rating. So chart title, chart tools, go to layout, chart title, above the chart, and I'll type in cricketers rating. Okay, so I have the chart title done. Move the legend to the bottom. That also we know. Go to legend, show legend at the bottom. Let me expand this. Okay, and display percentage each of the segment of the pie chart. Okay, this is something which we did not do, but I gave you a hint in the previous chart. So for that, first let me display the data labels. So I select the chart, click on data labels, I make it inside in the center, and I have the display label. So I have the numbers, but then what I want to do is I want to change this to percentage because we have a series of the proportion, right? So we'll make it to show as percentage. So again, right click, format data series. Okay, I'm sorry, that's not the one. Right click, format data labels, and under that now it is showing as value. So I don't want to show as value, I want it to show as percentage. There you go, close, and I have displayed it as percentages. Okay, I can move it a little bit more towards the side just to make it look attractive. And what do we do with the color? I'm not very happy with black, so let me change it to white in color. So how do I do that? Select the data series, format under the font, and I will select it to white, and probably let's make it bold because that's what we want to highlight, right? Okay, there we go. So I've done with selecting the percentages. So for manually select the segment of Rahul Dravid rating and separate it from the rest of the chart. So Rahul Dravid, let me select Rahul Dravid's rating. So which is Rahul Dravid, which is 8, light blue color. So once I click, I select the complete pie chart. I click again, I select only Rahul Dravid's rating. So I'm going to hold shift and drag this outside. You can see the blue dotted line, which means I'm dragging it outside the chart and leave it like that. So you can see, just like a pizza, I'm removing this particular piece out, and I want to change this to a separate color. So let me make this format data point, So fill, solid fill, and make it blue and close. Yeah, you can notice that it is, and I can do that individually also. I can select this again. I want to change this to different color. Format data point. I'll just use some bright colors to make it look very nice. So easiest option is to use the colors which I've already used before. Close. I have a red, and let me use a brighter green here. Oh, okay, no, it selected everything. Okay, format data point, fill, solid fill, and a green. Close. Notice as soon as I do that, accordingly different colors, the respective colors are showing out here. This orange, let's make it a bright orange. Okay, bright orange, and this a bright purple. So creativity to make it look attractive. Close. Okay, and this one to fill, solid fill. Okay. Format data series. I'm just running out of colors out here. I'm just wondering what will make it look good. Let's go with yellow. We don't have a yellow in that, right? Yep. There we go. Oh, okay. Didn't work. What happened? Format data point, fill, solid fill, and I've selected the yellow. Close. Okay, so a little bit more brighter, looking good, hopefully, and I've selected that. So what's my next one? Select the separate segment and fill. I select the separate segment again, and select fill effects and gradient tab. Select two colors, and select the separate segment once again, and select fill effect under the pattern type and select using pattern. Okay, so basically what I told is I want to use different patterns. So let's make the yellow with a different pattern, and for this I'm going to go to format data point and fill. Instead of that, I am going to use a gradient fill, which means there are two colors. I'll go with the pre rainbow color. There we go. And I also want to select this and probably make it a different format. So fill, gradient, or let's go with a picture or text and make it, let's give it this particular green. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so the pie chart, again, there's a lot of options for you to play around with it. We can make it beautiful. We could make different colors. You could remove even different segments again out. It is just that you need to know how to do it. One click, you select the complete pie. Another click, you select just that particular thing. Remove that also out and make it as attractive and the way you want. Yeah. Okay. So just that I want to change the plot area just to make it a little bit more colorful. Solid fill. Let's make it a black. Okay, and change all the fonts to white in color. You could use this option as well. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so you can see that I have just going to remove two of them to make it look attractive. Yeah, there you go. So that's how I have created a pie chart. So you understood pie chart now. So we have seen three different charts. We saw the column chart where you compare data series together on a time, line chart which is used basically for a trend analysis, and a pie chart which is used to create, it is basically using a pie to represent the complete series data. And then we saw how to change it into percentages, how to modify the colors, use different gradients. You individually modify a data series to completely modify a data series. So these are the main few important things in the chart. The way you need to use the tools you use in charts is the chart tools, or select a particular data series, right click and use that. So good enough information on charts, and like the way I mentioned in earlier during the chart, the main important things are column, line and pie charts. But outside that, we also have few other different types of charts which we will quickly review and check. Okay, going back to my presentation, we saw pie chart. The next thing is other charts, which are bar chart, area chart, scatter chart and surface chart. Now I'm not going to get into details about that, but quickly use the chart which we have created and see how these are represented in that particular different chart label. So I'm going to remove this. So like the way I told, there are different chart types, right? So I've selected the data. In the insert, I go to bar chart and I'm going to click on bar chart. So just that, it's not going to show horizontal, it's going to show vertical, and I'm just going to show the data. So you can see that the data is represented horizontally and not really on a vertically, and that is bar chart. Now I can change this again to different. So area chart, the data will be showed differently. So let me just showcase this. So it's basically representing the data in terms of quantity, percentage and productivity. So this is the productivity and quantity, but again, not really makes so much of a sense as much as in columns, right? So that's how the data is represented. Colors or 3D options if you want to use it. And then if I want to showcase into X and Y scattered axis, it's basically showing the data scattered, which again, not very much understandable because it doesn't make any inferences out of it. The last thing is you could show probably from a bubble. Yeah, so all those are the different types of charts which can be used, but then like the way I mentioned, I'm sure you could have understood that these are not exactly showcasing the data the way, or you are able to represent the data the way you really want to, right? So the easiest and the best way to represent the data is in the three types of chart which I taught you: column, line or pie. If you know that, that's good enough for you to understand charts and work on charts. Alright, so these are the different types of charts outside the three which I showed. Of course, you can play around with these charts to see what all it shows, but then like the way I told, it is basically representing data in different formats and not really anything new in terms of the way you format it or the way you use chart tools. So I'll leave it to you to play around with it. So let's go to the demo to understand all this in detail. Alright, so to explain this a little bit more better and make it easier for you to understand, let me create a small information table which we will use to understand how to create, how to use protection using that particular table. So we have been seeing some reports, right, where we spoke about team productivity, team quality, and even in charts you saw about productivity versus quality charts. So I'm going to create the similar spreadsheet where I'm going to create my team members productivity report, the task report they do. So to start off with, I will create a team name and some team members. So let me just make it to team 20 team members here, and I have their task detail which they need to input. Yeah, I could have used autofill, but just that I was typing in, that's okay. So this is the table which I was referring to. Okay, and just to make it look good, which we learned in formatting, I'm using certain colors. Okay, so this I will name it as team task details. Team task. Okay, let's just leave it at that. And sheet 2, I'll name it as computation. Okay, so this is the spreadsheet I want to create. Simply put, I'll copy this table in the computation and I'll keep it referenced, and week 1 task, week task, and week 3 task. Okay, so I've been using a lot of shortcuts, so don't worry about how I'm able to do that so quickly. It is just practice which will help you to get there. Okay, so we have week 1 task, week 2 task, and week 3 task. So just to make it a little bit more better, I've added total and make this a little different color. Let me use some light color. Okay, so this is week 1. Yeah, you could also notice how I'm doing formatting and probably use some of the formattings I do. So I have week 1 and week 2. Just rename this to week 2 and rename this to week. Okay, so this is what I have in terms of my table which I've created. Just to make this even more interesting, usage of fonts and colors to its usage. Okay, there we go. So now this is a particular weekly task list which I have created for my team members, and the requirement from them is to ask these team members to come and input the data in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday cells. Okay, so without their notice, what I'll be doing is I've created this total fields which I will be hiding, and I'll show you how to do that. And that reference is what I'm going to give it to this particular computation sheet. Okay, so let's take total would be nothing but equal to sum of all these fields. Correct, so basically I'm totaling that particular details, and I'm doing that for all the team members. And let me just copy paste this formula across. So though I'm copy pasting, Excel will understand by referencing that I'm actually calculating this particular week's data. There you go. And get this center aligned so that it looks good. Make it bold. And here as well, center aligned and make it bold. And the last one. Okay, so this is what I've done. So I have the table created. So the table is created with 3 weeks of data, where the team members needs to come and add their task list that calculates the total, and it shows me in the computation sheet. Now for this to showcase it in the computation sheet, I need to reference this table to this particular total, which basically is nothing but week 1 task list is equal to Satish 1. So I can reference it out here, and I can just copy this formula down. Excel reference will do the rest. And so do I do the same for week 2. And week 3. Yeah. So because I know referencing, I know that what I'm doing is exact. So I'm making this bold and center to make it look nice. Okay, let's just test our table. Satish 4 is 5 productivity, and then I have Satish 5 at week 2 5, and Satish 6 at Thursday. So totally it has to show 5 5 5 in all the 3 weeks. Does it show? And you can look at it by reference. It is actually showing the way I've inputted the data. So my table and all my references, nice. That's just a small check to ensure my data is showing up properly. Okay, so we have the spreadsheet now. So what I want you to show now on is the protection bit. So what I was trying to do out here till now is to create this particular table and send this particular table to my team members. I could either do that, or I could also share this particular spreadsheet in one of our shared drives, a common place where everyone can access this particular spreadsheet. That also we are going to see. The intention of sharing this particular spreadsheet is so that Satish one knows that he has to enter data only in this particular fields and for all the 3 weeks, and he doesn't have to really bother about how much calculation, and I can see how much he's doing on a week on week. Just to make it even better, let me add a total here for me to just understand how he's been doing for 3 weeks. Just added the total, and again something we did it in conditional formatting. I could use this to create though I could use conditional formatting over here to give it conditions in such a way that it highlights the cell value if it doesn't matches or it goes below a particular number. So I've created this. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to hide these particular sheets total so they can't see. So how I do that is I go select that particular column which I need to hide. I could either just go to that column, select it, right click and click on hide, and I've done it out here and to the other column also. So for Satish, all the other Satishes, they only know that they need to enter data week on week. Yeah. Now, first thing which I want to show you is how do you save this workbook just in case you don't want anyone else to modify this except you. So for that, when you're saving the workbook for the first time, you click on this small Windows icon and you have Excel options, right? So you click on Excel options, or rather let's not do it like that. I would go click on this save as, and I would create my desktop, go to my desktop for now, and I would just name it as team details. This is the easiest way for you to do that. And when you're saving the spreadsheet, you can see there is a tools option out here, right? So click on the tools option. So under the tools option, you have web option, map network drive, compress pictures, or general option. You get to click on general options. So as soon as you do click on general option, you have two things. One is to password to open this file, password to modify this file. So what this basically means is password to open means that every time you want to open this particular spreadsheet, you need to give that particular password. And if modify again on the same line, password to modify means that every time you want to modify the spreadsheet, there needs to be a password. So you could just make it read only. That means it can just open up, but nothing unless you put in the password to modify, it will not allow you to modify any content. So for now, I'm going to use both the options. So and read only recommendation. So you could see how everything comes into picture. Another small thing out here is always create backup. So this option means that Excel will keep saving the file periodically. So whatever file you have created, it will always have a backup in an Excel directory. So it will create backup, keep that backup just in case something goes wrong with this file, you can recover that backup and work on it. Yeah, that rarely happens unless your file is extremely huge, where you have almost used the complete set of cells available and your data is almost close to 1 GB so much. So other than that, I have never seen Excel behaving extremely cranky or the files getting corrupt. Yeah, but if it is a very critical data, I would suggest you create a backup. So another important thing out here is that password to open and modify can be different, but if you forget that particular password, there is no way that Excel you can recover that particular password. So enter the password which you remember, because if you lose that password, you will not be able to open this file. You will have to restart or redo everything from the start. Okay, so I'm going to give a very simple password, not that I don't want to complicate it, just for our training purpose. My password would be 3 ones. So it's 1 1 1, and for password to modify it will again be 1 1 1. I will click a read only recommended and click OK. So as soon as I do that, it will ask me to re-enter the password. You can see the caution over here. If you lose or forget the password, it cannot be recovered. It was advisable to keep a list of passwords and the corresponding workbook and sheet names in a safe place. Yeah, so do not forget the password which you're giving. So 111, and again to modify. Okay, so I've given this and I've saved that particular spreadsheet. So let me close this and go back to my desktop and try to open that particular spreadsheet. There you go. As soon as I click, the first thing it tells us team details is protected. Even for password to open, I mentioned, right? Password to open. So if I would have not given password to open, it would have opened and shown the data, but to modify, I had to use the password. So even for opening, I've given a password. That's why it's asking me. Let me type in the password 111. Okay, there you go. So now it tells, all right, I'll open it. Password for write access or open and read only. You remember I clicked on read only, right? So I can go ahead and click on read only. There you go. It opens up the spreadsheet. It will allow me to do the changes, but I'm just going to hit the Control S and show what happens if I try to save this. See, as soon as I hit a Control S, which is to save, it tells it is a read only. To save a copy, click OK and then give the workbook a new name in the save. So you can actually resave it in a different name, but I can't modify that particular workbook. So that's the beauty of read only. Okay, I'm not going to do so. I'm going to close this. So it's telling that you want to save another copy. I'm not going to do that. So let me redo the whole thing. So I'm clicking on Alt F, which opens up my recent documents, and I'm opening up my team details file. So to open it, I'll give the password, and now I don't want to see read only, so I want to modify. So I will use the password again, 111. Okay, so there is a small wizard telling that do you want to use this as read only or do you want to edit it. So it is telling it should be opened as read only unless you need to save changes. Open as read only, yes, that means it will open again as read only, but now I don't want, so I'll click on no, which means it is in an editable mode. Yeah, so that's how I've created a spreadsheet, password protected it, and only I can open it. Yeah, so that's one thing which we learned. Now the other thing, that was not the intention, right? I just wanted to show in terms of uh, password protecting that particular spreadsheet. My main intention over here is to send this particular spreadsheet. I want my team members to add those particular details in the relevant cells, and that should reflect in the computation sheet. Okay, so to start with, let's take I've sent this to Satish. So he adds his first week's productivity data, 7, and then he does 7 again, sorry, 7 again, then he does 9 and probably one day 14 and 23. So he's done that. So the computation also shows 61. So when it comes to computation sheet, he might notice that I'm observing that it is showing my productivity. So what I probably want to do is restrict him to not delete these. Today, without any restrictions, I can come to the computation sheet, click on 61 and hit a delete. And you can see that the cell got deleted. I don't want that to happen. I want the formulas to be retained. You can see that there is a formula and the calculation to be retained. The only field which Satish should be able to enter is this, and I don't want him to touch any of these particular cells. So here again, I can delete if I want, and I can probably change the names and write whatever I want. I don't want all that to be done. So how do I do that? For that, I'm going to use cell protections. So to use cell protection, the first thing I need to do is click on this all the list of cells. This is the easiest way. There are multiple ways to do it, but I'm going to teach you the easiest way. So click on this particular cell, right click. So you have format cells option, right? So click on format cells. So basically it will throw up a window, and in the format cell option you have in the last tab called protections. So you have two options over here, locked and hidden. I'll teach you what both of them are, but for now I'm just going to open up the locked cells. Okay, and click OK. As soon as I do that, so basically Excel, what it does is it opens up all the cells and there is no cells which are locked. Initially all the cells were locked, so when I went formatted the cells and removed the lock, it has opened up all the cells. Now what I want to do is come back. For now I'm going to select the complete list of cells, and this green small mark which you're seeing is Excel is telling me that, oh, these are formulas, so do you want to protect these cells? So it is being proactive and it is telling me that these are formula related cells. Do you want to protect it? So I will take the clue from there and I will also select the complete table. Now I'm only selecting the table which I want to lock. Lock them by again going and formatting cells. Go to protection and lock. Okay. So here I've not done anything to hidden. I will show you what hidden is in a moment, and click OK. As soon as I do that, the green mark goes off. So basically now what is Excel done? It has locked this particular cell. So after I do that, I go to review. In review, I have protect sheet. So you can see there is changes ribbon, and in that I have protect sheet. So I click on protect sheet. So I have select lock cells, select unlock cells. I don't want to do any modification because it can get confusing as we unlock and lock some cells. So the easiest way is to first unlock everything, lock what we want, and give the password. So right now I'm going to give the same password, 111. Click OK. It will ask you again for the password, 111. Click OK. And there you go. I've done that. So let me now enter data into some other cells. Probably I'll do it for these two, 10, 10, 10, and 10. All right. And here I have 50 recurring. But I want to change this, right? Because I want the person to not know that I have achieved 50. So now I come and try to modify. I cannot. So I'm coming to that particular cell and trying to add some details. I cannot. Okay, let me try to delete this. I cannot. So what I have done now is actually locked the cell. But if I want to type into the other cells, I can. You can see that anything outside that particular table is still free and I can type in any details. So by doing this, what I've done is I've protected this particular table and no one can modify the table. One thing you would have observed if you look at your formula bar or insert function, so you still see that there is team task G6. So it is basically showcasing the formula, which means the person also has an advantage to figure out where G6 is and go modify the data, which he can go to G, which is hidden here, and modify, which means I can remove the hidden cells. So I need to do something here as well, right? Otherwise you can easily open this up, remove the hidden, and then modify the data. That's something which I can do. So either I could also protect these particular cells by giving the formula, or I could protect the structure. There you go. So for this, I'm going to go to protect workbook, protect structure, and windows. Okay. So when I click on protect structure and windows, so it gives me two options, structure and windows. So it will not allow me to do any changes. So just see, it also blurs the other sheet as soon as it's protected. Okay, there you go. So now I'm trying to add another sheet. I cannot because the workbook itself is protected. So there I go. I can't add. So let me try to delete this particular sheet. I can't even delete it. So let me try to remove the hidden columns. So well, that I still can do. So it's probably best to actually fix this. But what about inserting a column? I still can, but it is just protecting the structure. So here again I can do the same, unprotect the whole thing, protect the cells where there's a formula, and block it. So for now I'm just going to back to hide it, and then let me see if I can do anything else with this. No, I can't. And here I anyway can't do any changes. Okay, so that is protecting structure and windows. So let me unprotect the structures. So as soon as I unprotect the structures, which is it will allow me to either insert another sheet, etc. Okay, so that's basically what main things in protections are. One is to protect the worksheet, we saw by putting modify password and open password. Then we saw how to protect the workbook, that is protect structures and windows. And then we saw how do I protect the particular cells using the protect function. Yeah, so that's how we could do the table the way we want and protect the table with formulas. The last thing which I want to showcase to you out here is the hidden. When you click on format cells, you saw protect and you saw hidden, right? So I want to show what hidden does. So first of all, let me unprotect the sheet. Otherwise, I'll not be able to go ahead and format the cells. It doesn't allow me to format the cells. So I'm going to unprotect the sheet by putting my magic password. So as soon as I unprotect this sheet, I can go ahead and, okay, let me just select the table once again. So notice here, when you could see the formula, right, even though I protected the sheet. So if I click format cells, I have logged. I will also click on hidden, click OK, and then I could protect sheet 111, click OK, 111, click OK. And now you also cannot see the formulas. So hidden means that it basically hides all the formulas. Outside this, under the protect menu, you do have some other options, such as you could protect. When you click on protect cells, you have formatted cells. Allow users of this worksheet to format cells, format columns, insert rows, and so much else, which we can do by using protection. But mostly the protection is used only for these things. You could also use it to, you could protect users from inserting columns, rows, deleting columns, etc. And that's how the protection comes in handy. Allow users, so the other things out here, track changes and allow users to edit ranges, is it basically tracks any user doing anything, and this is especially useful when you share the workbook. But then as much as possible, these are not, I would recommend not to use allow track changes, because when you learn macros you can actually restrict all those access. But then as much as possible, allow you, give them just limited access for the cells which they need to work on. All the others you can protect it using your protect formulas. Yeah, so that's one thing in protect. Now let's look at few more features out here. So just to, let's save this and open it again and visit it. So team details, I open that. I need to give the password to open the file and to modify, and then I don't click on no. So can I delete it? Yes, because I've not protected the sheet. So I go to review, protect the sheet, one and click. So now I cannot. So here I could enter some numbers. There you go. I have my complete data and I also have the total, which I can't do anything with. All right. So going back to my spreadsheet, till now we saw how to protect the cell, the sheet, and the workbook. The file protection is what I'm going to show it to you shortly. Share workbook, insert object, and insert hyperlink is what is next. Okay, so I was talking about sharing the workbook, right? I was telling you how I could share this workbook in a particular share drive and people can access the workbook from there. So sharing workbook is nothing but you save it in a particular place, like how I've done this, and then I go to review. Under the review tab, I have unprotect sheet, protect workbook, and share workbook. So when I've shared it in a particular shared drive, I could click on share workbook. So what happens is this particular workbook can be accessed by multiple people. So here I have just put who's opened this. It is showing my number, but that's how my number is reflecting on this computer. Otherwise, I can go to advanced. Before that, allow changes by more than one user at the same time. This allows workbook merging. So I'll click on OK. So that means multiple people can access this. Advanced, I can keep change history for 30 days or don't keep change history. I don't have to keep. I'll just leave it the way it is default. I want it automatic to be saved every 15 minutes. And if multiple people are using the workbook, I want Excel to ask me which changes to be retained, which not. So for example, I haven't given any names out here. I'm just asking people to enter the data. So Excel will keep asking me which data has to be retained and which data it has to be deleted. So all this can be done with Sharebook. Sharebook is effective just in case you want people to read and use this spreadsheet as read only, but then it generally lands up in more problem when you allow editing option and a share. So I would suggest not give a share option to more people, because you have different ways of sending this data. You could send it through email and let them use the spreadsheet and work out of that, but not necessarily share it in a share drive and then start using the data and manipulating it out there. Yeah. So Sharebook is nothing but putting it in a common place, giving share access where multiple people can log in and use the particular spreadsheet. Okay. Now, few more things which are interesting, which is in our insert tab. So I have an insert object here, right? So what is an insert object? Now I'll go back to this particular spreadsheet and I want to attach, let's take a small presentation I gave to my team when I was talking to them about this particular table. How do you format it? How do you write it? Or even a Word document. So let me just open a small Word document, a test one. I'll not put any data out there, just probably two sentences. This is how you enter data into spreadsheet. Okay, that's my Word document, and I save it in my desktop. Demo table is what I'll name it. Okay, so this is what is in my desktop. Now I want my users to refer to this just in case they have questions, so that's where I want to insert an object. So out here under that, in the insert object, when I click on the insert tab, I have this insert object. Once I do that, I have an option. Either I could create a complete new file of all that which I want and insert it over here, or create from file. So once I go to create from file, I can go browse and pick up that particular document which I've created. It's like the document is already there, the demo table, and then link to a file, which means this link will be there and display it as an icon. Okay, so the thing here is it has to be on the same place. If you send this to someone else, probably someone outside your friend circle, and it is not stored in a common place, this particular link will not open because the link is out here. If you create new, it will only stay in this particular spreadsheet, but the problem out there is the saving this particular file might probably 1 MB. With that other attachment, it might become heavier and probably around 3 to 4 or even more than that. Yeah. So if you're in a common platform or a common office, link to the file and keep it in the shared drive is the best. And then you have some other options called change icon. You don't want this to look in this particular way. Click on change icon, probably make it look this way, and click OK, and then click OK. It'll take around a minute probably because it's inserting and has to format. There you go. It opened it up also because I probably would have double clicked it, and then I have the option of moving it and placing it wherever I want, and I could also probably put in a small shape telling that Click here if you need. Yeah, so they can understand and click here if they need help. So that's how you insert object. And in insert object you have multiple options. You could insert different types of objects such as Adobe Office, a graph, some bitmap images, and then some Word documents, etc. Yeah, so that's how you insert object. The other interesting things out here is hyperlink. Now, for those of you who don't know what hyperlink is, it's basically, simple example I can give you is, if I have to open a document and I have the web address of it, if I click on that, it opens up. So that's an hyperlink. So within spreadsheet also I can create an hyperlink. So for example, I want to move from this particular spreadsheet to this particular spreadsheet, and it's for me it's lazy to actually go this way, and I want to create an hyperlink. So I could just make something that second sheet, name this, and then right click on this, create an hyperlink. And in create an hyperlink, I could give, there are multiple options. So existing file on web page, we will see in this. Places in this particular document is basically, in this particular workbook, it is showing me all the sheets available. So I have team task, I have computation, and then I have sheet 3, the same thing which is reflecting here. So I'll click on computation. It also asks me where you want me to refer to. Is it the cell A1? So I will give it as U12. So let's see if it takes me to our table. So that's how I'm hyperlinking it to there, and click OK. So as soon as I do that, the hyperlink will glow, or it'll be blue in color. That means it is a hyperlink. You can see that it's underlined and blue in color. And when I move the cursor close to it, there's a hand symbol, and it will show the extension or the path of that. So when I click on that, it takes me to U12, and that's why it is reflecting over here, U12. Yeah. And if I want to edit that particular hyperlink, I again right click, edit hyperlink, and not just have it U12, but let me have it around H12. Click OK. There you go. It changes the hyperlink. So that's easy hyperlink for you, and more beneficial if you want to use it when there are multiple sheets. I can show you an example using my spreadsheet. So in this particular spreadsheet, I have this topics which I have to cover, or which I've been covering. So I have multiple sheets, right? So if you see that I have multiple sheets, and what I can do is I can simply go, let's take protection and validation. I can create a hyperlink out here and go click on places in this document, search for that particular spreadsheet where I have protection and validation, which is here. Click OK. So instead of me searching for it, when I click on this, it takes me to that particular protection workbook. Yeah, so as simple as that. Now the other thing in the hyperlink is not just you could do hyperlink between sheet, you could also create some hyperlinks outside, which means if there is some details which you want to fetch from, let's take from a World Wide Web, you could do so. So how do you do that? Let me first remove the protection over here because it's not allowing me to do any changes. Yeah. Okay, so let's take here, I want to give an access to some other website which has more information, or my website which has more information about this particular table. So let's take Google, for example. Yeah, so this is what here. So I can create an hyperlink and type the cell reference. So text to display, it is already displaying Google. And existing file or web page, I have different options, right? So we saw places in the same document, which is nothing but in the same workbook. Existing file or web page, I could link it to any of my current folder, browsed pages, recent files, etc. But I want to give an address, which is www.google.com. Or I could also give email address, create new document, so many other options. Screen tip is Google, I can probably give a text telling that this is what it, click here for Google, click OK, and OK. So you can see that click here for Google, a small screen tip, and when I click on Google on that particular hyperlink, what it basically does is opens up google.com for me. Yeah, so that's another way of putting hyperlink. So easy stuff, not much in today's chapter 9. It's all about protecting workbook, creating customized table by protecting cells or sheets, and also a few things in terms of how you could add hyperlinks and objects to a particular spreadsheet. To start with, let's understand what pivot table is all about. So from the definition, you can read through, which tells that it is a most powerful feature. It allows you to extract significant amount of large detailed data set. All right, so basically if you recollect the first exercise when we spoke on filtering, I was talking about you really need to go to a particular street and find out the number of street lights, and you are looking at from the India perspective. So from India you need to go to your state, from your state to your city, from your city to your locality, and then from your locality your street, and then the number of street lights. So the amount of data which you're pulling out from that level to the one level which you want to go to is extremely high. Now once you do that using filter and sorting, probably you also want to create a graph, which is not possible using filtering and sorting, and that's where pivot comes into picture. And not just that, you could also use certain features which you learned in Pivot earlier. Certain features you learned in Excel, such as simple formulas, using sorting, and then calculating in pivots, and so on and so forth. So that's what we will see in detail in the coming slides. Um, so in summary, it is basically an automatic sort where you could use a huge amount of data, sort it automatically using pivot tables. And not just that, you could summarize the data, show it in graphs, you could find out some average, you can find the top 10, bottom 10, or all that using pivots. So extremely effective tool. Okay, so let's go ahead and see how you create pivot tables and get an understanding of that. I'll move to the demo, which means I'll open up the spreadsheet. Okay, so I have a pivot table exercise to take you through in detail. But before that, let me actually make this a sample exercise, and then probably we could use this and then start off exploring pivot. Okay, I'm just copying the details which we learned in the exercise which we did in terms of filtering, but then I'm just going to make it the data actually just copy and paste the data so that the data is pretty huge. Okay, in fact what I've done is I have it was just around 109 rows, so I'm going to make it close to 1,000 out. So no, I'm sorry, what I mentioned is 1,000, but what I actually want to do is around 20,000. Okay, and I just want to add a couple of more fields to make it even more interesting. So let's make some fields such as sale type, which should be either online or it would be retail shop, wholesale shop. Okay, so I have that. Oh, sorry, I'm just going to copy paste this data. So I'm using the autofill handler. Once I have enough of data, I could easily copy paste it as well, just making it a little faster. Okay, some not applicables. Almost done. There we go. Yep. So this is one field which I've added, like a sale type, and customer feedback. Positive, negative, no feedback, did not send. Okay, so this is the feedback type which I'm creating. Okay, I think that's good enough fields for us to work with. Okay, so basically what I've done now is, even before I go ahead and explain the pivot tables, I just wanted to showcase how difficult it is when you're playing around with huge amount of data and you want to actually get some inference out of it. You could use the functions which we learned earlier, the sorting and filtering, but then you could use pivot and do those in seconds. Okay, so here I have the list of, I have an array, table array with some data. The data is basically some shopping data which I've collated for a particular time period. And it has two customer stores and the products which are sold, the amount which was sold for, and then the sale type in terms of which kind of did they do it online, retail, or did it through a wholesale shop, and all that details, and also the customer feedback which you have received after the post sales. So what I want to get out is, like, let's imagine that you are the store manager and you basically want to understand which are the products which had a very good feedback, which are the products which had not a very good feedback, and certain other information such as, how much quantity of products were sold, how much was the sale of online materials, so how much was the sale of these products through online, how much of these products were sold through retail, and so many more questions which you want to get an answer to. So all that is what you want to try. Now, we don't know pivot table right now, right? So we're just going to use something which we learned earlier and try to get the data out of it. So if I have to find out how many of the sales of, say, cookies was done through online, so the way I'll actually do that is I will have to use a filter. I'm using the shortcut, and then I go ahead and select cookies, and then I again go to the sale type. I go ahead and select online, and so that gives me the number of sales of cookies by online. And to find the count, I actually have to go and select the complete set of rows. So in my status bar, it shows the count has 936. So 936 cookies were sold online. Now out of that, I want to see what is the number of positive feedbacks I've got, and so I click on go and filter it using positive feedback, and then I get the count as 236. Okay, so that's how I was able to break this data down. So I found it from cookies, I went searched the online, positive, and then I probably also want to see what is the total amount of sales, which is sum of 231. It's around $231,000, and the number of cookies we sold in terms of quantity is around 884 cookies. And then again, if I want to break it down by customer, I could do so. By a particular month, I could do so. But then imagine I want to present this data to an audience or to my manager, telling that this is something which was good, probably this sales through online was better, or wholesale. How difficult it could be. So what I might have to do is make a note of all the numbers which I was talking about. So first I come and make a note of cookies, and then I make a note of online and customer feedback, and then make a note like, okay, this is 84 and then it is 23, and then whatever the number of feedback I got is 374 and all that. And then I use this data to insert a particular graph, and thereon that's how I could create that particular graph, right? So you can really understand the complexity of data, right? So you see that this is just a made out data, but real life scenarios you might be working with 50,000 rows or multiple columns and multiple data variants, and it is really good stuff. So how does Excel rescue us? It does through pivot tables. Okay, so all that which I did using filter, I am going to insert a pivot table, and I'll show you how quickly and easily I can do that. So for doing pivot tables, what I need to do is first select the data, something which we saw in the filtering as well. So first select the data, then I go to insert. In the first ribbon which tells tables, it shows pivot tables. So I click on pivot tables. So as soon as I click on pivot tables, I have a wizard which tells create pivot tables. Choose the data that you want to analyze. So basically I've already selected, so I need not go ahead and use this red button and reselect the data. So I can use an external data source, which is basically from some other spreadsheet or some other databases, which for now I will not. Choose where you want the pivot table report to be placed, which means either I could put this particular pivot table, which is basically a table, in another sheet, or I could use an existing sheet. So if I click on existing sheet, it will ask me, do you want me to place it in this location? And it will ask you a location which you could provide. Let's say, for example, I can just give this. So when I click on pivot table, yes, it will create the pivot table in this particular location, which for now I don't want. I want it to be done in a new worksheet. So let me go to new worksheet. I have not used an existing worksheet, and then I click OK. There you go. The pivot table is created. Similar to chart function, as soon as I create a pivot table, I have a pivot table tools bar which opens with options and design and so on and so forth. So we will explore this in detail, but let me give you a context about the fields you are now seeing. So here is the pivot table layout. It basically is the layout of your pivot table which you will be building, and then towards your right, where you can see the cursor moving, is your pivot table field list. So this table field list is nothing but all the headers or the fields which is available on your table. So that's basically all the field list which is now showing out here: data, customer, product, quantity, total sale type, and customer feedback. And then you have some 4 windows, and you have different options in that window. One, you have a report filter, you have a column label, you have some summation values, which is basically showcases data in the way you want, and then you have the row labels. Okay, different options to view. You have a field selection, but the one which is currently default is the best one, so let's leave it at that. Now, before even I go ahead and play around with this field list, I want to showcase some common errors which comes out when you're applying pivot tables. So for now, I'm not going to use this pivot table. I'll just delete this particular sheet. So that means the pivot table is deleted. And I'm just going to remove, say, quantity and try to put pivot table. So how do I do that? I select, go to insert, under tables, pivot tables. Okay, and I click OK. Alright, so as soon as you do that, it basically throws an error. So what's the error? The pivot table field name is not valid. So here it's telling that there is no header field. You must use data that is organized as a list with labeled columns. If you're changing the name of the pivot table, you must type a new name for the field. Okay, so it doesn't allow me because it doesn't have a field name or the header. So it is very important that all your headers are appropriate. It will not understand whether the name of the header matches to what the content of the cell is, but at least it needs to have a header for you to go ahead and apply the pivot table. So moving back to our pivot tables, that's one of the common errors, and people tend to don't understand that why it's occurring, and then they tend to lose the focus about the pivot tables. Another thing is I'm not going to select the header now. I'm going to actually select the rest of the rows and columns. So I've not selected the header deliberately. Let's insert a pivot table and see how it comes. Okay, so pivot table, I click on OK. Now it's not showing me anything. Okay, I think it's still taken the header. 1 second. Okay, so let me just paste this in a new spreadsheet because okay, so here I don't have the header, just a new table, and I'm inserting a pivot table. So I did it through a shortcut, which was Alt D P, Alt D P, and F, which is it'll create the pivot table. It's the wizard shortcut. But if you don't know that, you could use the way I told, insert pivot table. Okay, so I have done that, and as soon as without the headers, you can see that the choose field to add the report basically takes the first data on that particular row as your headers. While if I use this, it might make sense or not, but then I would recommend that you should have a named header which will give you clear understanding of what those are, and also helps you in when you're putting pivot tables, you'll understand what exactly it does, etc. Okay, so that's another common problem which occurs when you're working with pivot tables. So please ensure you have a header. Okay, so after all the mistakes, now let's start with the pivot table. So now I have selected the table without any problem. I go to insert and I click on pivot table. Your chart is making a chart directly, so I don't want to do that now. I'm going to click on pivot table and all the same thing, new worksheet, yes, and I have my pivot table and the fields to play with. Okay, so let me just quickly do something and then I will show you the different options which are available. Okay, so to help you understand the pivot table, I've just randomly selected the different items and dropped into these 4 fields. So report filter, column labels, row labels, and values. Now, the actual usage of these fields are such as, for example, the actual usage of these fields are, they have different functionalities. Now, for example, as soon as I drop the date field into report filter, what it actually does is it becomes a filter. So I'm going to date, I'm going to drop down. So you can see I have different dates. All the dates becomes my filter options. So probably I don't want date to be filtered by, but let me go and pick it by, say, a customer feedback. So now that becomes my filter. So I can either select one of the filters and my values will accordingly change, which I will show you, or I could probably select everything, which is what it is done right now. So that is, it's like a report filter. You can use this to filter the data by this particular methodology, and how to do that I'll show you. The row labels is basically the name of the headers which you want to see. There is no rule in terms of what has to be in row label. It is all basis your requirements. So what Excel will do is, according to your row labels and column labels, it will show the calculation in the summation value. So here I've selected the customers as my row label and the products as my column label. So basically the way this particular pivot table can be read is, according to Food Mart, then these were the products which were sold and these are the quantities of those particular products. That's what pivot is done. Now, if I had to do this by filter, I showed you, I had to break this data down into multiple options, and then even after breaking the data down, I have to go to individual columns, count on those columns, and then do that. So here I'm using simple pivot tables to get the data or get the numbers I want. The summation value is nothing but a mathematical function. So here in summation, we have a lot of options. So here it is basically showing the count of sales. I could actually go pull this drop down. I can go to value field settings, and I don't want count because it doesn't make the actual count of sales, but let me do sum of the sales. Okay, sorry, not exactly sum of sales. Let's take, I'm using quantity out here. Okay, this sum of quantity. So the count of quantity is basically, it will start counting that this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. The sum is, it will basically add cookies, which is 2, 5, 4 and 1. So it's summation. So that's what I wanted, right? Count will not make sense. That means Megamart sold 13,588 cookies. I don't want the count to be like, say, 300 cookies. That's not I want. I wanted to know exactly how many cookies were sold by Megamart. So that's how I could go drop down, go to value field settings. I could use sum, count, average, max, min, product, and so on. I could also go to show value as, make it into percentage, running total, percentage of row, and so many other functionalities. So now I'm not going to show you that, but what I wanted to show you is how these different fields come into play and how you exactly use these fields to get the data the way you want it to. Now again, I told there is no hard and fast rule that this is exactly how the data has to come. The customer has to come in row label, the column has to go, products has to go into column labels, and so on. It is all based on how you want. So I'm just going to play around with it and show you. So let's take, I just want to know, I'm going to move all these back to the choose field. So the way you do that is you just click on it, use shift, drag it and put it back. Or you could either check and uncheck, and that also adds up to, but drag and drop is the easiest option. Yeah. So I'm getting back to the normal. The field which I want to see is how many products were sold by each of the customers. That's all. That is my requirement. So for that, I would go take my customer, place it in the row label, and I wanted to know how many products are sold, right? So I just go take my product, drop it into column labels, and I again drop the product in my summation value. It's basically going to show me the count of products. Or I could go and change the sum of products according to the requirement. Sorry, sum of products would not make sense here in this situation. That's why it's not showing any data. So let me just make it as count itself. That is the number of product it sold. And there you go. So I have the customers, Foodmart, Megamart, Minimart, and Supermart, the number of cookies, bread, milk, and other produce they sold. Now that's not what I want. Let me do something else. I want to see by the customers, the feedback, how many positive feedbacks the customers got, and how many negative feedbacks, or some didn't receive feedbacks. So similarly, like the way I told, there's no hard and fast rule of utilizing pivots and fields in different fields. So I could just go back, select customer feedback, and I will go count of customer feedback. Yeah, let's go. So Foodmart did not get 504 feedbacks. They got 504 negative feedbacks, and they got no feedback for 505 sales, and positive for 503. So Megamart, the numbers are different. Minimart, the numbers are different. Supermart, the numbers are different. So see how easily I was able to do this particular pivot, or use this particular table, come up with this particular table, and then of course I can use this data to represent in the chart and show that, okay, who's doing good, who's not doing good. Okay, few more things in terms of the pivot fields. Now, what happens if I move this customer to report filter, and I also add another customer to row labels? Okay, so it's basically what is happening out here is not exactly customer. Let me put something else. I will put product in report filter, and then the customer is the way it is. So if I go and select products, now that it is selected all, I'm going to select multiple items. I want to review feedback for single products. So let's take, I want to review feedback for cookies. So I've deselected everything and only selected cookies and click OK. So there you go. Now for the same set of data, the same table, I have a filter, and using that filter I can exactly find out how was the feedback for cookies. I could create a graph for this, and then I can also do the same for some other product and compare why the feedback is good for cookies, why the feedback is good for some other product, and so on. So that's the beauty of pivot. It gives me so many options, and that option I can use it to my benefit according to what my requirement is. Okay. Again, these fields are interchangeable. It's not that I need to keep it like that. So either I could put the customer in the report filter and product below, and now that the product is selected filled into cookies, I can drop down and select all the products, and I can select one customer at a time and see the feedback. So Food Mart only produces what they sold, the feedback. If I go to, let's take Mega Mart, they sold all 4 products, and that's the feedback. So you saw how you could use the different fields to get the inference out of what you want. Again, to make it a little bit more interesting, now I'm not going to put customer feedback here. I'm going to just play around with different column labels. So I have products, I have the customer, and the respective feedback. So if I select all, there you go. So I have products, Food Mark, only set use pressed, Mega Mart, feedbacks, the products, count of customers, supermarket, and then more interestingly, the thing which I want to see, the amount of money a particular customer made. So I may go to the customer, I go to total sales and put in summation value. So this is sum of total sales. So basically it is showcasing who did how much profit. Okay. I'll just try to make this count and see how much sales it can give. Sum is totally summing up the complete amount of dollar value which it did. Count would be the number of sales. So here you go, the count field is working now because it is counting the number of sales. So Minimart and Megamart had the most number of sales, Supermart was the least, and Foodmart around 2016. So in the last 10-15 minutes, I'm sure you could understand how much possibilities pivots creates, right? It's just up to me how I could use pivot to different usage of this particular data, different fields, and then it will help me to give a summarization of the complete sale report, and then use that sale report to make a presentation charts, and that charts goes into presentation. All that is what is possible by using pivots. Some more interesting things, I could also use the date columns to understand the dates the sale was made. And again, the date columns, now it is basically placed all the dates and the dates respectively it is done. I could summarize this by right clicking on this and group it into, say, months, days, hours, minutes, seconds, quarters, or years. So I'll just leave it for months now. I'll just select month. It also gives me option about putting some dates according to the filter I want to do. And there you go. So I have broken down data of date into Jan and Feb, and you can see that particular row labels and the sales done for Jan and Feb. That's all the things which you can do in pivot. And then the other thing which I was repeating is how I could represent this data in charts. So the things which we learned in charts is select the data, go to insert a column chart. I'll just put a column chart. It is asking you what fields you want me to put. So I have the sales, Jan, Feb, customers, how easily I was able to showcase this in data on Jan and Feb. Yeah, that's the beauty of pivot, which could be used according to what you want. Okay, comfortable with pivot now? This was again an example. I really didn't get into details. When I start the exercise, I will show you how do you do all the steps in details, but this is more like an overview which I was giving you, and I hope you'll feel comfortable with pivot and you'll be able to understand when I actually do the exercise. Yeah, good. Okay, so let's go to the exercise now and do all this once again step by step so that you could replicate it by yourself. Okay, I'll close this particular spreadsheet, which I don't want now. Okay, and I have a pivot table exercise out here. Okay, so before I go ahead and start putting pivot, let me explain what this is. Okay, just let me copy this in a notepad because that's what we are going to do. Okay, I think it's going to take some time, so let's get started while my notepad comes up. Okay, so I have sales, basically a sales report. So by country, I have first column which shows country, the different countries. Then I have the name of salesperson. Then I have when they actually placed the order for whatever sale it was, simple order ID randomly picked, and some amount of that particular order. Okay, so that's the data I have. Now this is the exercise which I want to do out of this particular data. I first want to create a simple report that totals orders for each salesperson, show sales one country at a time, find the top 5 salesperson, compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter, view the details behind a summarized amount, show summarized amount as a percentage of the total, calculate a bonus or commission. So all this is what I want to do. I'm sure most of them you would be thinking that I need to do this and then I'll get it, but then I'll show you step by step how to do it, how do you actually replicate this, and then if you're able to do this, then I think you're familiar with pivot, and as you practice more you will learn the other aspects. Okay, so let's get started. So first thing, we need to create a pivot table. So how do I do that? I select the data, and where do I go for inserting a pivot? I go to insert and I click on pivot table. It's again asking me it's a new worksheet or you want to do an existing worksheet. I would say new worksheet. So click OK, and I have my pivot table ready. So what's my first thing? So I want a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So okay, so I want salesperson and the total orders of all the salesperson. So the first thing which I'll be using is in the role label salesperson. So how I did this, select the salesperson, drag it and drop it in the role label. In the percentage, I would go and put the order ID. Okay, because that's what I want, right? Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. So order ID and put here. So here it is currently showing sum of order ID, which means it is basically picking up this order ID and this order ID and adding these up. That's not what I want. I want this to be 1, this to be 2, this to be 3 and 4. That's exactly what I want. So that's why here it is showing a sum. So I need to change this to drop down value field setting to count. So our first problem solved. Create a simple report that total orders for each salesperson. Okay, there I go. Simple report, total orders for salesperson. Now, extension of this, I want to create a graph of this particular salesperson by how many orders they sold. So click it, select the data, insert, column, graph. So it is asking me what you want the fields to be. I'll just leave it the way it is taken. There you go. I have the orders, the total orders, and the different salesperson. Again, all that which I learned in charts to make this more colorful, add values, etc., all that I can do. I can actually do this in pie chart as well. That's how. So because we have 799 orders, you want to see how many of out of 799 orders whose percentage contribution is. So just click a normal, there you go, a pie chart, and this is the amount of contribution. So you could see that leveling is the one who's, Peacock and leveling are the ones who have contributed the most. Okay, I'm not getting into charts now because we had the pivot and charts and graphs, a complete different topic which you learned. So let's move on to our pivot exercise. So we created the first one, which is done. The second one, show sales one country at a time. Okay, so for that, what do? I can add country in the report filter, and I can show sales one country at a time. So I've now it's selected multiple. I don't want multiple. I want one country at a time. UK, there you go, one country at a time. And drop down, select USA, one country at a time. So that's another way of doing. Or I could also put the country in column label, and I'll not keep any filters. I'll leave it the way it is, all. So what it is doing is, it is showing salesperson, it is also showing one country at a time. So you see there are two different options which I could use. You could also play around by putting country in row label, salesperson in column label. See how the data is in horizontal or row wise, not column wise. So there is no hard rule in terms of where the data has to play, but then of course the way you do it, you can place it in such a way that it makes it more easy to understand and easier if you want to convert it into graph. Okay, we are done with the second one as well. Find the top 5 salesperson. Okay, so of course the way I can find this top 5 salesperson is just sort this data out into descending, which means the highest sales order can show on the top and the lowest down. So for that, what I could do is right click, I could sort the data, sort largest to the smallest to the largest or largest to the smallest according to what we want. And also we have more sort options similar to what we told, top to bottom, left to right, all that which you learned in sorting. So it's a combination of filtering, sorting, which is all available in pivot. So for now I'm just going to do it a simple sort into largest to smallest. Okay, so here we go. I have the top 5 salesperson. Easy, right? I was just seeing if there's any other option which probably will be able, which will help me to get to it directly. But then I guess this is the easiest option by which I can show you the top 5. So there you go. We are done with our top 5 salesperson. Compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. Wow, this is something which we saw by using dates, right? So let me actually remove the country. I have the salesperson. I have the total orders they have done. So to get there, I first need to put dates in the column label. So let me just drop the order date in the column labels. What it is actually telling me is the number of dates which is there, it is more than 256. What do you want me to do? Do you still want me to place this data, or is it okay if there are some data which are missed? So for now, I'll click on continue the drop. It is like it's not fit, so it's okay. Click OK. So what it basically told us, the number of dates which are available is extremely high, which is going out of that particular end of the spreadsheet. So there are some dates which are not available. So that's fine, but we have another option in pivot, right, where I can group this together. So I go here, right click, group it, and I wanted to group it by quarters. That's what I wanted, right, according to our problem statement. So I will remove the months, I'll group it into quarters, click OK, and there you go. You have salesperson, quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, all their performance. How easy that was. Yeah. So here the way I did it is right click, group or ungroup. Now let me also group it in months, so I can do multiple groups. It's not that I just have to do it once. So I'll just do month and quarter just to show you all. There you go. So I have quarter, in quarter, this month, quarter 2, quarter 3, and again I can have multiple filter options over here. I could apply, remove, add filters, and so on. Okay, I'm just going to remove the quarter and order date because it might get complicated when we're playing with more data. So I'm done with compare salesperson performance quarter by quarter. View the detail behind the summarized amount. Now, the beauty of pivot is another thing. The other beauty of pivot is, of this particular total, you want to analyze why did, say, let's take Dotsworth made so many less sales. I can either go to the original data and put a filter, pick up Dotsworth and start searching there, or in pivot, there's a very easy option, which is select Dotsworth. You have this particular cell, right? Just double click on that particular cell. So as soon as you do that, the complete data of Dotsworth it opens up in another spreadsheet. So then it's easier for you to analyze. Now this clicking and putting it in different spreadsheet can be done at any location or any different pivot table. So for example, I was talking about quarters, right? So when I put quarters, so I want to see why the quarter 3 sale is at 166. So here also I could double click on this data to get the complete list of data and then understand what exactly went wrong in quarter 3. So that's another way of doing that particular analysis. So that's what happens when you use pivot. It gives you so many options and really helps you to actually analyze data in different ways. So that was our problem number 5, which finished. Show summarized amount has a percentage of total. This is very good. So let's do this. Okay, so I will remove quarters. I just have count of orders. Okay, so here I have something like how we did it in pie chart. I have the total sales of orders, but I also want to see this as a percentage of the grand total, not just that, you know, I want it as, oh, he did 151 out of 790. What percentage of overall sales did Peacock do, and what percentage of overall sale did Dotsworth do? Now I will have to use some math function to do it, but pivot makes it easy by giving us that option. So how do I do this? I go down here, value field setting, and I can go to show value as percentage of row. So let's see what happens if I click percentage of row. So it is showing 100% because there's no other value in row, right? So that's not what I have to do. Go down, show value as percentage of column. Okay, so you have the 100% sales. Out of the 100% sales, you know who's done the max and who's done the least. So you see, pivot does have some inbuilt function which you could use for you to actually crack down or understand or even come up with graphs or go ahead and give probably bonuses, etc. in this situation. Okay, so let me get this back to normal. Yeah, so I go click on normal. Yeah, there are a lot of other options which you could try. It again depends on what condition you're using it. For now, we just wanted to see the bonus percentage, or sorry, percentage of the total, and that's why I used that option. Okay, so that is our 6th problem which we solved. Calculate a bonus or commission. Oh, okay, how do I do this? I want to calculate a bonus or commission. So let's take, I want to give these guys a 10% bonus for their particular sales. And either I could take this particular graph, get all the total amount and then calculate a bonus. But is there an option in pivot? Yes, there is. Okay, so for that, first let me get the total amount of sales they've done. So I have the salesperson, instead of the count of order, I will remove the count of order. I will go ahead and put order amount. So I have the total order amount which they have done. Now I want to give 10% of this as a bonus for them. So for that, I'll have to go to pivot tables. I have formulas. I click on formulas, calculated field. I actually insert a new field called bonus and then also define what the formula is. So here my formula would be, formula is equal to my order amount, insert field. So I used order amount, that is what I've selected out here. into, how will I calculate bonus? Into 10%. Simple. Order amount into 10% has a bonus. So what I did, I gave a name field. I selected the fields on which I need to apply the calculation. Then I gave the formula over here. And I click OK. There you go. I have the salesperson, the actual sales they did, and also the bonus. Again, I could play around with this data. I could actually move it, probably not on top, but if I move the summation value on top, it makes it a little bit more easier to understand. So I have the sum of order amount, sum of bonus. Cool. So we saw multiple functions in Pivot. You had a demo, and then we also saw different options of how Pivot could be used to create simple report of salesperson, filter it using a particular country. Then we saw how we could use sorting in a pivot, compare salesperson performance by using grouping. Then we wanted to analyze the data and how we could use that particular cell to open up the data and see that. Then also how to add some manual calculation fields and use some value fields which is within pivots. So that's all in Pivot.
So let's understand what VLOOKUP is first of all. Well, VLOOKUP is a function which looks for value in the leftmost of the column and then returns a value in the same row from another column. Now, this is a definition in terms of what exactly VLOOKUP is, but then more than that, let me explain this in a simple terms for you. Imagine you as an individual want to pick up something from somewhere. You probably want to go to your friend's house, and from your friend's house you want to pick up certain games which you like to play, like a PlayStation game or a computer game. Or you want to go to your friend's house or a shop and you want to pick up books which you read often. So when you're picking up stuff both in terms of books or games, you will look at common things, right? Common things would probably be like books, the genre of books such as fiction or scientific or just comic, anything like that. And even in terms of games, is action oriented and all that. So you're basically not doing nothing but a lookup, right? So you go to that particular place, you figure out what is that you want to, and you pick those up. You are looking up something of your particular preference. And when you're doing so, the first thing which you're actually doing in your mind is you're referring to what is that you want to pick up. I mean, you're looking at something common. In terms of books, you probably are thinking from a comics or from fictions, etc. And in terms of games, you're probably looking at something like action games, which is your common value which you want to refer to and then pick up the respective object. VLOOKUP also similarly works on the same concept. In VLOOKUP, you have a certain syntax which you need to follow, and the most important things in the syntax is that there has to be a common lookup value between the two places where you want to pick up stuff. Now, putting this in Excel terms, imagine you have two databases. One database, you have an employee list. Let's take the HR maintains the employee list. The employee IDs are created and they are given a unique reference as employee numbers. Similarly, there's another database where employee numbers have been are there, and there are a lot of other information such as when he's joined, what is the date of joining, which department, which floor does the particular person work, which building, cubicle number, and so on and so forth. So there are two different databases. Now, if you want to look up some information from the bigger database, which houses all the information, what is the common information or common situation between both these databases? If your answer is the employee ID, that is absolutely right. So the unique or your reference or such in terms of the games which we're talking about in terms of action, or in terms of books which we are talking about in terms of fiction or comic, there is a unique reference here which is the employee ID, and you use the employee ID. use some basic syntax, and then you pick up what you want out of the two databases. So that is how a VLOOKUP function is used. Lookup function in summary is nothing but you use a certain syntax to pick up the values you want from a particular database. So that's how VLOOKUP works. Yeah, so let's get to understand in detail. So let me go to the demo now and teach you how to use VLOOKUP. All right, I have some exercise prepared for you to do, but even before we go ahead and practice this exercise, let's first look at the syntax and then understand how you use the syntax. What are the different types of syntax parameters which you need to understand, and then accordingly we will go ahead and try that out in this exercise. So for getting into the syntax, instead of me typing it, let me use the insert function and pick up the syntax for you. So I'm going to the insert function and I'm going to use lookup as a search criteria, and as soon as I click on go, I have a lot of VLOOKUP, HLOOKUP, just lookup, match index, and so on and so forth. For now we are just going to look at VLOOKUP. So here it is, VLOOKUP selected, looks for a value in the leftmost column of the table and then returns the value of the same row. That's the definition we saw. Let's click OK and understand what are the parameters or arguments of this particular function. So we have lookup value, right? So lookup value, like the way I was talking about, it is the unique set of value between the two tables which has to be common. The table array is nothing but the complete list of table or the data where it is. Column index number is the number, the column number which you will return back to the formula. According to the column number, that particular value in that column will be returned to you as an answer. Range lookup, it is basically, there are three types of range lookup. It is 0, 1, plus 1 or a minus 1. To explain this, I can just do so using an integer concept. If you recollect integer, which we learned in our school days, in integer you have your negative line, which is -1, and then you go to 0, and then you have your positive one, right? So that's your integer line. I'm not able to plot a line here, but then if I have to consider this as a line, so you have -1, 0, and +1. Now let's take 100 as a number. So when you're looking up a particular value, and in the last argument, which is your range lookup, if you give 0 as your range, so basically what it does is the search criteria is going to be an exact match, which means it is going to search 100 is equal to 100. It will not search any parameters below that particular number or above that particular number. It's going to be an exact match and nothing else. So it's just going to search whether it is 100 is equal to 100. It will not pull up data such as 99 or 101, etc. But if we use -1, such as what we know in integer, it's one number lesser than 100. So in this case, what will happen is, if I use -1 here, it is going to pull up values. When it is going to throw up the answer, it will throw up values which are closer than 100 but lesser. So it will throw up values such as 99, 98, etc. because you're telling -1. So it's okay for me to not get the exact match, but little lesser than that also is okay. Similarly, now that you have understood -1, I'm sure you'll be able to relate as what is +1. So +1 is nothing but similar to 99. In this case, it will pick up values higher than 100 and might go on to 101, 102, etc. That's how. But then as much as possible, or most of the time, we generally use 0, which is an exact match. So that is the parameters or arguments of the VLOOKUP function. So lookup value, the value which has to be unique between both the tables which you're going to use. Table array, the value where the table, the complete table where the value is housing. Column index number is the number which you would give to Excel, telling that, okay, this is the data I want out of that particular column. And range lookup, which you understood by the integer concept, we are only going to use 0 as a range lookup. Okay, so let's try that out. So here I have a small exercise. So let me explain the two tables to you and then we can work it out. So I have a table. I was explaining the employee concept, right? So I have a table over here. I have the list of employee IDs. Employee IDs, please note that they are unique. They cannot be duplicate. And that's why that's a common reference I'm taking. So it's important for you to remember in VLOOKUP that when you're looking up data against two tables, you need to pick up something unique, okay, which is not, like, say, duplicated. I can take name also, but then we understand, right? There might be multiple Anands and multiple Kirans, so not necessarily these data is unique, and hence it's important you pick up something which has unique values. In this case, employee numbers would be helpful. The next table, I also have the employee numbers. So I am going to use a lookup function and pick up the corresponding name, address, and phone numbers using the employee number. So that is what we are going to do out here. So how do I do that? Let's go ahead and insert a VLOOKUP. I can go ahead and type it. Since we are doing it for the first time, let's use the VLOOKUP syntax from the insert function. So there I go, insert VLOOKUP, my recently used functions. Okay, so I have my lookup value. So for this, I click on my red button. My employee number is my unique value, so that's my lookup value. All right. Table array. So where is that you want me to search this employee number? So I need to search this in the table array. So my table array is nothing but this complete table. You could actually start selecting from the header, or you could actually just select the data. My suggestion is that you always try to select the data rather than header, because here also your unique value will start comparing with the data, not exactly to the header. So in this case, it's a table array, so we are going to select the complete table because that's what it will understand. So it will understand that employee number needs to be looked out into this particular table. Okay. Column index number. I told you column index number is the number which I provide to Excel, which has to return me a value. In this case, my column index number, I'll just put 2 and see what it does, and then we can understand it better. Range lookup is 0. Okay. Here also I'm entering the value. So once again, my syntax VLOOKUP, lookup value which is selected, table array, the complete table array, column index number, the data from which the column data which needs to be picked out that I'm entering. The range lookup is going to be 0, and click OK. So what it did, if you see the result, it is basically searched E005 in this particular table, and then on searching E005, it found Deepa in the second column. That's where number 2 column is what I've given, and then it has returned that particular value in the name column. For just to understand this better, I'm just going to remove 2, which is my column index number, and type in 3, and you can see. So what it's basically done is picked up the values in the third column. So remember, I selected my table array starting this particular table, right? So I'm just marking this in color for you to understand. So this is the first column, this is the second column, and this is the third column. So now the third column is HAL, and that's what it's picked up. If I do this as fourth, any guesses what it will pick up? It would pick up the phone number, which is in the fourth column. Simple. Let's try that again, but this time using an insert function. Equal to VLOOKUP is my syntax. Note how as soon as I type in the formula and open the bracket, it starts giving me the hint for the syntax. So lookup value, like the way we understood using the insert function, lookup value is nothing but the value which is common and unique between the two tables. So I'm selecting that. Note there's a comma next to that, so I use a comma. table array, which I'm going to select. So I've selected the complete table array. You can see it by the dotted lines. Column index number is what I am going to return, which let it be 2 for now. Range lookup, it's similarly showing me as a true or false. Exact match, approximate match. Approximate match is when I was talking about plus or minus 1. Exact match is just 0. Okay, so what is that we are going to use here? Exact match, right. 0, close the bracket and enter. So E008, it searched and returned me the value in the second column, which is Kiran. Okay, so let me copy this down. Simple, right? There is a problem. So E006, E007, here it is column 4, so let me just change it to 2 actually. And I use the autofill handler. Okay, E006 Raj is working, but then E001 is not working. NA is an error, and why is it throwing an error? Any idea, anything which you can think about? Well, if you have told referencing, that is absolutely right. So I'll show you what exactly happened by clicking on F2. So here you can see my lookup value is searching on E005, and it is searching A4 to D11. That's where the data is being searched, which is represented by my green color table. But since I'm not using referencing, it is basically relative. As my position moves down, the relative reference also moves down. That is why the last value, when I come down to here and I click F2, though my E001 is relative, look at where my table has come. It's come down because it has also moved down basis the relative reference over here. So recollecting what you learned in your relative reference chapter, what is that you need to do here? You need to make this particular table an absolute reference. So for that, A4 to D11, select them. What do? Click on F4. So you see I'm blocking $A, $4, $D, $11, which is basically blocking the complete table. And there we go. Let me do that again. Is it working fine? Absolutely. E002 is Kiran and E002 is Kiran. Yeah. So let me do that again for your benefit. Address is what I'm finding, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Where do I search the lookup value? In this particular table. If the value matches, E005 matches with E005, what do I want to return? I wanted to return address. So what is the column number of address? So if I have to count, it would be 1, 2, and 3. So 3 is the column address column, and my range lookup is always 0. So close bracket, and I complete the syntax and enter. Last thing, don't forget your reference. Select the right table where you need to make it absolute. Click on F4 and make it absolute, and there you go. I have the complete details. Just a small check to see if it's working. E002 is Jayanagar. E002 is Jayanagar. Yeah. Once again, last time with me. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array. So now we want phone number. So can you tell me what should be the column index number? If your answer is 3, it is wrong. Your answer should be 4. So first column, second column, third column, the phone is in the fourth column. So I put 4 and range lookup 0, close brackets, enter. Use my absolute referencing. And there you go. Okay, so simple VLOOKUP. How do you do it and how do you use the formula? I will go ahead and explain some drawbacks of VLOOKUP shortly, but before that, what I want you to do is practice this exercise. I'll give you a couple of minutes to practice, and I'll give a 5 seconds pause as usual for you to pause the video and practice and come back, and then I'll take you through the drawbacks of VLOOKUP, and then we'll proceed to do more exercise and then HLOOKUP. All right, so your 5 seconds pause starts now. All right, so hope you got time to practice. Now, I want to showcase some common mistakes which we do in VLOOKUP, which you need to be very careful about. Now, the syntax is pretty simple. I'm sure you understood while you were practicing, but then a couple of mistakes which we do, and then we will keep wondering why is the formula not working. So to start with, I will remove the data and redo the exercise. So first thing, equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, now table array, if I do not start the table array with the same employee number, and if I start it or miss it and start using the table array from name, and go ahead and complete my VLOOKUP, it will not work. It will throw me a NA, which is nothing but an error. So the reason is, first of all, your VLOOKUP, you're referring to the employee number, and you're not giving anywhere a reference where Excel is searching the employee number. Because in this particular formula, when I selected A16, I selected B4 to D11. So I've missed the first column. So it is unable to select E005. It is unable to search E005 out here, and that is why it's throwing up that particular error. Another drawback of VLOOKUP, which is overcome by index and match, which you'll learn in the next chapter, is your unique value has to start in the first column. For example, if your employee number is somewhere here, which I'll show you, your VLOOKUP will not work. That's the drawback. It has to be in the first column, which means your lookup value and your table array should has your unique value at the first column. So let's understand that better. So the first one was that you need to select the table array correctly. You should not miss any of the data, and if you miss the data, the result would be incorrect. So what I'm going to do now is just interchange the positions of this particular data. Okay, so I was showing you the drawback of VLOOKUP. So in this case, my employee number is in the first column, but my employee number, which is my unique reference, is not in the first column. So unless Excel understands that E005 is out here, it will not be able to relate to it. Okay, so let's see if VLOOKUP is going to work. Equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma. I've selected the table array, so it has selected the complete table array. Remember, the employee number, which is my unique reference value, is in the second column and not the first. I'll give the 2 as my column index number. Range lookup would be 0, close brackets, enter. There you go. Again, it is throwing up an error because it's not understanding the same thing. I can overcome this by actually starting my selection from the name, which is with my second column. But the drawback is VLOOKUP, and now I've selected the unique reference correctly. So I've selected the table array, but I can't select the first because my reference starts. I can't extend this out here. If I extend it, it'll be wrong. So my selection would start only from here. Column index number, let me just put it as 2 and range lookup 0. There you go, it's working. So E005 is referring to HL, but if I want the employee number, or in this case actually the name, which is in the first column, I can't even put 1 because my table array is starting over here. So basically this particular data misses out. So yes, I have to do some manual changes, cut this, paste to the end, and thereby getting my table completed, and which will help me in getting all the information which I want. So that is one of the major drawbacks of VLOOKUP, and which you need to be very careful and aware of, because it will cause you serious problems when you're working with huge amount of data and you'll be wondering as why Excel is not throwing up the right answer even though the formula is absolutely correct. Yeah, that's the first thing. The second thing is, okay, let me, before showing you the other thing, let me get my table back to its original format. So I start with the unique reference, which is my employee number, and the rest of the details. Okay, so VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array. Now very important is the absolute right usage of commas. Here, if I do not tell Excel that my first argument, the lookup value, is completed, Excel again will not understand it. The comma basically signifies that my first argument is completed. I am moving on to my second argument. You can see the second argument highlighted, right? So if I select the table array and put a comma, my second argument is completed and moves on to the third argument. Yeah, so just in case if I don't put a comma and I move on to my column index number, which is 0, and then I put a comma and go to the range lookup, which again is 0, and close the brackets, there you go, it shows a value error, which means either there is no value or there is some problem with your formula. That's why it's not showing in right. So it is imperative that you follow the syntax absolutely right. So VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, comma, table array, comma, column index number, comma, range lookup, close brackets, and only when you follow the syntax completely will you be able to use VLOOKUP successfully. It is very easy for me to tell this, but I know it is going to be difficult. We will be missing out here and there. I have been doing VLOOKUP for quite some time, and that's why I know this by heart. But as you are learning this for the first time, or you'll be practicing it going forward, my suggestion and my request to you is you need to use the right syntax, understand the limitations of the formula, and keep practicing till you get this, and then it'll help you. Yeah. So coming back, column index number 2 and range lookup 0. Yeah. I already spoke about the referencing, right? So that's another reason where issues cannot happen. We generally tend to forget the reference and we try to use this formula across, or we also try to use autofill handler and we see that the values do not match. So again, using reference, right syntax, and the limitations of VLOOKUP, which you need to be completely aware of time and again, and then it will be very easy for you to learn VLOOKUP. Okay, with me till now? So let's quickly finish off this exercise once again. So equal to VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I'm searching the lookup value in the table, and if it matches, give me column number 2, range lookup is 0, and I use absolute reference, copy the formula, paste it, then again VLOOKUP, lookup value, column index 3, 0, F4, paste it in the last one, phone number, VLOOKUP, lookup value, table array, column index. Oh, there you go. I would have forgotten the formula. Yep, 0, F2, F4, and I'm done with my first exercise. If you are wondering if there is one single formula which I can drop in out here and drag the autofill handler down and towards my right, and that solves the problem instead of entering all the three, yes, there is. Not a formula, but there is a method. You need to use referencing, which you learned in your previous chapter, and try to use referencing with some numbers and then get that done. I will teach you that a little later, but just let's get familiarized with it. Yeah, so good with the first exercise. Moving on to a few more exercises. I have a couple of more exercises on VLOOKUP which you need to try it by yourself. Okay, so the next exercise is very simple, not pretty much complicated. So I have a list of items, the sales of those items for a week. I have the total sales. What I want you to find is the price of these items, and the price of these items are provided in this particular table which is out here. So burger cost is 0.85, or pizza is 1.75, and pizzas are here. So these are the total sales. So you get the price here using VLOOKUP and then find the total income. So that's the exercise. Yeah. So again, a 5-second pause for you to go ahead and try it, and then we'll come back and do this exercise for you. Okay, your time starts now. All right, are you able to do it? Hopefully. If not, let's try it out. So what you need to find out is the price. The price is available in this particular table. So how do I go about getting the price out here? So equal to VLOOKUP. Remember all the limitations we spoke about. Your lookup value, the first unique between both. So what is unique? The items are unique, and so I can use the items to find the price. So my lookup value, it starts in the first column, and here also it's in the first column. So that's the first criteria. Table array, I select the complete table array. And what is my column index number? Since I've selected from here, it's not 1, 2, 3. It is just 1 and 2. So what I want back, I want the price as my return value. So column index number would be 2, which is 1, 2. That's where the price is. And my range lookup always 0. Yeah. So is Lasang 1.95? Yes, it is Lasang 1.95. If I use autofill handler, it will not work because the reference is incorrect. So I go back and let the items move down, but my table array where the price is be constant. So I select B28 to C37, F4, enter 1.95, and use the autofill handler. Now all the price items are available. So let's confirm. Pizza is 1.75. Is it 1.75? Yes, it is. So how do I find my total income? Very simple. Total sales into price. Here I could use the autofill handler. Simple. Excuse me. There we go. So I used the VLOOKUP, the syntax rightly, used my table array, picked the price from there, and then I calculated the total incomes for this particular weeks. Okay. A couple of more exercise. So similar to the price, this exercise for you is to find out the payment to be done for each of the instructor. Here is the activity and the weekly salary for that particular activity is out here. So here it is in your second column. Your instructor is in the first column. Okay. Yeah. So here is your activity and the weekly salary is out here. Activity is here. How do you use it? So do you want to give it a shot? Go ahead. I'll give a 5-second pause, and then if you're not able to solve it, you can come back and watch the video to learn how to do it. Okay, so two things. One, either you could modify activity, cut this and paste it out here, or let this be here, because what is important is it needs to search football and search it out in this particular table. Not necessarily you're using any instructor here, right? You're not using this as your any details in your syntax. Just to ensure that you use one preferred method, I was asking you to put the activity front, but then the most important thing is it has to start comparing activity to activity, which should be in the first column. So we will leave the activity where it is. We will not move it there. Just note how I use the formula. So here it's VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. Okay, so lookup value is what I've selected. I don't select anything else out here, similar to the other formulas. In the table array, very important, my activity, which is my lookup value, the same list starts in the beginning. And the weekly salary is the next. If I have more values, I can actually select it, but then I really don't want, I just want the weekly salary. So I've used my lookup value, I've used the table array. What should be my column index number? Is it 3? If you have told 3, it's wrong. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3, it's not 4. It is my table array, which is just 1 and 2 columns. So the 1 I have activities, the weekly salary I have 2, so it's 2. Range lookup is always 0, and I close the brackets. Enter. Let me use referencing. F4, enter. There you go. So is swimming 220? Swimming is 220. Football 165. Football is 165. So total payment is nothing but payment to each instructor into the number of weeks. Okay, autofill handler once again. And there you go. I've got my total payment. So here I did nothing, just that to ensure that the orientation or the way the formula looks at the value, I used it appropriately. Look up value of activity in the table array, and I got the rest of the result. Simple. Okay. So I'm sure with this you're pretty familiar with the VLOOKUP exercise. One last VLOOKUP exercise and then we will move on to HLOOKUP. Nothing different or major in HLOOKUP, just that we will be using the same concept but using it horizontally. So before we go ahead and explore VLOOKUP, let's go to the last exercise on VLOOKUP, which is similar to what we did using text to columns. So I'll just remove these numbers. There is a reason because I've put that particular number out there. So what you need to find out is the department, the extension numbers, and their email addresses. So employee IDs are not there. I just have employee names. So using employee names, I want to find out employee IDs, department, extension numbers, and email. Okay, so let's start. VLOOKUP, open brackets. So what's my lookup value? It's going to be the name. So that's my lookup value. Where do I search that? In the table array. So it's going to use name and search it over here. If it matches, it will throw up the return value. So here my column index number is what? I need the employee ID, which is in my second column. So, and my range lookup, 0, enter, and there you go. I use it. Okay, but then what I actually want to do is, I don't want to keep putting multiple formulas. So again, I have to go for department, put in the multiple formulas. Again, I have to go to extension numbers, put in the VLOOKUP, again for email. So is it possible if I just put one formula, drag it down and drag it across, and it works? At this point of time, it's not, because it's Vivek Oak probably is showing rightly. But then if I use just one particular formula and drag it down, I want it to work absolutely right. Can you try it out? Can you think about it? You might see that the formula is working fine. Let me see. No, it's not. You can see that the table is moved, right? So look at this. See where the table is referencing. I want one table which finds out and gives me the right amount of numbers or values back. Yeah, so can you try it out, please? Just what I want is one simple formula which you will put, and that should take care of the need of the complete table. Okay, so your time starts now. Please try. All right, so I'm sure it would have been a little difficult for you to figure it out, but then let me make it a little simple for you by going back to my first VLOOKUP exercise and trying that out. So here we are going to use the same one, VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, table array, and column index 2 and range lookup. So here it's going to give me the name, right? So when I copy this down, it doesn't work because of my reference, but when I push this across, it still doesn't work because of my reference. What I wanted is one simple formula. When I drag it across, has to work perfectly. So for that, first thing what I need to do is fix the reference problem. Okay, so let me fix the reference problem. F4. So here we go. I have fixed the particular reference, but when I come to address and phone, it doesn't, because when I actually use the VLOOKUP and fix the reference out here, so E005 is checking for E005, and since my return value is 2, it is returning deeper. But when it is checking again for address in this particular cell, what it has to change is 3, because E005 3 is HAL, so which has to be 3. So if I put this as 3, it will work out fine. Okay, and I need to change from B to A16, and it will work out fine. Yeah, so that's not happening, so that's the reason the formula is incorrect. So how do I do that? Again, if you recollect if you recollect referencing, we can use what we learned in referencing. So here what I'm going to do is I'm going to block the column A, something which we learned in reference, right? So how do I do that? Click once, you have $A$16, which blocks the complete cell. I don't want that. I click once again, I got A$16, which is just blocks the 16th row, and the column A is free, but my need over here is to block the row A. So once again, so here I have the block, complete column is blocked and 16th row is free. So now with just doing that, blocking A and using absolute reference for the table, let me see if it fixes. Okay, looks like it's working, but it is always going to throw me the reference of 2, which is nothing but the column 2 name. So how do I solve that problem? For that, the clever solution, which you would have got a hint, is I have to use some numbers over here. So I am going to put in some numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, which basically indicates the column numbers. And instead of me giving a manual reference to the column numbers, I'm going to give a cell reference to the same thing. So for example, here I will give a cell reference 2. So basically for this particular cell, it will just pick up completely 2. Sorry, here it has picked up 2, which is B2, which you can see here. But then what's happened out here is it has picked up B3, which is name. That is the reason the value is incorrect. So for that, again, I use reference. What should I do? Should I block B or 2? It is in 2, which is column 2, and B should be free because B can go to C, which is my third address, and fourth phone. So again, I use reference F4, F4, and that's good enough. My second row is blocked, and let me see now. There you go, it's working perfectly fine, and perfectly fine for address and phone numbers. So in summary, what I did now is I used referencing and a combination of VLOOKUP. So I used my basic VLOOKUP function, and then I used referencing. My first reference in my lookup value was I blocked the column so that my column remains same and the row 16 is free. So $A blocks the column, 16 is free, and as I go down to the other cells, it becomes 17, 18, 19, and 20. And my table array is an absolute reference, so I have not changed anything, just blocked it completely. And instead of me giving the column index number of 2, 3, and 4 basis my name, address, and phone number which needs to be retrieved, I cleverly used numbers over here and gave the cell reference inside the formula to these references, to the numbers, and then used again mixed reference out here. I blocked the row because it's all housed in the row 2, and let B, column B, free because when I move the formula from the pair to here it is B, but when I come here it moves to C, and when I come here it moves to D. So that has to move with it, and hence I used reference again, and with a combination of reference I was able to just put one simple formula and get the answer. Yeah, complicated, right? Not simple as my earlier problems, but then again the essence of it is practice. The more you practice, the more you learn. So going on to our VLOOKUP exercise, and let's use this VLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value. I look it up in the table. Column index number for now, I will just give this, which I've not put anything, and range lookup is 0. So the first thing I'll do is add numbers here, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so it's working, but then let me change it. So here it would be my column, which would be blocked, $A, fine. And then when I come to the table, I block the complete table, which is F4. And when I come to the number selection, I block the row and not the column, which should be $1. So using this, I was able to get this, and oops, not working. Oh, the formula of A is not there. Okay, let me just do it again. F4, 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 okay. There we go. So you need to understand the syntax, use the right reference to get the answer. Okay. Familiar with VLOOKUP, familiar with the VLOOKUP syntax. Using a reference is a little complicated. It will take you some time to get a hang of it. But then if you're not comfortable with reference, and you could practice using multiple VLOOKUPs. I mean, what I mean is you use VLOOKUPs in every columns to get your desired results. If not, if you're able to master the reference and understand the logic, then you could use VLOOKUP and reference to get your desired outcome. Okay, so let's quickly look at the last thing, which is nothing but HLOOKUP. Now HLOOKUP is not used frequently because generally all the data is available horizontally, not vertically. So hence HLOOKUP is used seldomly, but then I'll teach you the same. It's very simple, similar to VLOOKUP. The formula, the syntax is absolutely the same, just that you will be using it horizontally and not vertically. So here I have the employee numbers horizontally placed. Here also I have the employee numbers horizontally placed, the data, name, address, and phone number horizontally placed, and that's what you need to use a HLOOKUP and get the details. So how do I do that? Similar to VLOOKUP, you start off with HLOOKUP, open brackets. Now your lookup value is the employee ID and your table array is horizontal. Your row index number, it's no longer column index number, it's a row index number. So this is row 1, row 2, so your name is in row 2, it's 2, and range lookup always, most of the time, I would not say always, is 0. There you go. Your referencing stays the same, no changes. Simple. Same concept of VLOOKUP, just that you'll be using H or horizontal lookup. Yep. Again, you could practice all that which we learned in VLOOKUP using HLOOKUP, but like the way I can tell from experience, you generally get the data in a column or a vertical format and not really in a horizontal format. So the more you learn to use VLOOKUP, that should be sufficient. There might be some cases where you use HLOOKUP, and that is where you could remember this formula and try it. Let's complete the address and phone number and close the VLOOKUP chapter. So HLOOKUP, open brackets, what's my lookup value? Where am I looking up the value? And this time my column number, sorry, not my column, my row number is what? 3, and range lookup 0, and I paste it, there I get. Last one, HLOOKUP, open brackets, lookup value, I select the complete data, row index number with 4, range lookup 0, enter, and I could use absolute to ensure that my formula doesn't run out if there is any problem. Do that. Yeah, so that's HLOOKUP for you. So quickly, an introduction to index function. Here you can see the syntax or the arguments for the index function. You have index, open brackets, array. You have a row number which you need to enter and a column number which you need to enter, and close brackets. When you use this particular array in Excel, it basically gives you the value or the reference value which you've given in row and column number back as a array, back to this particular function. So for example, I would say select a table. I would give row number 1, column number 1. So whatever is the value on that row number and column number, that would be returned back when I use index function. So that's index function. We will anyway demo that, but I'm just giving you the theoretical details about index. Okay, so now that we understand index returns a value, what exactly does a row match function do? So match function is similar to index. So here I've explained that with an example. So match function also opens up with brackets, and then we give the value which we want. And then we give the table reference and the match type, which we learned in VLOOKUP as 0, -1, and 1. So in this situation, I have explained this with an example. So here the formula equal to match 25 in the table range, which is A1 to A3, and the return or lookup value is 0, will return the position of the number 2, which in this case would be 2. So my table basically had A1 to A3, where A1 is 5, 25 is in the second row, 38 is in the third row, all are in column 1, so that's why it's A1 and A3. When I use the match equal to match 25, A1 to A3 is what I've selected the complete table, and the range lookup or the return, which is exact match, it basically returns the position of the number 25, which is in the second row. So that is match. So index, we learned that it returns a value. Match, we know that it returns the position. Now, using this 2, how is that I could use it as a lookup function? That is what we are going to learn in chapter 12. So let's get into the demo and understand this in detail. Okay, so before I go ahead and do this, I just want to quickly go back to the VLOOKUP function. Yeah, so this is the exercise we worked on VLOOKUP, and as quick recap on using VLOOKUP, our formula was VLOOKUP open brackets lookup value, look it up in the table array. Column index number is the column number where you want the return value to be picked up from. In this case, the name is in column number 2. Range lookup is always 0, which is our exact match, and close bracket. So this is what we learned from VLOOKUP. I'm not getting into the details of referencing, etc., which was clearly explained in VLOOKUP. So the problem or the limitations which we mentioned in VLOOKUP, which is very important, and that's the reason we are into index and match now, is because say if the employee number was not in the first column or doesn't start with that, and we had the name has my reference in the first column, and then I had the exact reference, that is the unique values between the both in a different column, I'll not be able to apply. I'll just show that again, equal to VLOOKUP open brackets lookup value, and unless I start the function or the formula with the lookup value, it will not work, which I'm demonstrating now by selecting this particular table. Column index 2, or let me say 1 in this case, and range lookup. Excel doesn't understand that A005 is in the second column and not in the first. And there is no way by which we can get this unless I cut this and paste it in the first column and then subsequently arrange my data, which is still okay if I'm working with a small table. But then when you're using a lookup functions, you're basically working with a huge amount of data, and sorting the data according to your requirement and spoiling the table format for your requirement might be cumbersome. So that's where index and match comes to our rescue. Okay, so now I'm getting into index and match, and let's understand how to use index and match function as a lookup. So I'm using the same exercise which we did in VLOOKUP so that you can familiarize, and you already worked on it, so it's easier for you to associate and learn out of it. So but even before we go ahead and start applying the index and match, so let's exactly understand what we learned in theory as what index does and what match function does. So I've named these here just for a reference. Color this. Okay, so there you go, index and match. So first I'll apply the index formula for this particular table, and let's understand what it is. Equal to index open brackets array. I'm selecting the array, and I'm giving the row number and the column number. That is the second reference. I'm not currently looking at the second formula of index, reference, row number, column number, area number. We're not getting into that. Currently I'm looking at the syntax index array row number column number. So array I've already selected, so let me put a comma. That's done. Let me just expand this so that the formula comes. Okay, I'll do that. Row number I'll just put 1 for now, and column number 1. So what do you think is going to be the result? Simple logic. Row number 1, so this is my table which is highlighted in blue, and row number is 1 and column number is 1. So what should be the result? If your answer is E001, that is absolutely right. Yeah, there you go. So index array row number column number returns me the value which is available in row number and column number. If I change the row number to 2 and retain the column number as 1, what would be my return value? E002 is the right answer. If I change this to 3, what should be the answer? It's row number 2 and column number 3. So it is row number 2, column number 3. So row number 2, column number 3 is Jayanagar. Yep. So this you understood, right? So basically what index does is, according to the position which you supply, you are basically giving information to Excel again that in this particular table, this row number, this column number gave me that value in return. So that's what index is going to do. Okay, so we have a fair idea of index now. What does match do then? So why are we using match then? This itself is good enough, right? So every time we keep giving index row and give the column and row number, we can get the value out. So why we really require match? Now, to answer that question, it is simple, right? So we are referencing something, and then according to that reference, we want to pick up the value. So for example, here I'm referencing E005. And when I search E005 out here, then I understand that it is Deepa, HAL, or this phone number which I want, and then only. But index, if I give it, I basically give the complete table, and then I give the details, but how will I know what am I referencing? So I don't have that answer. So that's where we use match. Match is when I actually tell Excel that you start referencing this, you understand the position of what I'm referencing, and then basis that particular position, you return me that value. Okay, so to put it in action, equal to match. So there are 3 arguments: my lookup value, lookup array, and match type. Okay, lookup value is what is that I'm searching, where am I searching, and my match type, as we learned, is -1, 0, and +1. So for now, it will be match type exact match, which is 0. So lookup value, what is that I'm looking, where am I looking, and match type. So lookup value is 001. Okay, lookup array. Now, unlike what we selected in the table array, so we completed the complete table. In the lookup array, we are only going to select the table or the cells where the value is there, which means E001 to E008. I really do not have to select the complete thing, and even if I select, it will throw up an error. So please note this. This is a very important point, that your lookup value is the value you want to look up, and your lookup array is where the value is available, that the complete column where it is available. So in this case, my lookup value would be this particular column. So I'm looking at A4 in A4 to E11, or rather E001, searching E001 in the employee number column, which is out here. Match type, as I told, it's 0, so you can clearly understand the integer concept which I explained in VLOOKUP. Exact match, less than, greater than. 0, close brackets. Yeah. Okay, so what it did, here it gave me the position of that particular value. So I gave A4, which was nothing but E001, and then I asked it to be looked out in A4 to A11. So it understood, and then it gave me the position of it. Now let's take, I give my lookup value as, let's take A10. So can you guess what can be the position of that? You know the blue one highlighted, right? Okay, so A4 to A11, so this would be my first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh. 7 should be the right answer. There it is. 7 is the right answer. Once again, if I give A7, 4, perfect. Okay, so that is what index and match does. So index returns the value basis the row and column, and match basically gives the position of that particular value which you're looking for. Now, how do I put both of this to use as a lookup function? That's what we are going to see in my next exercise. Just give me 1 second. Let me copy this to down so that you can refer to it. Okay. Okay. So similar to our VLOOKUP exercise, I have the employee numbers. I have the employee numbers out here. And I have to find the name, address, and phone number. Okay, so now we are going to use just the simple one, then we will get into the complex versions. equal to index open brackets. So here I'm using index function to start with. So my array, what is that we did in the first time when we applied index? We looked at the array. So my array is nothing but the complete data where the values are available. I have got the array. So index array, I selected the complete details. Now row number. Now this is the number I need to give, right? So I can give column number and row number. So row number, if I want to look up E005, I need to go and search E005, which is in my row 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th row. So this is what I had to give manually. But instead of this, match also does the same thing for me, right? It gives me the value of it gives the position of that particular reference. So instead of me giving it manually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to use a match function. Match open brackets. So here I don't have to use an equal sign because anyway it's within the formula, similar to VLOOKUP how we referenced. We are not going to give here equal to. So I give the array. In my next argument, which was my row number, I put in the match function. Match open bracket. So as soon as I do that, the match arguments open up. What's my lookup value? I'm looking up E005. So where am I looking it up? In my lookup array. So note again, I'm not selecting the complete table. So I'm searching E005 to get its relative position, and I have to only select the positions or the particular column where the value is there. And then match type is 0. I almost completed my match function, so I close that. Now I go back to my index, so you can see the formula giving you hints that index is done, array is done. You're done with row number. What is that you want to do? I need to hit a comma, and my last argument, the column number. So the column number, as we learnt in VLOOKUP, it is the details or the value which I need back. So what I need out here, I need the name. So in my table blue, which I've selected, which column is the name in? So 1, 2, the column number is 2. There you go. I get my result. So what I did, just to reiterate, I'll do it again. Index, I selected the array. Then in the row number or the argument row number, I used the match function. And once I finished my row number, so that I can retrieve the position of E005, I am manually returning the column number, which is here. And then I closed it. Important things for you to make a note of. Number 1, please understand the syntax absolutely right. Your commas, your opening brackets, closing brackets, all have to be absolutely right for the formula to work. I know you might do mistakes at the beginning, but then you can keep following the clues which are provided. So you have comma, array, comma, row number, comma, then you have column number, close, and accordingly when you place a formula in the row number, you start following the match syntax, you'll be able to do it. Yeah, we'll try it once again and then we could work on the complex ones. So index, I select the array. That's my first argument, so I'm done with it. In the row number, I enter the match. Lookup value. Where do I look up the value? Match type is 0. And I'm done with my match function. I finish it off with a comma, move to the next argument, which is column number. The column number which I want to return is 2. And I close. Okay, so with this basic, I'm going to paste the formula down to see the results. The same problem. The same problem is because we have to use the referencing. So now you're getting into complex versions. We have to use all that we learned in the previous chapters. We have to use the referencing. We're using multiple formulas over here. So what is the right reference over here? So if you notice, your employee number stays, your table stays, but when you come down, your employee number stays, but your table is moved down. There are two tables or two values which are moved out. One is the blue one is the purple one. So both of them have to be made as an absolute reference. Again, I did show to you in VLOOKUP how you could use mixed referencing to put one formula, drag it across and get that done. You could do that, but before we get there, let's solve this particular problem first. So I come back. So first absolute reference would be my A4 to do 11, F4, and then my next absolute reference would be A4 to A11. Yeah, F4 is what I used. So now let me try this. There you go, working perfectly fine. So let's try that out for address. Equal to index, open brackets, I select the complete array. In the row number, I'm using match. My lookup value is employee number, which is unique. I search that employee number in this particular table or the list. And my match type is 0, close brackets. And this time the address is in column 1, 2, 3. So 3, close brackets, enter. Use my referencing, make this an absolute reference, make this an absolute reference, enter, autofill handler, and I get my results. Yeah? Okay, now for you to do the phone number, please, I will just leave the video on with the formula over here for you to refer. Give you a 5-second pause for you to review this. So here you go, your time starts now. Review it and try getting the phone number using index and match. Okay, so were you able to get the phone number? If not, the formula is this: index, open brackets, you select the array again, your row number is nothing but your match formula, open brackets, your lookup value, search the lookup value, match type is 0, and now what should be the column number for phone? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, sorry, I forgot the reference. FO, FO, and FO. Yep, there we go. So you would be asking that this is the same thing we did in VLOOKUP, right? So why is this such a big problem? I can use VLOOKUP itself. Of course you can use, provided your employee number or with the unique value starts from the left. Now look at the beauty of index and match. I'm just going to remove all this and change my employee number to the last. Or let me not do that, I'll put it in the middle. So my employee number is in the middle of the table, not at the beginning. So how do I use index and match now? If in this case, if I would have used VLOOKUP, it wouldn't have been of any benefit for me. VLOOKUP has this drawback that your matching, or the way it looks up, is the lookup value has to be in the first. So for that you have to modify your spreadsheet, your tables, and get that done. But in index you really don't have to do that. Important thing out here is you need to ensure you give the right syntax, you reference the right values, and by doing so your index and match can be used to look up values exactly. So let's look at how I do that. So again, same thing, index, open brackets, my array remains the same, there's no change in that. In my row number, I use match. So here are the changes. My lookup value can be anywhere. So even if it was here, I would have selected the lookup value. My lookup array becomes the first one. So that's the difference. So my lookup value I can pick up from anywhere, even if my lookup value was here, which I'll do it in the next example and show you. I'll pick it up here, and I search that lookup value in that particular column only. Match type 0, and if I want name, which is now in the first column, I just put 1 and enter. There you go. It works, and everything else remains the same. Don't forget your references, and it works out. Okay, some normal formatting issues. Yeah, there you go. Okay, I'll show this. That's what I was mentioning, that my lookup value can be anywhere in the sheet, including here, and I'm just making my lookup value to this end. Similarly, I'm also shifting this lookup value to some, let's take location. I'll change this to location. So India. Okay, so I have my employee number in my E column, not anywhere else. Yeah, notice because my old reference was employee number was here, it's all giving me NA. So let me re-enter the formula, equal to index, open brackets, array remains the same. So it's the complete list of table. The reason you need to select that complete list is because using match, you can actually get any value out of this particular table. If you restrict your array for, say, only these three, then your reference or the return values can be only within this particular table. Hence, it's advisable to use the complete data as an array. So in my match, again, my lookup value, so I'm not taking this lookup value, I'm taking out here. And where do I search this? I search it out here. Match type is 0. And let's take, I want location now. So which is my location? It's 1, 2, 3. 3, close brackets, enter. There you go. So anywhere my lookup value can be there, just because I'm using a combination of index, which returns the value, match, which gives me the position. Easy for me to use this together and get the required details. F4, sorry, another thing which I have to do. Referencing, enter, and there you go. Okay, let's look up address and phone as well, equal to index, open brackets, selected the complete array. In the row, I use match, open brackets, my lookup value out here, looking it out here, and match type 0, and address. So where is my address? It's 1, 2, 2, close brackets, and use F4, reference it right. There we go. The last thing, phone number, equal to index, again array, row number match, lookup value, where do I look it up, comma, 0, close brackets, and the phone number is in 1, 2, 3, 4. Completed the referencing and able to complete. So that's how you use combination of index and match and use it as a lookup function. Okay, again, just to repeat important things, ensure that your syntax is absolutely right, you use the right usage of commas, open brackets, close, and understand the logic rather than by hatting the formula, because the more you understand the logic, the easier it becomes for you to use it. Okay, so what I want you to do now is similar to what we did in VLOOKUP function. I have my next exercise, the same exercise which we did for VLOOKUP. I have the list of items, the price out here. So I want you to find the price using index for these particular items and then the total income. So let's do this exercise. I'll give you a minute, another 5 seconds for you to pause, and then you can try, and then I will do it by myself. Okay, so your 5 seconds starts now. Alright, hope you were able to figure that out. If you weren't, then the formula is equal to index, open brackets. So what would be my array? In this case, the array, which means the data which I'm getting out from, is here. So I'm going to select the complete table. So instead of the row number, I'm going to use match. What am I matching? My lookup value is items. Where am I matching those items? Out here. And it's always exact lookup. If it matches, what is that I want to return? 1 to the price. So to price, enter, and there I go. I have the complete price which is returned. F4, basic reference, F4, and I get my price details. Okay, how do you get the total income? Simple, 1.95 into your total sales. That's my total income. So we tried the same exercise using VLOOKUP, and now we did it using index. The next one is for you, payment to each instructor. Here we have done using VLOOKUP. Let's do this using index now. Again, a 5 seconds pause for you to try this out by yourself, and then I'll do it for you. Okay, so how do I do this? Equal to index, open brackets. Again, array is where I need to select the complete table, the details from which I need to get the information back. So the complete table, row number, I'll use the match. Open brackets, my lookup value is activity, which is here. Where do I look it up? Out here. Match type is 0. And what is that I need to return back is the weekly salary, which is in column number 2. Close brackets, enter. Completed my difference, got the complete payment to each instructor and total payments. And total payment. Okay. Yeah, so that's index and match. So it is a little complicated, but it's important for you to get the logic right, because unless you get the logic, you will not be able to get it right. So it's important that you follow the set of instructions right from the start, how I taught what index is, understand index, understand match, and then how do you use it together, putting the right syntax in place, using the right arguments, and get the results out. Okay, so this was index and match, but then we are not done here. I want you to go back to the last thing which we did in VLOOKUP. Using one single formula, apply the one single formula, and when you drag that formula across, I want the results to be displayed instead of putting multiple rows, putting the formulas in multiple columns. Okay, let's do that. I'll just get this back to the normal form so that you know it's easier, we don't get confused. I don't use the location IDs. I move the name and address to the second column and the employee number to here. So that's my original table. Okay, and let me actually use my original table as well out here and remove the extras. So what I want you to do is, I want you to apply one index and match, which is index, select the table, match, open brackets, employee number, to that of here, exact match, and one formula when you apply. And when you drag this across down here to here, it should work perfectly. Okay, so let's give it a shot. Yeah. Are you able to do it? Okay. If not, this is the explanation. So your formula still says the same. You select the array, comma, in the row number it's match. In the lookup value, you look up your particular value which you want to search, and the array, and match type is 0. In the column number, here it is column 2, so that's why I return it to 2, close brackets, enter. So what I'm doing now is, first the basic thing, F4 and F4, but when I drag this down, across, I'm able to get this in the first one but not in this. So let's understand why is this happening first, so that we could apply the right referencing. So here, as you can see, it is matching A001, it's matching in the right table, and also it is retained in the right array table in the match function. But when I come down here, your E001 is now moved to Anand, which is not the case. That's not what it is. And look at the purple. Purple stays fine, so it's here. So first thing is, it's E001 which is changing positions. So if I come down, your E001 is no longer here, but it's starting to reference into address. So first we need to fix the problem of employee number. So for that, what I do is, my match A16, same thing as what we did in VLOOKUP. I use reference, I use mixed reference, and block the column which is $A16, so that remains constant. So if I do that and now copy paste the formula, okay, let me copy that across the cells, it's working fine. So I have solved that problem. But the reason every time the name is returned is because my column number, or the return value, right, the column number is 2. So it is always reading the column number 2, which is the name, and returning the same value again and again, which I need to change. So how I did this in VLOOKUP was, I referenced this column number to numbers out here. So first let me add the numbers 1, 2, 3, and 4. So instead of me giving the numbers manually, what I did is I removed the 2 and give a reference to that numbers. But then I can't just get away with that, because if I just get away with that and copy the formula down, it will not work, because the reference of that number again is changing basis your position. So what I need to do is again use reference. So in this case, what is that I'll block? As per what you learned in VLOOKUP, we will block the row. Absolutely right. F4, F4, and $2. So the row is blocked. And there you go. I got my complete answer. So I used index, I used match, and I used reference, and a small little trick of adding some numbers and referencing those numbers. By using this, I was able to use one formula and get the desired results. Okay, the last thing, could you just try the same for this particular exercise, please, which we did. Here, I just want to do this a little different. So I'm going to put employee numbers over here. So I want you to track names, departments, extension numbers, and emails by referencing the employee numbers. Okay, so your time starts now. Go ahead and do that. Okay, so here I will not be able to use one single formula because the data is in between. So for that, first let me use an index here, open brackets. So array is the table where the complete data is available. Select that, match, open brackets. What is that I'm matching? The employee numbers. So let me select the employee numbers first. Okay, my formula is actually there, so I'm going down in B21. And where is my employee numbers? Out here, comma, match type is always 0. What is that I want? I want the name, which is in my name column, which is column 1, so I'll reference that particular number here. Close brackets, enter. Okay, so let me get my references right. So first one is an absolute reference. Here again is an absolute reference. B21 is a row reference, sorry, column reference. That's what we learned in the previous exercise. Here it is a row reference. So I'm done here. So I copy that, paste it down, works fine. Copy that and paste it across, and it perfectly works. So notice here it's giving up a 0 because there is no value. So that is one thing which you can observe. Another thing is, for example, my reference. Okay, so let me just get out of formula first. So here I have 200548, right? So if there is no number of 2548 over here, it will show as an NA. That means this particular value itself is not there. So you need to be wary of those errors as well. 548. Yeah. Okay, so understood index and match.
Now, just to give a little bit more details on the COUNTIF function. Now, COUNTIF function is used when you have a criteria in a table and you want to measure that particular criteria, how many times it is repeated in a table. So, for example, you have a table maintained for your inventory, and the inventory basically has the list of all the products in your stores. So you want to see how many products or how many number of products are there for, say, a TV or a fridge. So you just use a COUNTIF and put the product name, and you will see the number of products that is there in that inventory. So that's how COUNTIF use. Operators are more like, some small functions which help you with the functions. There are 3 types of operators. Today we are going to learn AND, OR, NOR operators. Most importantly, I'll be taking you all through AND and OR operators. If functions, so it is basically using a condition, how you'll be able to use that condition to give inputs when the condition is true or false. Nested if function is more about using multiple if functions, and how do you use multiple if functions to validate true or false, and how do you get the output. Okay, this is more easier for you once you work on it. So let's immediately get into an exercise and understand how this works. Okay, so I am moving to my spreadsheet for the demo. Here you go. So I have a small table which I've created. These problems will help us in understanding the if functions better. Even before I go ahead and explain if function, I want to showcase some simple logical analytics way of Excel representing data. Okay, so let's go to a new spreadsheet. In a new spreadsheet, I have a value which is 2 and another value which is 3. So what if I compare these two cells? What will happen? We understand that these two cells are not equal, right? So they are not two numbers in both the cells. One has 2, one has 3. So of course the value is false. So does Excel also do it similarly? Let's try that. So I'm just going to use a simple equal to. Is cell E4 equal to cell F4? Okay, so what it's basically doing is it is throwing up a false value, which means that these two are not equal. Now what if this were true, which means both the cell had 2, what it is doing? So here Excel is comparing the condition, which is this cell value is equal to here, and throwing up a true value. So every time if it is true, if the value matches, it is throwing up a true value, and if it is not matching, which I showed you here, is throwing up a false value. The if function also works on this similar principle. To explain that further, let's understand the syntax of if function. So to go there, to apply functions, I'm just going to go to insert. I'm going to select or type in if, click go, so that I get the if functions. I have different types of logical test value functions. One of them is if. We have also something which we learned as text, index, and VLOOKUP. So right now we're going to look into if. So the syntax of if function is if logical test, what will happen if the value is true, and what will happen if the value is false. That's all is the syntax and arguments which we need to give. So what exactly it does, it checks for the condition, and if the condition meets, it throws up a value if it's true. If the condition does not meet, it will throw up a value which is false. Yeah, so that's what if function does. Now to represent this in that example of true or false, which I explained, if it 2 is equal to 2, then the condition is true, so it will throw up the value if true. Since 2 was not equal to 3, the condition, the logical test is false, so it will throw up the value false. Okay, so that's the basic analytical thing in if. It's a logical test. If it's true, it throws up a value. If it's false, it throws up a value. Okay, so with that information provided, I want you to look into this particular table. So here what I've done is I've created, let's take, it's a school for the first exercise, and these are the grades of the students. Okay, so if this guy has got a grade of A, that means he passes or moves on to the next class, which means I can represent that by S. And if it is not A grade, he doesn't pass that particular year and he fails, so it should be no. So this, if I have to use it manually with my manual calculation, I would come here and see, oh, Nancy, her grade is A, so actually A means that she clears the exam, so let me type in yes. Andrew is B, so he is, the condition which I've set is if it's only A he passes, if it's B he doesn't, so it would be no. So that is what I would have done manually. But how can I do that? Using a if function is what we're learning. Okay, so to do that, let's first go ahead and apply the syntax and the formula. For now, I'm going to use the fx to do it first time, and then I will type it manually. Okay, so I have if, click go, I click on OK. So the first thing it's asking me is the logical test. So there are 3 arguments. So one is the logical test, the next one is value if true, value if false. So the logical test, it checks whether the condition is met and returns the value true or false accordingly. Okay, so I'm just going to give the logical test now. So what's the logical test which we're talking about? That person or his grade has to be A. That's the logical test. So how will I define that? If A, which is what, is nothing but B4, because A is housed in the cell B4. If B4 is equal to A. Okay. Now notice things. If B4, the value where it is housing, equal to is my condition, and A I've given in quotes, because Excel need to understand that A is outside the Excel syntax and codings, right? So that's why I have given it in quotes. So that's my logical test. If B4 is equal to A, if the value is true, what I want to do is it has to come as yes. If the value is false, it is no. Okay, so that is what it does. So I've given my logical test what has to be done if value is true, what it has to do when value is false. Now let's click OK and see what the result is. Okay, so what is it doing? It's checking whether this particular condition is met. If it is met, it is throwing the answer yes, because that's what I wanted to return. Please note important things here, similar to VLOOKUP and all that. It's very, very important that the syntax is absolutely right. The arguments, the way we write these codes are absolutely right. Because here it's b4 is equal to a separated by a comma is my logical test, and then is my value if true, what it has to be do separated by a comma, and what it has to be doing if the value is false. Okay, if I don't give the syntax in if, similar to the true and false exercise which we saw, if I just leave it with the logical test, it will throw an error. And let's take I finish my logical test and I don't enter value if true or false, it will give me 0. Okay, so understand all these errors, why it occurs, and so that you could manage and replicate the errors to get your results. Yeah, so in this case, again, I want to show you one more thing is, if I just make it and give it value if true, which was yes, comma, and I don't give value if false, it will go through. But what if the value is false? Say if it was not grade A and it was grade B, it will give 0. That means there's something missing. Yep. So the best thing is have everything there, all the arguments filled, which should give you the desired results. Okay. So let me enter this manually and give you an understanding of how we do it. Equal to, if we start our formula with an equal to if sign, open brackets, logical test value. So logical test value is nothing but this particular cell. If it is A, which is in quotes because it is outside Excel's understanding, what should be done if the value is true? If the value is true, yes. If the value is false, no. Okay, that's how I type in. So value if true, I'm done. So now what I need to do is close the brackets, which will complete the syntax, and enter. Okay, is it meeting our criteria? Let me just copy this formula all across. So let's review it. Nancy's grade is A, so yes, she passes or moves on to the next class. Andrew's grade is B and he doesn't move on, and so on. You see, everything is working fine. So instead of me doing it manually, I understood the function, I understood the criteria, I created a logical test, and I told or inputted Excel to give me what I want to get the results out. Okay, I would give you 5 seconds for you to practice this before we move on to complex versions of if functions. Alright, so now I hope you are able to practice the simple if function. Again, the main thing I'm sure you would have noticed is, if you do not type the formula appropriately and correctly, it will not yield you the desired results. So it is imperative that you ensure that you follow the syntax, the clues which Excel provides, and accordingly get the desired results. Okay, let's move on to another exercise in the same table, but I'm complicating it a little bit more. So what is this exercise? So now we are not at a school, but we are probably, okay, let's take the school example itself. From the school, the teachers have decided that A is pretty difficult. I mean, it's very mean of us to just pass the students who have got an A grade. Let's lower that to say A and B grade, and then C does not make the cut, but anyone who's got an A or B makes the cut. So that's the criteria which has been defined. Okay, so that's your logical test. I almost spilled my logical test out. So if the criteria is A or B, then it is an yes, or if it is no, if it is something outside A or B, it is a no. So what I want you to do is think about how you could apply if function now when there are two criteria? Yeah. So do you use multiple if functions, or is there anything else which you can think about for you to get this done? Just once again I'll repeat, we have two criteria. If the grade is either A or B, the student makes the cut. If the grade is anything other than A and B, he doesn't make the cut. So that's your criteria. A couple of seconds pause for you to think, practice, and then come back and see the video for the answer. Okay, go ahead. Are you able to get that? No? Difficult? Probably tried multiple if functions? Okay. There are ways to do it by using multiple if functions, but I'll teach you the easiest and simplest of the way. It is by not just using if function. We spoke about something in the agenda today, which is using operators. So I'm going to introduce you to operators. There are two operators, OR and are two operators. Now let's understand what these operators are first. Let's just check if it is built in. Okay, there you go. I have an OR. Okay, so there is this operator OR which I'm looking at. So it is basically OR open bracket, and you can enter multiple logical values, right? That's what it's showing here. That's the syntax which I was trying to show you. So I have OR open brackets, I have logical 1, logical 2, and so on. So what it does is it checks whether any of the arguments are true. So all the logical values, it's going to check whether it is true and returns true or false. Accordingly, it returns false only if all arguments are false. Okay, which means if one of the logical value meets, it will return a true, and only if both the logical test, it will return as false. Okay, now it probably is confusing, but let's try and explain this in a better way using some common things which we see in life. Yeah. Let's take two name of people. Maybe I will take probably Adam, Eve, and Ryan and Smith. Okay, so these are my pupils. Now what I'm going to do with this is I'm going to create some criteria. So one, I'm going to make them age. I'm just going to write down their age and their nationality. Okay, and I want to show the results. What's going to happen if I use the OR operator and I use the AND operator. Okay, so this is the problem I'm going to create out of this. So I have four people. I have the age, the nationality. I'm going to do some problems using OR and AND operator. What I'm trying to find out using AND operator is, can they vote? Is what I'm trying to find out. Okay, so we all know that we can vote in India if your age is more than 18 and your nationality is Indian, isn't it? So let's make Eve 16 but Indian. Okay, don't mind the spellings, just a test. So, and Ryan, I can make him 23 Indian, and Smith also 19 and an Indian. Okay, so these are my conditions. So I have Adam, who's 23 years, and but he's not from India, he's from America or USA, and let me just put it USA. And then I have Eve, who's 16, as an Indian, Ryan, who's 23 and an Indian, and Smith, who's 19 and Indian. So according to us, we know that these Ryan and Smith can OR, but then let's understand what OR using OR and AND operator does. Okay, so the way I do that is simple: OR equal to OR my logical test condition if logical test value, which is that particular cell, is greater than 18, and my second one is if logical test value is equal to Indian. Okay, so I used greater than symbol out here to check whether this particular number is greater than or lesser than 18. Here I used whether it is equal to Indian. Okay, so this is the text function, so that's why I'm putting it in quotes, so that it checks if USA is exactly equal to India and shows me the result. So I have got the result here. Let me copy this across and see. Don't get an inference yet. Let's just check. And now I'm going to use AND operator equal to AND. Again, I'm going to use the same if logical test is greater than 18 and logical test equal to Indian. Open brackets. Okay, so look at our answers. So when I use an OR operator, though the condition here, I'm just going to mark it. Okay, so here these two conditions are marked in red because they don't meet, and they are here. So if you see, when you're using an OR operator, though here one of the condition is not met, is still throwing a true value. So basically it is telling that it can, Adam can OR and Eve can OR and Ryan can OR and Smith. But when I look at AND operator, if these both the conditions are not met, it's throwing a false value. Okay, only if both the conditions are met, it is throwing a true value. So for example, if I'll change this to 16, it is immediately changing it to false because both the conditions are not meeting, and only when both the conditions meet, it's throwing up a true value. So according to that, the definition of AND operator is if both the condition meets, that's when the value is true. Here, if one condition is met, any one of the conditions in the OR operator meets, it's still okay. So if I explain that and put this into our if function, can you tell me what operator I need to use to get that? So here I have two conditions. I have A or B should be yes, and anything outside that should be no. Okay, so I have two conditions which has to be met, and if it is anything outside A and B, it is no. Can you tell me what operator should we use? Still confused? Let's use both the operators and look at the results, okay? So that it gives us more clarity and you can use the right operator. So the way you use it is if open brackets and, so look at the way I'm defining the syntax, if open brackets and logical value if b4 is equal to a and b4 equal to b, I'm closing the operator. I'm done with my logical test. Yes and no. Used and here, so let me just replace that. I'm just going to use it again, equal to if or operator is equal to a and equal to b. I'm completing my logical test, that's why I close the brackets. Value if true, yes, and value if false, close bracket. Okay, so I've used AND operator and OR operator. So with this inference, can you tell me what has to be used in this situation? Okay, the absolute right answer is OR operator, because what we want is if the grade is either A or B, it has to be yes. If anything but A or B, it is to be no. So when you use the AND operator, it has to match both the conditions. That means this has to be A and B, then only it's going to throw up a true value according to this condition. So that is why when you're using AND operator, it has to meet all the condition. When OR operator, it has to meet just one condition. So by using OR operator in this particular situation, I was able to solve this problem. So the right answer is yes, it is using OR operator and solve that. So once again, how do I do that? How do I write the code? It is basically equal to if open brackets. So now I'm writing logical test, right? So since there are two conditions here, I'm going to use the OR operator to define the logic. OR, and what is the syntax of OR operator, which I showed you? It's again open brackets, give the logical test. I could give multiple logical tests. So here I'm just going to give 2. Select the logical test is equal to A, and logical test equal to B, close brackets. If the value is true, yes. If the value is false, no. Okay, there you go. It's going to be just a replication of this particular condition. I'm just going to paste a formula so that it doesn't change anything. I did that by using space special. Okay, simple? Not simple, right? A little complicated. And as I've been telling in all the other chapters, you need to practice to get a hang of it. Do not worry if you do not get it in the first instance. Everyone gets that only after some time of practice. But what's important is to understand the logic. What does an AND operator do? What does an OR operator do? And when do you use AND or OR operator to get the results out? Okay, so here again, S and nor is my input. I can change it the way it is. So for example, I can change S to promoted. Okay, and not promoted. There you go. So that's the input I'm giving. So going back to our if function, what does it do? According to the logical test, if the value is true, it's what it has to do. So it sends out this particular comment as promoted. If the value is false, what it does is not promoted. So that's the input which I have given. All right. So a couple of seconds more for you to practice this. While you practice, and once you practice, then we move on to the next exercise similar to the one which we did. Okay. So 5 seconds starts now. Okay, hopefully you're able to try and practice that exercise and you're able to get the formula right. And moving on to the next one, I'm just going to change the context of this particular exercise a little different. Let's take this as a mathematical sum and we will use that sum to solve a problem. So what I have here is, let's take these guys are no longer in the school, they work for a company. And as much as you are aware, or if you're not aware, even similar to how you're being graded in the school or in colleges, even in companies you are graded at the end of the year. So basis your grade, whether you get an A or B or C, you get bonus. Okay, so I have the list of employees, then I have their respective grades, then I have their salaries. Now, similar to what we did on promoted, not promoted, what I want to do is, once these guys, so we are going to do two things. First, I want you to find bonus when for the employees only when they get a grade of A, similar to this exercise. I'm just going to use this condition. I want you to calculate bonus 10% of their salary. Okay, that's what I want you to calculate. So I want you to calculate in two ways. One, when for the people first time, like how we say they got promoted only when they got an A grade. So for those people, I want you to calculate the bonus. And then I want you also to go ahead and use an operator and calculate the bonus for people who got a rating of A or grade of A and B, which is 10% of the salary. And for C, you need to mention no bonus. All right. It's extremely similar to what we did over here. Just that, remember, I told you there is value if true, value if false is your input which you give to Excel. So similarly, instead of you giving promoted yes or no, you need to add something over there which will calculate the bonus. That's all you need to do. So can you give it a shot, please? All right. Okay, so hope you got some time to pause the video and try to solve the problem. I'll solve the first one, and if you can, then you could pause it after the first one and try the second one out. Similar to what we did in the first exercise, equal to if, open bracket, what's my logical test? B16 is equal to A. Here is what I was telling. What should I do if the value is true? I told you need to calculate the bonus of the salary. So instead of me giving as no, yes, or promoted, what I will do is I'll put a formula over here, which is nothing but equal to salary, or rather, I'm sorry, I should not put equal to C16 into 10%. So simple bonus calculation, which is 1500 into 100, so into 10 divided by 100. That's what 10% means. Okay. If it is false, what is it I need to do? No bonus. So logical test, value if true, value if it's false. So both the one I got. Yeah. And I can do that for the rest of the cells. So this is nothing but autofill handler, and I was able to do it. So this guy has got a B, that's why he's got no bonus. He's got an A, that's why 1800 and 1200, so on and so forth. Okay, now that you understood how to do it for this, can you try it for the second condition using an operator? If A or B, then give the bonus. If not, no. Okay, so probably you tried. If not, this is the answer. So similar to that, I will use the OR operator. My logical test value is A equal to A, and sorry, comma is equal to B. Only two logic is enough. If value is true, similar to what we did over here, it's C16 into 10%, and if it's false, no bonus. Close brackets. Yep. So what I did here in the logical test, I've used the same one, but please note the use of commas and open brackets and close brackets. That has to be absolutely right for you to get the formula correctly. If not, it will become a problem. Then instead of me giving value if true, I've used a formula, and if without that, when the value is not true, I've given no bonus. So that's how I've solved this particular problem. Okay, I think you should be getting comfortable now with if functions. So let me just complicate it a little bit more for you. Okay, so here I have a sales statistics for you. I have 5 salesmen, and I have listed down their sales for the particular month. So Andrew at 5,700, Stephen 3,005, Michael at 1,500, Robert 4,200, and John 3,900. Now According to me, they fall into these three categories. So anyone who's done a sale of less than 2,500 falls into poor category. Anyone who's done a sales of less greater than 500 falls into good category, and someone who's between 2,500 and 5,000 is an average sales. So what shall we do? How do you use if function and get this done? Okay, did you try? Very difficult? Thought through? No? I'm sure it would have been a little difficult for you. Let me explain and help you out over here. Okay, so even before we solve this, let's understand mentally how we will be do it. So if I have to do this mentally, the way I would have been doing it is, I know that there are three conditions over here. So I have one condition, I have two conditions, I have three conditions. Or probably I can break it down into one, two, three conditions, and this is the fourth condition. But the easiest way by which my mind recognizes this is that one is less than 2,500, one is greater than 5,000, anything between this is average, right? So I'm going to use the same logic, but I'm going to use two if functions to get this done, because I have three conditions, right? So one if condition has only one logical test, not more than that. So how is that I'm going to use it? You can see this as an example. So first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the lesser one. So equal to if my logical test, what is my first condition? Less than 2,500, which I have mentioned. This time I'm not going to put quotes because 2,500 is in numbers which Excel will recognize. If I put this in quotes, it will think it's a text. So what is if its value is true? If it's true, it is poor, right? So I will mention poor here. Okay. So value if false. So when it's false, it either has to be between 2,500 to 5,000, or it can be greater than 5,000, right? So if I put 2,500 and 5,000, then I have to use again two conditions, because I can't put or make Excel understand 2,500 and 5,000. So what I'll do is I'll go to the higher condition, and between this and this is nothing but average, which means instead of value if false, I'm going to use another if function. If again logical test would be 5,000 greater than 5,000, and what if the condition is true? It is good. And if it's false, if it falls, it will either be true. So it is met two conditions. So one is going to check if it is less than 2,500. If it meets, it will show poor. If it doesn't meet, it will start calculating, oh, is it greater than 5,000? It will tell no. And if it is not this, then the only thing it has to be is average. So I'm going to mention average. Okay, so I've closed this if function bracket. I have another if function over here which I need to close. So I've closed all the if function, and there you go. My formula works out here. So I've used two if functions, and that's how I'm able to manage this. Okay, so this is nothing but nested if function, which means using multiple if functions within the if function to solve the problem. Okay, the limitation is up to 7 if functions, and I think the latest version of if functions can house up to 21 nested if functions. But I'm sure if you start using more than 10, you'll get too confused. So you can use up to 7. So everywhere where you can have a value if true or false, you could put another if function and make that a nested if function to get your results. All right, but then like the way I mentioned earlier, your logical test, your values, and the way you write the formula, the exact commas, open brackets, close brackets, all has to be absolutely right for you to get it done. Only when you get that done, will you be able to get it right. Okay. Alright, so hope you were able to understand the three aspects of if function which I taught you. One is a simple if function which you use just one parameters. One you use and or operators, usage of and or operators. And the third one was using nested if functions where you're able to use multiple if functions within if to get the desired results. Okay, moving on to the last part of the if functions is COUNTIF. Now in this table I want, like the way I was explaining what COUNTIF is, I have a table just with numbers. So what I want you to do, or what I am trying to get out here, is I want to see how many times 3 is repeated in this. So in this case I just want to see equal to COUNTIF, open brackets, select the table. That's how COUNTIF is. It doesn't start with if, it is COUNTIF, give the range, and the criteria is 3. Okay, so what it does is it counts if in this particular table, in this particular range, how many times 3 is there. I can change my criteria. Probably I want to see how many times 7 is, and it will throw up that error. Yeah, and sorry, not the error, it will throw up that number. And even if tomorrow the number of 7 changes in the cell, it is dynamic, it will keep changing the number accordingly. You can see that numbers is changing, right? So that's how things work. So count if simple, equal to count if, open brackets, select the range, and the criteria, whatever the criteria is. Now I'm going to give 0 and close. Okay, so can you just do a similar exercise? Find the number of values which are greater than 5. So right now we found a number of times the number 2 was available. So what I want you to try is the number of times, or the numbers which are greater than 5 in this particular table. Okay, so your 5-second pause starts now. Please do try it. Okay, so if you're not able to solve it, this is the answer. Count if, open brackets, the range remains the same, comma, criteria, I told find the numbers which are greater than 5. So you need to give greater than 5. But this will not work. Guess why? Any thoughts? It contains an error. The reason it contains an error is it greater than is an internal operator. So you need to use it within quotes to get your desired results. Yeah, because what you're trying to do is you're using an operator like you use greater than in the if functions, right? So similar to that, you're using an operator and you need to make Excel understand that. Hence the reason I mentioned to find numbers greater than 5, so that you understand when to use operators or when not. So in this case, when I give it as greater than 5 within quotes, it is working perfectly fine. Okay, so that explains if functions. I will again have a complete different exercise on if functions, which we'll do in a little later on a different exercise chapter. But then till we get there, what I want you to do is practice these exercises as much as possible for you to get a hang of if functions, and then you'll be able to learn it.
So, what is VBA? So, VBA stands for Visual Basic for Applications. It is a programming language created by Microsoft Office to automate operations in applications that support it, like Excel, MS Access, Word. So we have so many Microsoft products. So we can use VBA in all those applications which are done by Microsoft. So VBA is a powerful language that enable you to control Excel in countless ways, and VBA is a object-oriented programming language. So object-oriented programming means everything you do in the program is an object. For example, if you take Excel, in Excel the workbook which you work on is an object, and each and every sheet in that workbook is again an object. So this is how the concept of object-oriented programming works. VBA can also be used to manipulate other Microsoft applications in Access, Word, PowerPoint, and Outlook. No additional installation is required for VBA. If you have Excel on your computer, then you have VBA on your computer. So VBA is basically a programming language which is used to automate tasks in Microsoft applications. So basically we use it mostly in Excel for report automation and all that stuff. What is a macro? So a macro is a sequence of VBA commands to run a task automatically instead of manually doing it. So what is a macro? So macro is nothing but steps of code that you write in VBA programming language in order to automate the task. And what macros can do for you? Macros help us to do the repetitive tasks and recurring tasks in less time with accuracy. So when we write the macros, we can automate the tasks that we are doing in Excel or MS Access. And what happens because of doing the automation is the time taken for doing the reports will reduce a lot. And again, the accuracy will be more. Because when you start doing a report which take hours together, there is always a chance that you might commit a error. So when you automate tasks, if you run the macro 100 times also, it will run the same set of steps without any monotony. So along with time saving, we will get accuracy. We will get accurate results with macros. Exploring Visual Basic Editor. So Visual Basic Editor I have already explained in the demo class, but I want to just take you through again this Visual Basic Editor. So Visual Basic Editor is nothing but it's a development environment which is embedded within the Excel workbook itself. Let me quickly show you that one. Okay, so when you are in Excel, you need to press Alt F11 to go to the Visual Basic Editor. So this is the Visual Basic Editor which is embedded within the Excel workbook itself. And this is the on the left hand side you have the Project Explorer, and if you want to write the code, let's say I select this workbook, and then you have on the right side you have the code window. So as I go through the classes, I'll explain you more in detail what are the options we have in VBE. So we have all these menus: file, edit, view, insert. So I'll take you through in detail in the coming classes regarding the Visual Basic Editor. Okay, and one more thing I just want to mention here is the developer tab in Excel. So here if you see you have the developer tab. Okay, in 2003 version we don't have the developer tab. From 2007 we have this developer tab. However, by default we don't get this developer tab. If you don't have the developer tab, I'll show you where you can add this. So we need to go to Excel options, and here you have under popular you have show developer tab in ribbon. If this is unchecked for you, you need to check this option, click on OK, then you will get this developer tab. So this developer tab is very useful for us when we are doing the macros, because if we go to the developer tab, we have the Visual Basic icon. If you click on the Visual Basic icon, it will again take you to Visual Basic Editor, same as Alt F11. And then you have macros. This gives you the dialog box with the existing macros. Currently I didn't have any macros in this workbook, so it's not showing up anything. And then you have all these record macro, all these macro related functionalities. So this developer tab is very useful. So we can add this from Excel options using macro recorder. So this is the most important thing, because we can record our macros. Every time you don't need to write the code, some of the things you can record. So how we can record the macros? So the easiest way to create a macro is to record your worksheet actions using a valuable tool called macro recorder. All you need to do is to turn on the macro recorder, perform the actions that comprise the task you want to automate, and then turn off the macro recorder when your work is finished. While a macro recorder is on, every action you do, like selecting a cell, selecting a number, formatting a range, everything gets recorded, and it is represented in the form of a VBA code. So if you see here, you have an option called record macro. So this is a really powerful tool, because even if you don't know the VBA coding, you can record the set of actions, and that will be shown in the form of a VBA code. So most of the times, around 25 to 30% of the automation work can be done using the record macro option. However, record macro have its fallbacks. Okay, so I'll just show you some of the programs using the record macro option. Then we will see how it's actually working and what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages, few disadvantages we have in this option. So for that, let me just open the base data. Okay, uh, you would have already done text to columns manually. So I will show you how we can record a macro for this, and next time we can use the macro to do this task. I'll open a new Excel sheet. Okay, as I already mentioned in my demo classes, if you want to save the macro and if you want to run the macros, the format of the file should be Excel SM. It should be a macro enabled workbook. Macros cannot be run on a normal Excel file. So let me just save this file. Alt F8, save. I will save this as macros1, and I'll save this as Excel SM, which is macro enabled workbook. Now this is the file where I am going to record the macro. So let me just use the data here. Okay, now I have the data. So here we have the data, everything is separated by a semicolon. Now what is your requirement is, you want to get each individual user in individual columns, and you know how to do it. You can use a text to columns option. But let's see how we can record a macro for it and do this task with a macro. So for record macro, it's very simple. You just need to click on record macro, and the macro name, if you want to change it to some other name, you can say, let's say you want to change it to, we can just keep it as macro1 here. And then you have shortcut key. Shortcut key is nothing but, if you want to run the macro using a shortcut key, you can assign the shortcut key here. However, make sure that you are not using any of the existing shortcuts. For example, if you say, see here, Control C. So Control C is the default shortcut for copying an object in Excel. So it shouldn't be overwritten. So we should make sure that we are using a shortcut key that is not already used for the Excel default codes. So it's always better to take a combination of Control Shift. That would be good, because with Control, all other alphabets are already used for the default keywords, I guess. So let's say I use Control Shift. I just press the Shift, and again I just use L. So Control Shift L. So Control Shift L is the shortcut key I am assigning to this macro in order to run this macro. Store in this workbook is nothing but I am just storing the macro within this macro1 Excel SM workbook itself. Description, let's say this is text to columns macro. It's not a mandatory thing. It's better if you give it, because tomorrow if you want to know what is this macro for, you can just refer to the description. So I'll say OK. So now the record macro option, now if you see, it's showing as stop recording. That means currently the recording is on, and whatever actions we do on the sheet, everything gets recorded in the form of VBA code. So we need to be very careful. We are doing only the required action. Even if you scroll the mouse, even if you do some other action, even that will get recorded. So you need to make sure that you are only doing the set of steps that are required. So first I need to select A1 where I have the data, and then I go to data, text to columns, and then you want to use the option delimited since you're using a character. So delimited, click on next, and then here you want to delimit based on the semicolon, and then click on next and then finish. This is how you do manually. So our work is done and we recorded it. So I just want to stop the recording. I'll go to developer tab, stop recording. So now we have done the work. Okay, so let's see how it got recorded since we recorded it. So you want to go to the Visual Basic Editor, or you can press Alt F11. So if you see, now under the Project Explorer window you have VBA project macro1.xlsn. This is the workbook we are using. And if you see here, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook, these are the default objects. Sheet 1 is for the sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, and this workbook is the workbook object. Along with this, if you see, you have something got created here, what is called as modules. Okay, let's see what is this module now. If you go into the module, you have module 1. Click on module 1. So if you see here, macro 1 is nothing but the macro you have recorded, and this is the description you have given, and the keyboard shortcut you have given is Ctrl Shift L, and this is the code that got recorded for the text to columns action what we have done now. So if you see the code here, it is very long. This is one of the advantages. This is one of the disadvantages with recording macro. It records as it is. If we write a code for this, we can write it in 1 or 2 lines. But since we recorded the macro, we got the code this long. Okay, for now just forget about the disadvantages and the advantages. Let's see how whether this code is working or not. So this is where this code is now. Let's go to our Excel again. I'll just delete this data. Okay, so let's copy the base data again into this macro template. So this is the base data. Okay, so previously, see, now if you see, you have entire thing in one column with the semicolon separator. So previously we have done the action with we have done the action manually. Now anyhow we have the recorded macro. Let's see whether it's working or not. So how to run the macro? So we can run the macro by clicking on macros, and the macro which we have created is macro 1, right? And you can click on run. This is one way of running the macro, and other way of running the macro is directly you can run it from the Visual Basic Editor. So you have the module. I'll just minimize this. So this is the macro 1, and you can click on the run option here. This is the second option. So from view macros you can select the macro and run it, and from Visual Basic Editor you can select the macro and you can run it. And the third one is we have assigned a shortcut key. So what is the shortcut key that we assigned for this? It's Ctrl Shift L. So let me press Ctrl Shift L on my laptop. So Ctrl Shift and then I press Ctrl Shift L. See, as soon as I just press Ctrl Shift L, it has done the task for me. So whatever macro is recorded, it's working. So let me just run it again. Let me just clear off the entire data. Okay, let me copy the base data again. Okay, so now let me run the macro using the other option. Okay, so now you see you have all the data in A1. You don't have any data in other things. You have all the data in A1. So macros. So macro 1 is the macro which I created just now, and then click on run. See, now the text to columns has worked. Now we have done this action with using a macro, and we have not written any code manually. We just use the record option, and we got the VBA code, and we are using the macro. So very simple this is, just recording the macro, and most of the time you can use the record macro option for 20 to 30% of your work. What are the disadvantages of using the macro recorder? I'll just show you. First thing, when you use a record option, the code will be too long because it will exactly convert the action into the VBA code. And second, and the most important thing, when you record a macro, it will work only for that specific range. So what I mean to say is, for example, if you have 10 rows and 10 columns and you recorded a macro for that, it will work only for that 10 rows and 10 columns. For example, tomorrow you have 11th row and 12th row and you run the macro and you will not get the desired output. So even if you have additional columns, if you have additional rows, you will not get the desired output, and if there is a difference in the format also, you will not get the desired result. So in a real world, in a real-time scenario, this will not be possible because you cannot say the report should have only 10 lines every time, because sometimes you might get a report with 100 lines of data. So your macro should be dynamic. So whatever the range, whatever the number of rows, whatever the count, and what are the fields you have, the macro should be able to dynamically count the range, and it should do the action irrespective of the number of rows and the kind of data. So for that we need to learn the further concepts of VBA, and we need to learn how we need to write the code in VBA so that the macro will be dynamic. Okay, so these are the main things to keep in mind. I'll show you a few other programs as well using macro recorder, and then assignment of shortcut key to a macro, which I already showed, and then assigning a macro to a command button. So this is the same macro now we have. Let's see how we can assign this to a command button. Command button is nothing but it's a button which you can click. So you, instead of running it using a shortcut key or directly from the macros tab, you want to click on a button and you want this macro to run. So let's see how you can do that. Let me just clear this data. I'll again copy the data. Okay, so now I want a button here, like say some run macro. So if I click on that run macro, I want the output. So in that case, here on the developer tab you have something called insert. If you click on insert, you have form controls. So you can use these controls. Now in the first one you have button form control. Click on the button form control, and then you are getting this plus sign. You can draw this command button wherever you want. So I'll just draw the button. Just cancel this. Okay, if I want to change the name, I can just click. So I'll say run macro. So this is the command button which I have created now. So I want to assign the macro to this command button. So I'll just click on it and then right click. You have something here called assign macro. Okay, and the macro you want to assign is macro 1. Okay, so now we have the macro assigned to this command button. Okay, so when I click on this command button, it runs the macro 1 macro. So now this is the data which we have. So let's see whether it works or not. Run macro. So as soon as I click on run macro, it did the same action. It just run the macro 1, which is for text to columns. So now I'll show you one more program. how to record the macros. I'll just delete this data. I'll just delete this for the time being. Okay, so let's see one more program. Okay, let's see the sorting. So you would have done sorting manually. Let's see how we do the sorting using the record macro option. So let's say this is the data we have, and our requirement here is we want the item column at the start, not the date. We want item column at the start, and then we want to sort the data using the item. So let's say this is our requirement, and I will use this macro template. I'll create one more macro here. So let me just copy the base data from here. Okay, so now I want to record the macro. So make sure whenever you are recording the macro, you are not doing the additional scrolling and everything, because whatever action you do, everything gets captured in the form of a VBA code and it will increase the code. Okay, so let's start. I'll click on record macro. So this one is coming as macro 2. I just want to keep it as macro 2. And if you want, you can give a shortcut key for this. Let's say I'll say Control Shift and then I'll say M, Control Shift M, and this is for sorting. Okay, so now it's showing stop recording. That means recording is already started. So what I want to do is I want column B item that I want in column A. So I'll select column B. I'll do Control X cut, and then I want it here. So I'll select this. Just right click, insert cut cells. So now I have the item in column A. After that, I want to do the sorting based on column A. So I just selected Control Shift right arrow, Control Shift down arrow. So I selected the entire range, and then I would want to do the sorting, and I want to sort based on items values from A to Z. Okay, so this is the action I have done and I have recorded it. Now I want to stop the macro. I just stop recording. So let's go to the Visual Basic Editor and see how we got the coding for this. So if I see here again under module 1, now I have macro 2 and I haven't given and this is for sorting. This is the description I have given, and keyboard shortcut is Control Shift M. So this is the code I have got for it. Don't worry about the code for now. Later, once we get into the next classes and we see how we do the coding and all, then you will come to know all this. But for now, just record it and just run it. So this is the code I have got. Okay, so now I want to test this macro, so I'll just delete this data. Again, I'll just copy the raw data here. Okay, see now the raw data, you have date in the first column and then item you have here. So now I want to run the macro. So I can run this macro using the shortcut key Control Shift M, or else I can go to Visual Basic Editor and from there I can run the macro, or I can click on macros here to get the list of macros. See, we have macro 1 which I have already done for text 2 columns, and macro 2 is the macro which I have done for sorting. So macro 2 I select, If I select, it's showing the description as well. When I select macro 1, it's showing text to column. So it is very easy for you to know which macro you are running. Anyhow, you can give the macro, or you can change this macro name, whatever name you want, you can always give for the macro. So macro 2, this is for sorting. I just want to run it now. Click on run. See, now you have the item in column A and it's sorted as per the alphabetical order. So you got F first, fridge, and then you got the laptop. So this is how we can record the macros for simple tasks. However, when you are doing a real-time report automation, then the record macro option would not suffice, because as I told you, the macro whichever you do, it should be dynamic. It should calculate every time how many rows you have, how many columns you have, what kind of data you have, and then it need to run the code accordingly. And you have decision making, and sometimes you need to repeat the task, you need the loops. So all these concepts you get in VBA programming. So these are the things, these are the topics that I want to show you for today. Let me just take you through a quick recap on what we have learned today. So what is VBA? So VBA is a programming language developed by Microsoft to automate the tasks that you do in the application supported by Microsoft. So not only in Excel, even if you can use VBA in MS Access, Outlook, and MS Word as well. So what is a macro? So a macro is nothing but a code or a set of steps written in the VBA programming language in order to automate the task. What macros can do for you? We have already discussed. We can automate the repetitive task using the macros. Exploring Visual Basic Editor. I want to show a few more things in Visual Basic Editor. Alt F11 is the shortcut key, or under the developer tab you have the Visual Basic Editor. So how you get this developer tab? You go to ribbon and then Excel options, you have developer tab. If you just switch it off, the developer tab is not here. If you want it back, Excel options, show developer tab. Okay, and then under the developer tab you have your all the icons related to macros. So you have Visual Basic Editor, and then you have macros, record macro. So let's go to Visual Basic Editor. Okay, one thing here is the module, which is new to you, because whenever we open Visual Basic Editor, you will have the project with the name of the workbook, and then these are the default options: sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3. This workbook, these are the default options which you use when you want to write an event. Event is nothing but basically whenever you want any change to trigger an action, then you write in the default objects. For example, if you want a macro to run when you open a workbook, then you write it under the workbook object using the open event. So there are so many events like sheet active, sheet before double click. So whenever you want any macro to run based upon an event, then you use this workbook Excel objects. So if you want, like for example sheet, let's see what we have in sheet. Sheet activate, sheet double click, sheet right click. So whenever you want to run a macro based on any other action, then you use these events. So but however, if you want to run a macro manually, then you need to use the modules. So where you get these modules? Insert, you have your modules here. However, when you are recording a macro, it automatically creates a module and gives the code under the module. You don't need to manually insert a module. But whenever you are writing the VBA code manually, you need to insert a module let's say insert a module. Now it added one more module, module 2, and then you need to write the procedure or the VBA code in this module. So whenever you want the macro code to run automatically based on a action, then you use the events. Events are nothing but they're using the existing Excel objects, sheet 1, sheet 2, sheet 3, this workbook. And whenever you want to run the macro whenever you want to run the macro manually, then you use the module. Okay, so this is one more thing, and we have many other options in Visual Basic Editor, like how you do the checks and all. This I will explain you in the later classes. So for now, this is enough, the Project Explorer and the code windows. And then using macro recorder, this is the important functionality that we learned today. We are recording the macros. We are not manually writing any code in VBA. We are just recording it, and then we are just using the macro for our task, and then assigning a shortcut key. I have shown you how you can assign the shortcut key to the macro. So whenever you are creating any macro, for example, you are recording macro, so you get the macro name. This you can give whatever name you want, like if you want to mention this like a project 1, can give, and this is where you can assign the shortcut key. And the important thing while assigning the shortcut keys is we should not assign the existing shortcut keys, because it will override the action of the existing shortcut key. So for example, if we just use control X here, then the default functionality of control X is cut, so that will be overwritten. So always make sure that you are using a shortcut key which is not already used for the system default. So always better to use control and then press shift and then press any key like control shift and then R, control shift R, and then store the macro in this workbook. And description you can give related to the project, you can give the description. I don't want to create here, I'll just cancel. And then assigning a macro to a command button. So in order to assign a macro to a command button, where we can get the command buttons? Under the developer tab, you have insert here. You can insert form controls. You have the control button here. Click on the control button. Click cancel. And then select this and then right click. You get the macro, assign macro option. So you can assign the macro to this. So these are the things I want to discuss with you today. The record macro option, make sure that you are recording some of the macros and you are practicing it. So this is very easy. You just need to click on record and then you need to do whatever actions you want to do in the workbook. Everything gets recorded in the form of a VBA code. I mentioned about the disadvantage of recording option. So now I'll just show you using the same sorting example. So let's just copy the data from this. Okay, so if you see here we have 239 rows. Okay, so we recorded the macro and it worked fine. Okay, so let's say I'm just adding few more lines here. So till 239, this is what we have the data. Now I additionally added these lines. Let's say I just make everything as Jan 2012. Okay, so 240 from here. These are the lines which I additionally added from the base data. So now let's run the macro and see how it worked. Previously when we recorded the macro and we run the macro, it worked perfectly fine. So now let's run the macro again. So the macro which we have done for sorting is macro 2. This is the sorting. Let's run it. Okay, so it worked. Let's see. If you see here till 239 it worked fine, but here if you see the laptop, we are getting it here. So first it should sort by item. So laptop should be coming after the fridge. So the laptop line, everything should come under laptop itself. But if you see the lines after 240 where we have laptop, it still come as laptop here only. Ideally, if the macro has run perfectly, it should have come after the fridge, right? So all the laptops should come here when you do the sorting. But few laptops, whatever is after 240, we still have it under 240 because the macro code, whatever we have written, it took the range till 239 only. So after whatever is there, it's not applying the sort. Let's see the code for the macro too. You will come to know. Okay, this is the code for macro 2. If you observe the code here, if you see the sort range, it mentioned as A2 to A239. So this is what the drawback of recording. So it exactly takes the range whatever we are using. So initially when we recorded the macro, we had only 239 rows. So the code applied only for 239 rows. Even now, even if we have 247 rows, it is not dynamically taking 247 as the number of rows. It's still taking only 239 rows. So this is the major drawback which we have if we use only record macro option. So this is why record macro option can do only 20 to 30% of your automation work. Again, you need to edit the code and you need to write the code in your own way so that the code is dynamic and it works for any number of rows and any number of columns. So this is one thing we need to always keep in mind. And one more thing, whenever you are writing a macro, it's important that which version of Excel you are using. For example, if you are using an Excel 2007 version and you have done a macro, and if the other user to whom you have given the macro might have Excel 2003, then there is a chance that the macro didn't run in his don't run in his system. Okay, why? Because for example, in 2007 you have some features that are not available in 2003. So if you are using those options in the VBA code, that will not run in 2003. For example, in 2007 you have something called remove duplicates. But in 2003 you don't have this remove duplicates option. So in your VBA code while writing in 2007, if you have written a code related to this remove duplicates, using this remove duplicates, then that will not work in the 2003 version. So you always need to keep in mind who are the users who will be going to use this template, and you need to create the macro keeping that in mind so that it will run on all the versions. Okay, so first let's start. What is a variable and why do we need variables? VBA stores data in memory using a variable. A variable is a name given by you, to which you assign a piece of data that will be stored in computer memory that can be retrieved when you need it later in the macro. So what is exactly a variable? A variable is nothing but it is used to store the data in computer's memory and then reuse it whenever you need it in the macro. And you are going to give the name for your variable. Variables hold values of different data types that are specified when the variable is declared. So data types I'll explain you in a bit, so you will know what is a data type. So variable can hold different data types, meaning you have variables which can hold numbers, you have variables which can hold strings. So there are different data types, and we will see in this session how we are going to define variables with different data types. How we declare a variable? So you declare a variable with declaration statement which contains 4 keywords in particular order. So when we need to declare a variable, and there is a syntax for that. So what is the syntax for declaring a variable? First we use the dim statement. Dim is the shortcut for dimension. And then after dim, you give the name of the variable. So variable name can be anything. So you can give whatever name you want for your variable. And then we need to give the keyword as. And then you need to give the data type. So for example, here if you see dim my name as string. So what I am doing here is I am defining a variable called my name of data type string. That means my name is a variable that can hold a string value. Okay. However, there are few rules to be followed while giving a variable name. In this case, I have given my name as the variable name. Let's see what are the rules we need to follow while giving a variable name. So variables must begin with an alphabet. So always it should begin with a alphabet. They must contain only alphabets, numbers, or the underscore symbol. No spaces. So a variable name can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore, but no other spaces and all special characters. They must not exceed 40 characters. A variable name shouldn't be more than 40 characters, and they must not be a reserved word. Reserved word meaning the keywords which the VBA program understand. Like when we said dim, it's a keyword, and the data type string is a keyword. So we cannot use those names as variable names. Let me show you in a VBA editor how we just declare a variable. The macro template which we already saved in our session 1. Okay. I'll just press Alt F11 to go to VBE. Let's insert a module. Okay, so here and every program, every macro should have a subroutine. So it would be sub, let's say macro, I say it as a test, and then open brackets and then enter. So as soon as you start the subroutine, the end sub will automatically come, and in between you need to write your VBA code. So now I want to declare a variable. So how I do it? I use the keyword dim and then the variable name. While giving the variable name, what are the rules we have? Variable should start with alphabet. It can contain alphabets, numbers, and underscore. No spaces should be used, and the variable should not be more than 40 characters, and it should not be a keyword. So let's say I give the variable name as test1, and then keyword as, and then data type. So I want test1 to hold a string value, so I say the data type is string. So this is how we declare the variables. So next we have implicit and explicit declaration. So what is an implicit declaration? You do not have to declare a variable before using it. You can just include the statement like the example I have shown here. Like I am taking a variable temp val is equal to 6. So here I never declare the variable, like I never did a like dim temp value as integer or string. So I never declare the variable temp val. However, I am directly using it in the statement. So this is called as implicit declaration, where we are using the variable without declaring it previously. So in this case, what are the problems with the implicit declaration? The problem with doing this is this can lead to errors in your code when you misspell the name of the variable in a later stage. So here the problem is, for example, now you have tempval as the variable. You never declared it, you directly used it. So at a later part in the macro, if you misspell it, tempval, if you just misspell, then what it do is it again creates another variable with that name. For example, if you, instead of temp val, if you just type temp val in the next part of the macro, then the system won't understand that temp val is same as temp val. Okay, so what the system understands is this temp val as a new variable, and it will create another variable called temp val. So now we have temp val and temp val, two different variables. So this is a major issue with implicit declaration, and during the runtime it takes a lot of time for us to correct these issues. Explicit declaration. So what is explicit declaration? To avoid the problems of misnaming variables, you can stipulate VBA to generate error message while compilation whenever it encounters an undeclared variable. Okay, so what explicit declaration means, we declare each and every variable before using it. So by doing this, when we create any variable, or when we misspell any variable, it will throw an error message saying that this variable is not declared. Then we can check and correct the spelling. So in this way we don't get any errors. So how do we do explicit declaration? By using the statement called option explicit. When we use option explicit, it will make mandatory for us to declare every variable before using it. So in this way, if we use any variable that is not declared, it will throw us an error saying that the variable is not defined. Then we can go ahead and do the changes accordingly. Now I will show you in VBE how to do this. And option explicit we need to give in the module declaration. So here I say option explicit. Okay, so here I define the variable test1 as string. Let's say I haven't defined it. I'll just directly give test1 is equal to string, always need to kept in double quotes, so I say no. Okay, let's just run this code. Variable not defined. See, because test1 we haven't defined and we are directly using it. In case if we don't use this option explicit, now what we are doing here is a implicit declaration. We never declared it, however we are directly taking test1 and assigning it a string value. Let's run this. Okay, we didn't get any error. Let's say I just want to throw a message box, the name is, okay, and then I want to ampersand just to concatenate the sentence, and test1 I need to display. So let's see, this is the implicit declaration where I have taken a variable test1 and assigned it to a string value ram, and then I'm just putting a message box to display the name is and then the name. Let's run this. So the name is ram, so the macro is running. So in this case we never declared the variable test1, but still macro is running fine. This is implicit declaration. However, for the same case, if I use option explicit and if I run this code, it's showing me the error message, variable not defined. So explicit declaration, when you do, it will ask you to declare the variable before using it. So what I do, dim test1 as string. So now, even if I have option explicit, I already defined this, declared this variable, and then I am using it. So now the macro should run. So this is the difference between implicit declaration and explicit declaration. So the main use of this explicit declaration is, if a variable is not defined, it will throw us the error message. However, in case if you are not using the option explicit, here if we haven't defined this, so in this case it takes the RAM into the variable. However, if we misspell this test1 by mistake, if we say test11 here see, we are getting incorrect result. We are getting the name is, but we are not getting anything, because what's happening here, it has created one more variable called test11. So test11 is not equal to test1, so we are not getting RAM here. So test11 is a different variable which do not have any value. So this is the issue when we are doing a implicit declaration. Scope of a variable. So what is the scope of a variable? So we have three kinds of variables: local variable, module level variables, and global variables. So a local level variable is, if you declare a variable within a procedure, only code within that procedure can access that variable. The scope is local to that procedure. Local variables remain in existence only as long as the procedure is executing. So what is a local variable? A local variable is a variable that is declared within the procedure. So in this case, the procedure here is the subroutine, and here we are declaring test1 as string inside the procedure. So here test1 is a local variable. So this test1 will be in existence only as long as the test macro is running. So once the macro is done, this will not be available in the memory. So test1 is local only to this macro, and this will be in existence only during the execution of this specific macro. Then we have module level variables. A module level variable is declared in the declaration section of the module instead of within the procedure. Module level variables are available to all procedures within that module, but not to the rest of the application. Module level variables remain in existence for the lifetime of the application and preserve their value. So what are module level variables? So in this case, test1 we said is a local variable. If we want a module level variable meaning that variable is available to all the procedures within that module. So if I say module, I have here module 1. So let's say I have one more macro here, test 2. I take one more variable, test 3, as string. Test 3 is equal to, let's say I just give a name Sam, and then MSG box, and then test 3. So here test1 and test3 are local variables, but both these macros or procedures are in the same module. So let's say I want a variable which can be used by both these procedures. So in that case I can go for a module level variable, so that whatever macros in this module, whatever procedures in this module, will be able to use that. So for that, where I need to do the declaration? In the declaration section of the module. If I do the declaration within the procedure, it becomes a local variable. So if I want it to be a module variable, I need to do it in the declaration section of the module. So where it will be? At the top. So here, let's say I define dim I will take it as mod test as a variable as and the string. Okay. So now here, if you see, as soon as I have done the declaration here, we got a line here. So this means this is at a module level. So this mod test, the variable, we can use it in the test procedure and test2 procedure as well. Okay. So let me use it in test. Here mod test is equal to the name is, and here instead of giving the text, I just use the variable mod test. So here this is a different procedure, test2. Since mod test is a module level variable, we can use this in this procedure as well. So here also I will just replace mod test. So mod test, I already have given the value, the name is, and then I am using mod test in test macro also and test2 macro also. So let's see how this is working. I'll go to the template, view, macros. First let me run the test macro. Run. The name is Ram. Okay. So let me run the test2 macro. The name is Sam. So whatever mod test we assign the value, the name is, we are able to use it in test macro also and test2 macro. So in this case, we have defined the variable is a module level variable, and then we are using it in the procedures, all the procedures available under that module. So this is the advantages of module level variable, whereas local variables are the variables which are defined within the procedure and they can be used within the procedure. In this case, test1 can be used only in this test macro. We cannot use test1 in test2. However, the mod test is a module level variable, so we can use it in both test macro and test2 macro as well. So let's see what is the third type, global variable. Global variables are declared in the declaration part of a module with the global statement, and they can be accessed by any code within the application. Global variables exist and retain their value for the lifetime of the application. So now we have seen local variables which are local to the procedures, and then module level variables which can be used within the entire module. Even though there are different macros and procedures in a single module, we can use in all those procedures which are in a single module. And finally, global variables can be used within the application. This means if we have more than one module here, let's say I inserted another module, and let's say I have one more macro here. Okay, so this mod test I can use in any number of procedures within this module. However, this mod test I cannot use it here because mod test is a module level variable and it is defined in declaration section of module 1. So I can use it only in module 1 but not in module 2. So however, if I define this as a global variable, so how we define a global variable? By using the keyword global. Now this is a global variable which can be used within the application. Application is nothing but the entire program, entire Excel application. So even though in a different module also, even the module 2 is also existing within this VBA project, within this application itself. So now when I define mod test as a global variable, I will be able to use it even in module 2. So let me use it here. Let's run this. The name is Radha. So in this case, mod test is never defined in this module. However, since in the other module within the same application, it's defined as a global variable, so I'm able to use it in the other module as well. So global variables can be used within the entire application and they will be in existence throughout the application. Assigning values to variables I'll show in some time. Once we complete the data types, I'll show you some sample programs. At that time I'll show you how to assign the values and how to work with the variables. So next, data types. So what are data types? Why we need data types? A variable can be given a data type that determines the type of data it can store. This can have an effect on the efficiency of your code. If you don't specify a data type, then the default data type is variant. So whenever we are declaring a variable, it's important that we define the data type. What kind of data the variable is going to store. Like in the previous examples, when we defined the variable as string. So their string is a data type. So the data type is saying that the variable defined as string means it will store the string values only. For example, if you want to store a integer value, then you need to define it as a integer. So the data type defines what kind of data that the variable is going to store. And if you don't define a data type, then the default data type is variant. Let's see what is a variant. A variant can store all kinds of data, whether it's a text, number, date. A variant variable can freely change its type at the runtime, which is not possible for other data types. So a variant it has data type, it can take any kind of data. Like when you define as a variant, when you define a variable as a variant, it can take text, it can take number, it can take date, any data type it can take. So then in that case we can use variant only in all the cases. Why we need other data types? So let's see what are the drawbacks of variant. Using variant data type reduces the speed of the program. Also variant data type occupies more memory compared to the other data types. So variant, when we use a variant data type, it reduces the speed of the macro, and also the variant data type consumes more memory space in the system. This is why we need to define the exact data type. This is the table which explains you with the type of data types we have and what is the values that the data type take and what is the memory that it consumes in the system. So we have, these are the few data types and the major ones. We have few other data types, I'll explain you later, but for now we can just go through this one. So we have Boolean, So Boolean data type usually takes only two values, either true or false. The memory it takes is 2 bytes, and then we have byte. Byte takes integers from 0 to 255, and it occupies 1 byte of memory. Currency is the data type that is used for currency values, and it consumes 8 bytes. Date. So in VBA, for date and time also we have only one data type called date. So if you want to give any time or if you want to give any date, we need to use the date data type, and it consumes 8 bytes. Single. Single is used for floating point numbers. So for decimals like 3.2, 4.6, if you want to use decimal point values, we use single, and it consumes 4 bytes. And then double. Double is again for floating values, but it's of higher capacity. It can store higher values. So it consumes 8 bytes. And then integer. Integer is the most commonly used data type, because in our day-to-day macros we mostly need the numbers. So we mostly use integer. And integer range is from minus 32,768 to 32,767. So these are the numbers which integer data type can take, and the memory it takes is 2 bytes. Long, again long is also for integer numbers, but if you see the range it can take is more. So for example, if you have numbers in thousands and lakhs, so then you cannot use an integer, because the highest value integer can store is 32,767. That's the number that it can store. So if you have a value higher than that one, you need to go for long, and long takes 4 bytes in the memory. And then string is again one more most commonly used one. String is used to contain the string values. So it can take up to 2 billion characters, and again the byte size would be 10 bytes plus storage for string. And here we have variant. So if we don't define any data type, it automatically takes it as a variant. And data type for all variables that are not explicitly declared as some other type, which can be contain any kind of data except fixed length string data. So variant can take any kind of data, and it takes around 16 bytes and 22 bytes plus storage for characters. So if you see the drawbacks of a variant, it reduces the speed of the program, and also if you see the memory size, the memory it's taking is very large compared to the other data types. Constants. So what are the constants? Now we have learned about variables. So what is a constant? A variable's value may often change during the execution of the macro. However, a constant is a value in the macro that does not change during the execution of the macro. Essentially, constants are variables that do not change. So variables in the execution of a macro, when you're doing the calculations, the values of the variables keep on changing. However, a constant is a variable that doesn't change. The value is constant. So a constant is declared by using keyword const, C-O-N-S-T. For example, you can see down const pi as double is equal to 3.14. So in programs, you might need to use a fixed value. So instead of hard coding it directly, we assign it to a constant, and we use the constant in the program. A constant is used to store a fixed value and refer to that value multiple times in the macro without hard coding the actual value every time. So let me show you some of the programs using the variables and constants and data types, so it will be very clear for you. Okay, let's say I have name and then marks, and then here I want the output. Let's say here I give the name as Ram, marks as 80. let's say this is the output. So what I want here is when I run the macro, I want the output like RAM scored 80. Okay, so let's see how we do that. So I go to the Visual Basic Editor. Okay, just delete this. So I'm writing it in module 2. I'm writing it in module 2. So every macro should start with sub, and I say this macro is output. Okay, so now here I have name and then marks. So I need to take variables to store this data. So name is a string, so I'll take a string variable name as string. If you note, when you're typing the keywords, you will get the drop down to select from the list, so you can just select it. Okay, now I have marks, dim marks as, so marks, which one we will consider? Integer, because max we will get marks would be like 90, 80, so integer would be enough, we don't need long for this. So I say integer. So now I want to assign the name, whatever is there here, to the variable here. So name is equal to, so I want the value in A2. If you see RAM, it's under A2, so I want to assign the value in cell A2 to the variable. How I do that? I say range of E2. This is how always we refer to the cells. If I want to refer to A2, I'll write it as range, open bracket, in double quotes I give A2 and close bracket, dot value. So what this statement does is it picks the value in cell A2. So here it's getting assigned to variable name. In the similar way, marks is equal to range of, so this is in B2, so range of B2 dot value. So now we have assigned the name and marks to the variables here, name and marks. Now we want the output in C2. So what I do is range C2 dot value is equal to, so what you want here is RAM scored 80. So RAM, the name is stored in name variable, name, and then you want scored, so ampersand is used to join the sentences, same like how you do in Excel concatenate feature. It's the same, name, and then you want scored, the fixed string, and then what are the marks? Marks are stored in variable marks. So let's run this macro. See, RAM scored 80. So if you just want the spaces, just use the spaces here. RAM scored 80. If I just send this to SAM 90, run the macro, SAM scored 90. So this is how we define the variables, assign the values to the variables and get the output. So let's see One more example using constants as well. So this is the macro which we have done, and then let's in the sheet 2 let me do another macro. Let's say we want to calculate the area and circumference of a circle. So let's say we have radius, and then we want to calculate area of circle, and then we want to calculate circumference of circle. Okay, so whenever we have the radius, we can calculate area and circumference. So for area of circle, formula is pi r square, and for circumference it's 2 pi r, where pi is a constant value. The value of pi is 3.141. So let's see how we can write a program for this. Let's say the radius is given as 10, and we need to calculate area of the circle and circumference of the circle. Let's write a program for this. I'll write one more macro. Sub, I'll say calculation macro. Okay, so here we have radius, and then the area of the circle and circumference of circle. Let me take three variables: dim radius as double. Here I have taken double because we can have decimal values as well. We can have 10.2, 10.3 also, and then you can say dim circumference as a circum. Take it as double. Okay, so we can do one more thing. Instead of defining in different lines, I can just define it this way. Just give a comma, area is double, circumference as double. Let me maximize this. So instead of defining the statement in different lines, I have just given in one statement. So radius as double, area as double, circumference as double. Then I want the value of pi, and here pi, it's a constant value, we know it doesn't change, so I will define as a constant. Const pi as double is equal to 3.141. Okay, now I have taken the variables for radius, area and circumference, and then I have taken a constant pi. Now I need to calculate area. Area is equal to pi r square. So instead of keying in the value return, I can use pi into r square. So radius into radius. So radius I have in a2. However, I have a variable here for radius. Okay, before that, let me just assign the value of a2 to radius. Okay, so pi we have the value assigned, radius I have assigned the value, and then now I'm calculating area
area is equal to pi r square, pi into radius into radius. For example, if radius is too long, if you want to use r as a variable for radius, I'll just take r. Okay, and then circumference, circum is a variable, is equal to 2 pi r, 2 into pi constant we have into r. So I want to display the area in B2. Range of B2 dot value is equal to area range of B3 is equal to circumference. Okay, let's run this. I guess I just need to change this to R because everything we changed to R here. And then range of B2 you want area, and here you want, so this would be C2. Okay, not B3, this is C2. Okay, so we are good to go. So let me add a command button to run the macro. It will be easy every time to run it. So let's just insert command button. So let me just rename as just run, should be fine. Okay, and then I need to assign the macro. So calc calc is the macro. Okay, so run the macro. So as soon as I run the macro, I got area and circumference. So let's see whether it's correct or not. So area would be pi r square, so 3.141 into r square would be 10 into 10, 100, correct. And then 2 pi r, 2 into pi 3.141 into r is 10. So this is also correct. So we are getting the correct values. Let's say if the radius is 20, run the macro, it's calculating correctly. We just take it, let's take a small value 3, then just run the macro. So it's working. So this is how we use a constant, variables and data types in the program. So we have seen two programs here, and in both the programs we have made use of the different kinds of variables, data types and constants.
Okay guys, that's all for today. I hope the video was informative and interactive. If you have any doubts, feel free to comment it down below so that we can help you out. Thank you.